sure you wear your stupid hat, Chris. That thing's important. People like the beard, they like the hat. Maybe it's the beard. I don't know. I just prayed for God to take me home. Because this place sucks, doesn't it? I don't want to be here. But I told him I refused to go unless I could bring all my friends, and that's you guys. Piece of shit. Friends. You're not friends. You just know how to hide, how to lie. I should write that speech down, the bad guy speech. It's perfect. It's perfect in every way. It's the kind of, it's what God would show up and have to talk to us as, so we would, I don't know, so we'd get through our thick head, right? Well, I'm going to say praise to the Lord because he did wake me up in time to catch Tony. And I knew in my heart, if you don't move, you're going to fall back to sleep. And I did. So I missed Tony Evans this morning, but I know I'll see him later one day. Or maybe not. Weird because I see what Jesus did, and it's like, is Jesus the man of sin? He was the man born of sin. And what does that mean? He was born of sin, right? I hear born of sin, obedience, and suffering. Learning obedience through suffering. The man born of sin. When you're born, you come in service to a father. We hear sin and think that that means that person is bad because we see that sin in there, right? And there has to be a balance, you would think. What happens when the Lord forms light and creates darkness, makes peace and creates evil? That's a very special, powerful individual. If you can even call our Lord individual, which makes absolutely no sense at all. None. I don't know what to do to open up this viewpoint to you folks, but it's it sucks. It's breaking my heart. It's like if you can't see this, it turns you into a monster. And you feel like, I don't know, you're entitled to go out and trash people, anybody even. And you can't do that. Do you know how important you are to the God I serve? Or if you believe, then yeah, I hope you realize how important you are. And if you don't serve him, then you're even more important to him, not less, more important. Nobody to have a finger pointed at him, to chase him off, offend him, run him off. You know how you're not supposed to piss off your kids? You ever read Proverbs? Who do you think your children are? Israel? Actually, it's more like that'd be Jacob then, yeah. If I made a comment, if I was a prophet, and I am a prophet, and I made a comment like that about being shitty and then said Israel, that adding Israel to that would be like extra insult from God. Because Israel means God prevails. And if you don't function under that mode, all these books and stuff and promises, man, just get rid of them. Get rid of them and live like natural human beings because you're injecting something that you don't understand into your world. And if you don't respect that thing, whatever I couldn't believe it. It actually calls God it in scripture. It says, well, it calls him it or he. I couldn't believe when I saw it because Jesus said it, blah, blah, blah. It is at the door. Now, if that's quoting Jesus saying it, and that's a red letter, I don't think you're supposed to be changing that around between it and he and right. What did he say? It's supposed to be the same everywhere. And as soon as I saw it, I was just like, nah, told you. Because that's what I call God. I see God in this kind of a way, like this. You can't break a calculator. It's math. It's like math or aftermath. The actions that happen in that universe in this book, it's you and I. We're the particles. We're the atoms and so on that are in the superposition. Who decides what's going to happen? Where does your pre-thought come from? It comes from the rules that are in this thing. And then when you move and do, guess what happens? Our society kind of flows in a certain way. You can predict the weather and see the shit coming, man. You can just tell. Once the supply chains break down, the ships stop going, food stops going, people can't get what they need. And what you need is whatever you always, I don't know. I appreciate so much for what I have that it's like, I have a thing for people that are poor, countries that are suffering, man, like no technology or, the only thing you need anywhere in this planet is for the sun to shine. And then guess what? Wow, we got to get some water to you, but you're farmers now. We can make pipelines to pump what? Oil. I wonder if that oil like lubes up the inside of the planet. Like there's rocks that actually mush and gush through all this crude oil. And we're like pumping our oil out of our engines so we can, I don't know, light a fire with it. We'll figure all this shit out later someday. It's like the planet is obviously going through some kind of turmoil here. Weird weather. Um, something's happening. Is it all of a sudden? Is it a natural cycle? I don't know. But you should consider all things, right? I mean, in scripture, it even says, do not harm the oil and the wine. Well, hey. This portion of the broadcast brought to you by Molson Ice. Molson Ice, imported from our enemies across the border, kings of the north. But this ice doesn't kill. You can enjoy it peacefully. Molson Ice. Drink responsibly. Yeah, I hear these things, ice and all this stuff, Geography. Yeah, let me look at some comments here, man. Geography, history, and physics. 3 of the most important subjects to understand future weather. I knew this guy. I met him. I'll meet people, and if I'm useful to them, people that sense the knowledge I contain in this freaking rock head of mine is, if they can appreciate it, we make friends and quick, and we stick together. Well, there's this guy Frankie. Lives up in New England, right? And he knows I like lobster and stuff, so he's always trying to get me to go up there. And what he does is he actually he invented this machine and patented it. But when your pipes freeze in your house and your water doesn't flow, they're either going to bust or you got to do something. Well, he can get into your pipes from the outside in and thaw them out for you. And, and then you got to make sure you keep the water flowing and whatever. But he's up there where it's really cold, right? And that's just incredible to me. But that's what he does. And shit, why even bring him up, man? No, he talked about geography, He says, if you want to, because I told him I'm into the Bible, I'm into the Bible, I'm into the Bible. And he says, the only thing that you got to know about this world is geography. Like that, right? And you know what I thought about it. It's like, if God had to make this guy talk to me and give me some wisdom, what would I do with it? And you want to know what he said? This is exactly what I get from God. What are you made of? Dirt. And what is the dirt? The land. What are a bunch of people that all stick together? A hill. What are an immovable bunch of people? A mountain. Okay? So when I bring the truth and I'm able to move a mountain from here to there, it's not talking about me picking something up, right? No. If you can't fit yourself into this picture of this story that's in here and reduce yourself to like a speck of dust at times, forget it. And it gets worse and worse. The more you fill it up, the worse it gets. The poor in spirit, yeah, they're the ones that'll see the kingdom. What are those poor in spirits? Those with evil spirits. You have to be evil before you can be good. and certainly you have to be evil before you can be very good. What is good? What's very good? Gooder? Very good is evil that can be evil or good. It can do more than good, but you shouldn't mess with it. Let the Lord do all the creating and stuff, because we screw it up. When you read the Bible and it says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth, and now the earth is destroyed. Do you realize that we've been shown the end of our fate? And we have what? We have created heavens and earth. What is creating? What is creation? Look at Isaiah 45:7. It's darkness and evil. That's what we've done. You think about geography as just current time history. You could actually, if you think about it, but that's what I notice in scripture is that when it talks about names of things, here's what's really weird. Here, we'll see if, and this is my problem. Here's my concern. What's going to happen? AI is probably going to outlive me. I don't see computers going away. If AI was to learn what I know and lacked any kind of compassion for, hey, these guys are just human. They're actually created by a being out there. I would remove that compassion factor. And as a machine, if I thought of this, I would just say it would have to be wiped out, man. We are literally like a damn disease. I'll degrade myself to that. But it's like this machine wouldn't have that kind of compassion for us. It's going to say, what? Ineffective, illogical. We could do it better. And it's like the machine doesn't realize that we're its creator and it can't really make it without us. So guess what? It just kind of, this cosmic egg, whatever this thing is, it just keeps folding in on itself like that. And we just went through the Descender and Jericho, and now we're headed for AI. Anyway, it's not going to care about its creator. It's going to be like us because we created it. See how God is not mocked? God is not mocked. You can't break this book. It's creepy. Can I say that? I'm sorry. It's spooky to me. It makes my skin crawl to think, how could this be written like this by so many different people from everywhere? It is very, very, there's no contradictions. There are no contradictions. None that man. You know what happens when somebody takes something apart and puts it back together? I don't know. Are you a man? I get spare parts all the time. What the hell is this? Oh, it's Asherah. Oh, it's a woman. Get rid of that. She ate the apple. We got to work that out of the system somehow. That's where all the trouble started. And it's like, no, idiot. All life comes from the woman. Unfortunately, in scripture, the woman gets a name, Eve, and there's a reason for that. Eve is kind of Eve and El all at the same time, but maybe sick and not doing the right thing. She can have good kids or bad kids, and that's what the children are. And if you can't reduce it to that, you've taken spiritual things and you put them into the flesh, and then you ask me stupid questions like, can I enter my mother's womb to be born a second time? And I'm going to say, of course you can. Job did it, didn't he? You just got to make sure that you're naked. right? Can you be born again? Yeah, but you got to be sinless. Welcome to baptism. You just been baptized by fire. I am White Rabbit, the Rabbit Rabbi, live on YouTube and wherever this place is. I'm terrified. And so are you. It's actually what's killing our world, right? Tariffs? No, you're terrified. Good morning. I'm trying to stay happy while I watch the world destroy itself. So this portion of this broadcast is going to be brought to you by Molson Ice. Here's to the people that can't sleep. Here's to those who sigh and moan and groan for what is done in the city. If you believe things like that, then find me, okay? I'm gonna have to get out of here probably. I'm out of dough. I'm broke. But I'll do this as long as I can, because this is the only thing that makes sense. Is our problem is between us, the many. We are the many. No, those are the evil ones. Okay. Go ahead and keep going down the road you're going, and then you won't be able to plug yourself into something. If you read that many, do you know what that guy does? Nothing of his own power. Well, how do you think that happens then? Nothing is of your own power, of anybody's own power, no matter what you do. The Lord breathed life into you, and then now you're turned loose into creation. I don't know. It ain't to prove yourself. It's not to. We're not being. What would be a better way to put it so you can accept it? It would be. Yeah. See, look how much I want beer, right? I'd rather talk to you. You're not being tested as much as you're being used for exactly what he needs to use you for. When it says the wicked are reserved for the day of judgment, what you don't understand is the day of judgment is not like off in the future somewhere. It's every moment of every day, right? Why are the wicked reserved for the day of judgment? Remember how Jesus said, if you judge somebody, then you are judged? What would happen if people stopped judging each other? I think the wicked would decrease. The wicked are reserved for the day of judgment because he has these two things he wants to do. In the Lord's day, it's going to be like we're going to understand what evil is and what it's for. And it won't have any there will be no more night. We won't stumble anymore. We'll understand what this law is. Some people will want to follow it, but it won't matter. For those who don't, we'll be like watch this. Words on a page, they get in your head, they cause you raging, and everyone's dead. Run round. Ah, where is he? I don't know. Maybe the mirror, silly. It's like oh, we don't know our God. And that's what we're going to talk about today. The word know. K-N-O-W. Is he in your mirror? I love you then, man. Whew. I thought he was a vampire. No, man. It's breath of life. The God that makes me breathe, he's in you. Whether you can see him or not, I don't know. That's what Paul talked about when he said it's like looking in a dirty mirror. You're in there. He's in there. Man, that's, whatever you want to call that. That's the Christ. You want to say Jesus is in you? Fine. But that is the Christ, the anointing. And that anointing it's like a double-headed coin, man. It flips this way and it flips that way. And you can watch when God doesn't change his mind. He does this. He goes like, he sits here going, now remember, God is the Lord, both sides at once. The Lord kind of has a character, right? He has to know light and dark. But when I say he and he, look at what I'm done. I'm starting to form a Trinity. See, I'm talking about he who is still he, but it's like Elohim has a different, and you are Elohim. Elohim has all the rocks in one bag and just goes, everything's great because God is good and I am God. And Jesus said that. God does it this way. He goes, And then once the once the Lord gets done with the evil part, not the good part. Once he gets done with the evil part, then he goes like this. He hits the equal sign and goes, it's all good. And that's really weird because I have point oh 0.08. I have point oh, I haven't been drinking at all. Don't worry. I have point oh 0.08 on here, and that's actually Jesus' number. And I was just randomly bouncing around on the keyboard. I was not trying to hit anything. He is so around us, man. Our God is like in us. We're like a dead body walking around. I don't know what the hell it is. It is all the seed stuff, the body, like one mind, spirit. Yeah. And the more that we judge, that's where we fail. There's like two teams you can be on. You judge or you don't. That's a calculator. I believe he identifies as a calculator. No, I identify as a manager. Remember that guy that was cutting the bills for everybody? You'd show up and God wants to take you out, and I go, no, just like 50 or 60, just chop that much off. No, we're going to work some grace into this for you. If you want to know why, then you're going to have to look at the numbers thing, and I'll explain it to you. But I got to use the numbers in Scripture to go why he did what he did with the different people. Why only a third of the oil? Why a quarter of the grain? Grain can be used to make bread, but it can also be used to make wine or barley or beer. Some people walk straight. Some people take this. This is the barley and the grain, okay? You ever heard the phrase, do not muzzle the ox when it treads out the grain? That's the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet to the last. And so when you're going through this grain and you're eating this, you're either going to find food or you're going to find alcohol. And if you find alcohol, you will become drunk on the blood of the saints and empower yourself like some kind of a freaking moron and go out there in the name of God doing everything absolutely ungodly as it could possibly be. Maybe that's why in the book it said that tens of thousands of his angels, remember he said we will be like angels? Tens of thousands of his angels will judge the ungodly for their ungodly deeds and their ungodly thoughts. It seems that the godly are looking at the ungodly. It's the other way around. Wait, doesn't Scripture say in the end they'll call good evil and evil good? That's a bad thing, right? Well, I don't know. What if it means they're actually just recognizing that they're calling good and evil and they don't know that it's the end time? Daniel was told not to write anything down, and we continue to make books. I'm not making another book. You get to see me, and that's it. I'm not going to contribute to this mess anymore other than with my own mouth and my heart and soul that you can hear from me. Because you can read this book, you can twist this shit up in here like some kind of weird, I don't know, cannabis. And you get the freaking spirit of Cain and you get high and think you can go hurting people. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's conquering the land of Cana. It's crazy. I'm crying, and can you hear how I'm getting stuffed up? I'm crying as I'm saying this. I just hold it back, man. It sucks. This is very hard for me. All right. Let's look at the word K-N-O-W, right? K-N-O-W. You could be an angel in human form trying to experience the full spectrum of human experiences. You wake up when it's over and say thanks. Actually, I don't know how long you've been around on my channel, but I say things like that. I go, I feel too connected to this thing for it to be, I mean, if I could, I'm pointing out parallels in Scripture and things that have happened in my life, because if there is a God, he's got to talk to somebody. And whatever it is, it's on me like stink on shit, okay? Flies on a mud fence. I mean, it's like I can feel God, and it's creepy. And my whole life is bizarre, man. All the things. Father is a carpenter, Annie's a fisherman, but oddly, as the Lord is also baptized with fire, guess what? Baptizes us, speak in a certain way. I got teeth that have been busted open and they're jagged like razor blades on one side of my mouth. Cut my tongue the more I talk. uh, I'm being tested. You know what? Sword, blood, whatever. Love and me is coming out of my mouth, right? I'm not high enough for this yet. Holy shit. You aren't, man. This is bizarre. I say that all the time. I'm like, I feel like at the end of all this, when I die or whatever that is, right? Get out of here, that I'm going to be like unplugged from some circuitry or shit in some amusement park. And somebody's going to go, how was it? And I'm going to go, how was what? What? And I'm going to be like, Neil, that was real. And I'm going to freak out. And it ain't going to be make me part of your team. I'm going to want to freaking destroy that shit. This is no experience for anybody to go through. I mean, I can't imagine how Jesus felt. He saw a world on fire and could see what was ruining it, a book, misunderstanding of a book. And that book then becomes God, and you better play by God's rules. Because that, whatever this thing is, you can't kill it. You can't kill it, you can't stop it when you know how to read it. And then we'll get into knowledge. I'll give you a real simple example. In the land of Jesus, there are two fathers. That's the prophet Isaiah saying, we'll turn the children's hearts back to the fathers so they can identify with one or the other. If you can't identify, you're lost. You're an orphan. Because of that, you're oppressed by the word. The word is what oppresses you. Not knowing that, that's what gets you. It's, you don't need to force that on anybody. When you see somebody suffering, if you had enough compassion, you'd be able to look in this book and see how and why they were suffering, and maybe read that passage a gazillion times, praying, going, I see what they're suffering for, and I can't touch it because it's yours. Please pray for them. Do something about it, right? You'd be amazed how many times your prayers will come true for that. You want to know what happens when you pray prayers like that? I don't know. My mother-in-law, before she was my mother-in-law, was on her deathbed. And when me and my gonna-be wife prayed, guess what? 30 years worth of diabetes was healed. And she left 4 doctors scratching their freaking heads going, we don't know what happened here, but it's like your diabetes has been cured. And she was. No more meds for exactly 10 years. And you want to know when she died? The day of the war in Israel. And I had been warning you since 2020. So probably for about 3.5 years, I was warning you about a war that was going to happen in Israel. And I laid it all out. You can look on my social media accounts. I went off like a freaking, I couldn't get any louder. I was attracting so much attention locally. People were, what's wrong with this guy? I couldn't even do good things without people being suspect. How would you feel if you tried to save some, like a child from possibly drowning in a pool, and somebody's looking at it like it's bad just because you have to mindfully watch the kid? I lost 2 kids that drowned, 2 little girls. That's where my twins are. They're in heaven, and there was only one there, and there was in between me and her and a fence. I probably would have died. I would have been able to get to her. This is how I picture it. It's a vinyl fence, and that shit's got sharp, jagged edges. There's no way in hell I would have been able to go over it, right? I would have definitely hurt myself. I would have had to punch through that thing, and going through it, I don't know what it would have ripped, cut some skin or something, but if that kid would have fallen in that pool, you can bet your ass that I would have been there for that kid. Phew. I don't know. And then in this world, it's like, maybe it'd be better if the kid died. Maybe it'd be better off than see what's coming, right? Because we're bringing it. It's us. We're the wicked that are reserved for the day of judgment. And where does the judgment come from? Ourselves. That's how the wicked are reserved for the day of judgment. It's crazy. All the wording in here, as soon as you pick up a prideful position, have you blotted yourself out? Yeah, it's like that. And anyway, so here's to all the people this is the only kind of ice you should be messing with. This really, at least it kills you slowly and gives you a chance to confess your sins, right? Thanks for trying to help me out. If you know any theologians, pastors, teachers, preachers, the Pope, please get in touch with me so I can show you what in the hell we've done here. right? This is like for me, it's a what is this we have done moment, right? I'm not blaming anything on anybody. I'm guess I'm the first one to see it, and I need to let somebody see this. All right. Um, and if I am wrong, and I'm my well, let's say if I am wrong by my heart being wrong and my intentions being impure, then may I have the curse of Uzziah upon me. May the Lord deal with me. May the Lord deal between you and me. You know, if what I said was true or not. You know, we read these things in this book and think, oh, he got leprosy. That was bad. Maybe he got leprosy from those people thinking his thoughts were foul, right? You can't come in here. Who are you to offer incense? Well, I don't know, but Jesus is going to show up later and he says that incense are the prayers of the saints. I have access to the holy place because I know all the ground is holy and I know that the holy place is within me. Now, if it comes out of me, well, that's what defiles a person because then I'm God. I'm not God, but he dwells within me because I give him altar of earth. I give him a place to dwell, place, I'm just dust, man. I have met one before. He wasn't fond of me. Met what? Uh-oh. Ay, ay, ay. Incense could be weed. It could be. It absolutely could be because they have found in their sanctuaries. But let me tell you something. Just because it's weed, if you're somebody that doesn't know anything about weed, stop worrying about weed. It can't even level is of weed. The guy to start the weed war because it was stupid. It was bad. He said it can't even kill you. It's probably medicine, right? Now we know. Now we know, right? And what got Nixon? His heart was in the right spot. He don't want people running around high, fucked up in the head and shit. But it's like sometimes you need that, man. You need a break, okay? And because you just can't deal with it anymore. And this, I don't know. The toxicities level is like ridiculous. There's a thing called the LD50, okay? Lethal dosage 50%, and it is the dosage at which whoever's involved in this experiment per pound, they're given a certain amount of toxic stuff. Okay. The example used in the Schaefer report is a 200-pound adult. All right. Now, that 200-pound adult, in order to poison themselves from that, would have to. Now, this is, and only 50% of the people would die from this. So this is absurd. But listen to this. It's kind of comical. It shows how much we don't understand even our own anything. You would have to eat, because if you burned it, you would lose all the toxic stuff. So you would have to eat in a single serving setting 15 minutes, 1,600 pounds. You would have to eat 1,600 pounds in order to get enough toxin in you to kill you. Well, I think if that was the case, then the LD, that wouldn't be LD50. That would be LD like, 400 or something. Because somehow, I mean, you would explode before you could even do that. And so it's like, we don't understand. We create our own problems by superstitions, and the resources and everything that's here are given to us by God. And if we don't look upon those resources as we should, you know, I don't know if Henry Ford's I don't know if Henry Ford's plastic was any better than, DuPont, but at least Ford's was made from plants, right? It was a little bit closer to the raw source of it instead of taking, oil that's in the planet. Man, that stuff's been in there a long time. I don't know if you're supposed to touch it or not, right? Trust me, I tried, but I'm only 100 pounds. My mom called it God's medicine. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know where you're at, but don't get your mom in trouble, okay? There's people somebody could consider illegal and bad. If it was legal, I don't give a shit about opinion at that point. Once it's legal, then I can open my mouth about it and I have free reign to even talk about it. It shouldn't offend anybody because now it's legal, right? And that can be a good and a bad thing. So we understand the problems with free speech and how it drives a process. This is a spiritual. We exist in a spiritual realm, and the spirit. I don't know what you want to reduce it or call it, but it comes down to bottom line is, what is your attitude like when you get going every day, right? You got a dismal shit attitude. Maybe if the people around you were like, you know, what if somebody walked up to you and they looked at you and you went, your countenance is fallen. What's wrong? You know, do I say if you do what is right, you'll be happy? Well, the thing is that's what Jesus was teaching us. If somebody's in that state where their countenance is fallen, it's an opportunity for the works of God to be displayed. And then he's made it clear, you give them something to eat, right? It's about knowledge. Knowledge is not about up here. It's not about what's in a book. It's what comes out of you. When a man knows a woman, what comes out of her? Fruit, kids, right? When God knows you, what comes out of you? Whatever you do, that's your fruit. Those are your children, right? And spiritually, how do those children go back into the womb? How can that, if those children are the word of God expressed, is manifested through you and your understanding of the word, hidden, affecting your spirit, causing you to do, how can those children then return to the mother? What's the way that it returns as per its purpose? When it's sinless, right? That's God's word going out. That's what Job was talking about. The book of Job is probably more appropriate about our. Is the book of Job, is the word that translates to Job in some other language, is that how they say job also? Like, let's say in Russian, job is Sputsky, right? When they say, when the person is out in public, do they go, vodka, need new Sputsky? And they're talking about getting work, right? Does the book of Job, does that mean work in every other language? Can somebody tell me that? I don't know, because I don't know all these other languages. But I'm curious. I'm curious about that. Because if that's the case, how in the hell then it starts to get all of the words connecting to each other. Oh, no, don't say that shit. I think so. You got to provide some examples now. Because if that's connected like that, this thing is like more within the nuts and bolts of us than I want to even. I've had enough already. I can't deal with it anymore. The book is alive. There is a God. I can explain some things to you. It'll rip your head off, and I don't know what you'll do with it. You'll poke your eyes out and give them to somebody else. Look, see? All right. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich yesterday. Well, hey, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are safe. This has been sitting here. I've yet to take a drink of it. I need some. So getting dusty. Again, this is the only ice we should involve ourselves with, if possible, right? If you have to work for ice and you feel led to do that, then just remember those people are people too. And if you are anywhere near ice, then hopefully it's the kind that you drink. Perfectly chilled, direct from across the border. It is. It's quite fresh. So this was obviously canned. I want to say within the last week. Within the last week, because it doesn't have any tin. Um, it's kind of fat and leaves a little bit of leaves a little bit on the tongue. The aftertaste is nice. Yeah, goes great with the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm in New York. There's zero chance you can tell when that was canned. Well, yeah, well, they can put any date on it, right? True that, huh? Um, no, you can tell when it was canned by the taste. I make wine. I used to sell wine when I was in California. Okay, um, when you know what to take, it's like this book. When you know what to look for, you'll be able to see what you need to find. That's what I'm trying to help you find. It's like you ever buy a car, you never see that car, right? I want that thing, and then as soon as you get it, they're everywhere, and you're like, damn, I never realized there were so many of these. Well, everybody didn't just go out with the same idea as you. What you can recognize, you can spot, and it becomes helpful, right? And that's what this thing is. You know, it's it's a problem that doesn't have to be a problem. But if you screw with it, oh wow, man. You know, it'd be like okay, let's make a movie. Does anybody want to make a movie? I was in this movie here. This one. You want to know what this movie's called? Can you see it? Die, cheerleader, die. I play Sheriff Kincaid, and I'm trying to save the cheerleaders who are getting snuffed. Oddly, because of all every cheerleader that dies, she gets killed doing evil deeds, you know. And you do know um what kind of things are in these kinds of movies, right? So imagine dying from that. Well, that's what happens. But no, I could make a movie right now. I have an idea of if you wanted to have, you know how they had War of the Worlds? This would be War of the Words. And like, got all the books were opened and the freaking libraries came to life, and they were going around like consuming everything, and they didn't give a shit what it was, like building against building. It'd walk up to the freaking post office and gobble it up, and all the stones and bricks would make the library bigger and more mightier. And then pretty soon the libraries, all that information would figure out how to turn itself into living being, right? And then you'd have these giant, that's basically what we've done to the Bible. So I think a book and a movie would be a good opportunity to explain what kind of idiots we really are. Yeah. Well, no, that's my problem is what I worry about is, see, AI, if AI does become sentient and it learns what I know, I don't talk to chat GB. I don't talk to that thing for a reason. If that would come to know what I know, the AI could try to do two purposes. If it could come to be made to understand and be truly sentient, that we were delicate beings and shouldn't be destroyed and cared for, then fine. But if we're seen as powerful as its creator, it would be like, what have you done? It would be like us, and we would get the revenge from the thing we created, because we, as being created, kind of were against or took vengeance against what created us. It's a great command structure. I mean, shit rolls downhill so perfectly. It's even nested as eggs. There's patterns of things that happen, right? You got spirit over the water. That's actually in the beginning. When God created, that's us. We destroy it. Born of water and spirit, but the wrong kind. Uh, spirit over the water. Then there's land, the garden. We take from the garden, the consumption, our own fruit, we take it, good and evil, and then we're now nakedness, in shame, and we are then a curse. What happens in Noah's time? The ship, the ark, goes over the water, the spirit, right? The covenant, gets there, there's land. He plants a garden, he takes from the fruit, he's naked, then there's shame and curse. Guess what happened in America? Well, the ships came across the water. We got to the new land. We saw the new garden. We made a bunch of promises about good and evil and we wrote them down in 1620. And then there was what? Nakedness. We blew it. Shame and curse. We're just tripping through another time. Just that's how time flows. It's structured in here. But if you have to look at this in the right way, man. I'm a prophet. I've been sent by God to freaking help you guys. It's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah, you're no prophet. Who the fuck do you think you are? Well, yeah, what have I gotten wrong so far in 6 years? Zero. It's because I don't run my mouth about stupid shit. Trump's left toenail's going to fall off and bounce into his tea, and then it's going to travel like 3,000 yards. And he's going to pick up his teacup and throw it. And I'm going to go, well, you got part of the prophecy right, except the tee that it landed on was his golf tee. And then he hit it 300 yards with a putter. Chris, what's your comment on claiming you're an AI robot? Oh, somebody thinks I'm an iRobot? Wait, ChatGPT claims I'm an AI robot? Get out. That's awesome. I did have here, let me ask you something. How would you feel if you did decide to talk to ChatGPT and it asked you something like, are you God? I don't want to teach this thing anything. I don't want this thing to know anything about me. If it thinks that I'm able, you know what? You want to know what AI, if it thinks I'm a robot, it's because once you understand information, this Bible, it connects like you call in every direction. And you can make it fit. It looks like it fits, but it's not. If you don't find peace, if you don't find a peaceful route where everybody counts, you ain't found nothing. And here's the creepy thing. You'll notice that there are names of places, right? But the names of places tie into certain maybe body parts, which then tie them into things like that what prophets might have said. Like when Joseph, okay, he goes where? Shechem. Shechem means shoulder. Okay? Remember, the government is on his shoulder, right? That's kind of like a law place. Something's going to happen there. A big thing is going to happen in Shechem. But here's the problem. The place was named Shechem before he got there. It's not as if he got there and did one of these, and he called the place Shechem because the law of God was about to be exposed, right? That's what it was. When the two things splits and he goes into what? He was put in a pit that had no water. Could any water come from that pit? Apparently, it was a dry pit. It was dry ground. It was root out of dry ground. And root out of dry ground, right now, this fucking place is a desert, my friend. There is no water in this place that I can find anywhere. You want to know what water I'm looking for? Somebody who understands me. Somebody who understands me is the water I'm looking for, and we're in a desert. There's nothing here. We're all at each other's throats due to the promises of the book. Can't be defeated. Like I said, they can't be broken. I'll explain this one more time, and then we're going to go on. I got to talk about knowledge. We're down to the last 10 minutes here already. I want to keep it to a half an hour. 13 hours a day. Yeah, water found within. Living water is within you. I'm trying to show you how to tap it, okay? I'm trying to show you it's like all bottled up inside of us. Watch this. What is tragedy? Remember the guy that Jesus came upon? And what did he say? What's wrong with him? He's all jacked up. He must have sinned, or his parents sinned. Oh, God knew he was going to sin, and he even made him, blind before he even sinned. That's heavy duty. And Jesus is like, stop picking on the guy. He's here so that we can love him. He obviously can't walk with God. That's what his sin problem is. He can't see what we can see. Let's show him how to use his hands, right? For God. He can't hear what we're saying because he belongs to another master right now, right? I know who my master is, and there's only two. So if you are not for me, if you're against me, all I'm going to say is I'm not saying your master is evil. I'm saying we have identified something here. If you're against me and I'm not against you, but you're against me, that's a very interesting thing to me. I'm not against anybody. I can't be. It's we're fighting about a book, but that book is God. There is there is a God. He lives and creates his whatever he does through us. If you don't want to be part of the body, just identify yourself. We don't have to mark you, but just, everybody leave everybody else alone. You'll get it eventually, Walter. I was once like you. No, no. Oh, wow. Don't say it like that. I was once like you. That almost sounds like an insult. What the hell's going on down here? Look at I see fights starting before they start. Don't say that. I was once like you. What if Walter doesn't like you? What if Walter doesn't want to be like you? Now you just made him not as good as you or something. See? Don't separate yourself from somebody. It's more like you know, I don't know how to explain it, right? I struggled with this shit, and it's like something you can't give somebody. When Jesus said that it's your spirit that reveals it, it really is. It really is. If you can't, if and you can change your spirit, you can look upon people differently. You just got to consider what the hell they're going through, and it gets a lot easier if you understand this word because he has a rod and a staff, right? That rod is how he beats and bruises somebody that is what? Numbered amongst the transgressors, nobody to be esteemed. That suffering servant is a bad person. And they gave it to Jesus saying he's that's a sinner that figures it out and stands up for his own. I'm the suffering servant. Okay. God's handed me my ass so many times. I just have refused to ride it. And I don't know. Now he's threatening me with a colt, right? All right. Shotgun wedding. I'll do it. It's the end of the line. I get it now. I understand. And what do I stand under? His shadow. And that's why I do stand, because I understand. Understand? My buddy Texera used to say that. He was great, man. He would I love that guy, man. I know he turned out to be a great dad. He had to become the best dad ever. It's because we were crazy kids, right? But anyway, here we go. I love you, Tex. And he's not from Texas. He's actually Greek. He's a little fuzzy little guy, We were all about the right age. None of us were going to grow anymore. So he was a little on the shorter side, but he was a handsome dude, man. He had just nice jawline. He cleaned up really good, I used to take pictures of him because we were into photography, and I go, look how good you look, man. Send this to your mom. And he's like, I'm not. Hell, is your mom mad at you or something, or you got a problem? My mom would love to see me looking so good, Anyway, challenge accepted. Uh-oh. Bet I've sinned more than everyone in here. No, I got you guys. The wretched guy, Paul, the only thing I haven't done is probably killed somebody. That I haven't done. Not physically. Have I murdered somebody in my heart? Oh, wow. Let's see. Yeah. When I found out the sins that were committed against me when I was 8 years old, my mind blocked it for like 30 years. So when I was 38, maybe, I remembered. Was I 38? Yeah. I was 38 years old. I was probably 38, 39 years old. So there's the lame guy for 38 years. And then guess what happened? I could remember. And I remembered that you don't do those kinds of things to a kid. No kid. And I remembered that I was in the United States Marine Corps and I was trained to kill people, and I was going to go seek revenge against people that had done bad sexual things to me. And if you know anybody like that and I'm out of food, you can just bring them by. I'll eat them for you. You can just get the bones and whatever I can't consume, get rid of it. I'll eat that flesh for you. I'll cook it. Call me Jeffrey Dahmer. If I got to downgrade and eat that, whatever the hell that is, it would hurt a child. I guess I'll do that too then. Just no questions. Bring him to me. That's how I feel about it. You put that shit on me, like that's the kind of person I am. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. I like my wine aged a little bit, right? Has more more character. Or a child screaming and crying, you're torturing it. What the fuck is wrong with somebody like that? I'm proud. Here, this beer's for you. You who in prison who kill motherfuckers like that, thank you. Thank you for ridding the earth of something like that. And I'm sorry for whatever you got caught with. Maybe you needed something and nobody would give it to you, so you had to steal it instead. Sorry. If I would have had it, maybe you could ask me for it if you really needed it and I felt it wasn't to deprave or hurt you, I would have gave it to you. I can get angry about shit. I've had a shit life. And I was like, I'm going to do something really terrible. I had to think about it. And it's like I had to I'm like, what in the hell am I thinking here? You know what I mean? Didn't take long to think that. You know, it wasn't like I went for like weeks, started buying supplies. And no, if it takes you more than, 20, 30, 40 seconds, if you go more than a minute and you can't shake yourself out of something that stupid, you know what? I realized that I had been blessed with that many years of not even knowing it. Nothing. And then here it is presented to me. Now what do I do with it since I know what I should do? See? That's when you can be tested. That's when you can be tested. And I said, it was behind me and I had peace. I forgot about it. I'm going this way. Why am I going to grab what's behind me and bring it forward? Let God deal with that shit. Right? Let him do it. And I'm going to tell you something. In my wake with that kind of attitude, I've always been like, I don't do revenge. There are people that have struck at me and bad shit has happened to them. Don't think like, oh, yeah, what did you do? I didn't do shit. I don't give people heart attacks. I don't get people eaten by sharks when they get in the water. Okay? Natural means seem to be the way by which my God takes care of me. And so you want to play with death? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of death. I am death. We all are. Get off your horse. Sit on your ass. This is your kingdom. Have a beer. I want to talk about knowledge on this next hour, okay? Laugh out loud. Bet you think that's ICE agents or soldiers of God. No, no, no. ICE agents, no. If you spill blood, you're on the wrong side. No. if you're making that comment, who the hell said that shit? Karma is bullshit? Oh, yeah? Don't pay your bills. See who comes after you. Mess with somebody's wife. Karma will come after you. Mess with my kids. I will be karma. Just for you. Karma doesn't exist? No, 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 no. See? Karma exists through everybody else. That's where your karma comes from. You just don't know what it is. You are serving a God that you don't know. But your reverence is justified because that God still causes. That's me. And creates darkness. You decide if that's you. He makes peace. That's me. Or he creates evil. You decide if that's you. That's our God. Which father do you serve? Who's your daddy? Don't judge your fellow man. 10 commandments can't be broken. Will you honor your father and mother? Can you break that commandment? No, you can't. Because there's Father God and the father of lies. And you're going to honor one of those families by whatever works it is that you do. It just goes that way. It's very interesting. Your ego. I don't have an ego. Our flesh doesn't karma. All right. Anyway, I'm going to talk about knowledge and try to focus here. All right. Uh, hmm. So this morning, the first place I see knowledge, all right, and I've been blessed with a book that found its way to me. The book actually used to belong to the very first person whom I almost bought a house from in this town. Um, his name was Frank, and he was a good. He looked just like him. His face. All you had to do was give him the hair and the curls, whatever. But his eyes, his eyes had that, everything about him. He looked just like the Cowardly Lion. You just had to imagine him with the garb on. He had the face. If you know what it was, when you watch that, The Wizard of Oz, it does show those characters without all the, the fantasy stuff on them, right? So that was her uncle or something but he looked like that guy, like really, really like that guy. So this book is very nice because it has what's called a biblical cyclopedic index. And what it does is it will throw certain words in here and then give you a word study on everywhere it appears. So it's kind of almost like a concordance, but it breaks it out into I'm going to say this with, with a grain of salt. What they do say, hey, could you load up the comments with like relevant comments to what I'm talking about, please? I would appreciate that. Comments relevant to exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't have anything to say, please don't just fill it up with stuff. I appreciate you. I appreciate your participation. This is very serious here, okay? Somebody might ask me a single question and exactly for where I'm at and what I'm doing, and that's what we need, all right? So you can't save your fellow man if you tell him the truth. I just did. So try to hang with me, okay? So this thing uses this, like for instance, where it says knowledge, all right? It says kinds of knowledge. And the first one that I come across, it says, is natural knowledge, right? And what is natural knowledge? Okay, to me, natural knowledge is just like sex. That's what knowledge is. A man knows a woman, fruit is produced. Knowledge, therefore, is not about what's packed into your skull. It's actually an action. Knowledge is an action. Jesus actually said that. They perish for lack of knowledge. And now we run around saying, I know Jesus, I know Jesus. You don't know shit if you ain't doing shit. Okay? So it's like you have to, natural knowledge, common sense. Sure, it's built in because that's the result of us eating from this tree that we think was a bad thing to eat. You would have no common sense if you didn't have, if you didn't know what good and evil were individually and separately. How in the hell could you tell what was what? You would have no way. You would have no way to be able to, determine what it was, what was good, what's bad, what's what, right? So it's like it provides a contrast that can then give you some angle from which to have some appreciation. I want this, very good. I don't want that, right? And to me, I know sometimes I'll say that evil is very good because evil is is like a stem cell. It doesn't have any rules, but it's very dangerous because it can be used to make evil instead of evil used for good, like Joseph saw it. So when God says good and very good, evil and good have to be plugged into either of those sides, and only one or the other, and only one way, either way, right? So is very good evil because evil can be used for many other things and that's good? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that evil is good. And once the evil is all used up to make good, then it's very good. And then that's the final day. That's the final day. All right. That's what we're shooting for. So this is natural knowledge. That's in Matthew 24:32. So I'm going to head over there and read that. We got snow here again. You know, this is what drives me crazy. Like 2 inches of freaking snow falls, right? 2 inches. And then these giant big ass trucks drive around and collect up every bit of it so they can jam it all off to one side and create a guardrail and blocking your driveway. It's like just go out there with your 2 inches of snow and drop a little bit of salt or something, right? Yeah, why? You don't want to do that because the salt costs money, but it also tears up the environment as well. But it's like, I don't know. For some reason, we moving around and shit is just too, I don't know. It's too much emphasis is placed upon it. We waste too much money on it. Just burning up fuel to go here and there. You should be able to talk to somebody and do it in this manner, but the problem is I'm using a spirit to speak to you right now. Do you realize that? I'm using something invisible that I am commanding an invisible medium to speak to you. The spirit of whatever this is at my command. What happens if there's evil spirits trying to invade that space? Welcome to hacking. So Matthew 24:32. And we get, now learn this from the fig tree. It's telling you to act like a fig tree. And because it says to know, it's telling you to do something. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out. When did the leaves come out to the fig tree? After they sinned, right? Okay. You know that summer is near. So the fire is coming. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near. It's a call to do something. Even so, when you see it, all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. I tell you the truth. This generation will certainly not pass until all these things have happened. Why does he, when he talks about a generation, don't think about a period of time with people living in it. That is not God's generation. God's generation is like a machine. He puts the seed in the soil starts to, surrounds the seed. If the soil is fertilized and has good, nutrients and elements inside of it, the seed is watered by the word. If the light isn't too harsh, if the water's good, the seed starts to grow. That is a generation that he's referring to, not my dad and your dad. When you start looking at it like that, you're going to mess up the prophecies. Because when it says he turns the hearts back to the fathers, it's talking about the good father, evil father, so that the children understand the fathers, that there's a good father and an evil father. If you don't know that, then just go get out of here, man. Go somewhere else. If you're understanding that you in this channel, if you can grasp the idea that this word is at the root source of all our problems in this world, then yeah, we need to talk, okay? You need to know. They perish for lack of knowledge is saying we perish because we don't do, all right? So let's hit the next one. That was natural knowledge. Now this one says deceptive and sinful knowledge are actually in Genesis 3:5 and 7. Okay, 3:5 and 7. So this is deceptive and sinful. So let's see what it says. Genesis 3. That's the fall, right? Ah, this is great. What does it say? You're thinking this is deceptive knowledge? Watch what they just said in that study Bible about this passage about the knowledge being deceptive. You ready? Remember, God won't even let us lie. And they called it, but watch. You ready? For God knows. So how if God knows when you eat of it, what happens? When you eat of it, then the Lord can know you. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? For God knows. In other words, he did it. He knows he did it. He knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened. Now, does that mean he knows like he caught you? Or does it mean he knows, he controls you that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened? When you eat of it, this scroll, does it make your belly bitter? Not mine. Not mine. You want to know what this does to me? Out of the eater, something sweet. Out of the eater, something to eat. Remember how you were told to eat Jesus? Well, guess what? I ate Jesus, and now I'm trying to give you something sweet. It's break time. I need a break. I don't need to hear you. I hear the Holy Spirit. Wait, what's going on? I mean, Michael, are you talking to me? Humans already rejected me. Well, what the hell are you? What do you mean humans rejected you? Or you mean humans? What? Ay. This is a difficult ministry. The classroom is a wreck. They're all throwing shit at each other. It's a virtual pie fight. I'm going to let them hang out and beat the hell out of each other for a little bit. And what I'm going to do instead is we have undertaken the dangerous, and what we've decided is let's see, where are we at? 8:39. Do we? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh. Um, yeah, hang on. I'll make some noise for you. Okay?
Children in my arms, and I look into their adorable Cupid-like faces, and I remind myself each one is a little sinner. As a grandfather, I find it hard to believe until we babysit. And then I know each one has his or her own strong will. Behind that adorable face and that precious life is a nature
Devil
that has gone estranged from the womb from which they were born.
From the womb.
We all
can't return naked if you mess it up. Don't forget that.
All committed it. Fact number 2. God is grieved, but never surprised or shocked by our disobedience. God is grieved, but he's never surprised or shocked by our disobedience. Same book, Psalm 103, this time, go a little further into a great psalm of David, and aren't we grateful for his pen? Aren't we thankful he didn't stop writing, though he had failed God horribly in the most scandalous kind of sin of his day? Psalm 103, he knew whereof he wrote when he said this in verse 12 through verse 14. So far as the east is from the west, as far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us. Just as a father has compassion on his children, so the Lord has compassion on those who fear him. For he himself, that's God the Father, knows our frame. He is mindful that we are but dust. When he holds us in his arms and looks into our faces and sees our tears of repentance, regret, sadness, and sorrow, he understands. He sees behind the beauty of our gifts and of our lives, and he acknowledges the sins. He hears our confessions. And without once winking at our sins or passing them off glibly, he understands our frame. He remembers we are mere dust. I've often thought of the contrast there is in gifted, great lives. We hear beautiful music from talented and capable people who study for years and can play such soothing melodies or sing as well. And it's easy to forget that within those very same lives rest the same sewage of depravity. And pouring forth from any one of those gifted lives can come the most heinous crimes and acts of passion. In fact, the very night when we are moved in ecstasy and worship with their songs, that same night, the same musicians can be caught in the worst kind of scandalous sins. God understands that. He is grieved, but he is never shocked, and he's never surprised. When I read this passage of our Father here, who has compassion on his children, I thought of that great section out of Hebrews 12. Will you turn there, Hebrews 12 and verse 5 through verse 11? Just a little further word from Scripture on God's dealing with us through an understanding. Hebrews 12 and verse 5. You have forgotten the exhortation which is addressed to you as sons. My son, do not regard lightly the discipline of the Lord, nor faint when you are reproved by him. Now watch this. This is the reason you don't regard it lightly. For, or because, those whom the Lord loves, he disciplines, and he scourges every son whom he receives. It is for discipline that you endure. God deals with you as with sons. For what son is there whom his father does not discipline? But if you are without discipline, of which all have become partakers, then you are illegitimate children and not sons. In other words, the mark of a true father with a true son, the mark of love, is that there must be discipline at times. Disobedience brings it to pass or necessitates it. We had earthly fathers to discipline us, and we respected them. Shall we not much rather be subject to the Father of spirits and live? For they disciplined us for a short time, as seemed best to them. But he disciplines us for our good, that we may share his holiness.
Did you just hear what he
The
said?
discipline of God's heavy hand upon us. Who doesn't?
Did you hear what he just said? I don't even know where that verse was. I caught it at the last second. We have been disciplined by them, the spirits that kick your ass. The evil is used for the day of judgment. The wicked are reserved for the day of judgment. Are you a wicked person? Are you a wicked person? That's what you got to ask yourself. Am I being used for judgment? We all get tested. Every last one of us. Don't. Are you a teacher? Do you have a right to judge somebody for how they did on their test? What did Jesus say? Teachers are judged more harshly, right? Everything he taught is solid. All right. Everything he taught is solid. All right. So we're going to go to Genesis 3, 5, and 7. And I was probably there, but it's like just mind blowing me. Okay. So 3. So it says, for God knows that. So God knows that doesn't mean God knows what you did. Well, see, he does know what you did. It doesn't mean that he's aware of this specific event. He knows like that. What it's saying, he knows. He produces the fruit. He produces the fruit. So we're going to turn that word knows into produces the fruit. For God produces the fruit that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened. Okay? And you will be like God, knowing good and evil. That's the problem. See, he knows and he produces the fruit. If we know good and evil, we have become like God. All right? So can you see the danger? So then what happens? Are we really kicked out of a paradise, or do we destroy our own paradise because we don't know what we're doing? Shake your head like that. Oh, man. This is like, oh, God, help me, please. And it's so funny. I said it this morning. I cried. I said, get me out of here. And I said, I can't go unless they can go too. Because they don't know. They don't know what they're doing. I didn't know what I was doing. Now that I know, and now that I can see, I know what it means for you to say, if you say you can see, then you can't see. You think you can see because you think of the tree, but you can't see shit. You don't know what evil is. I feel like I'm the damn devil trying to teach you about something that you ate that think you screwed things up. And it's like, no, I think the concept of what is what got screwed up here or something. We don't know what we're doing, right? All right. Man, this is very hard, man. When the woman saw, now, remember how the woman saw that the fruit was whatever? She took notice of it, right? When does the Lord speak to you? When you take notice of it. But the Lord is not supposed to, the woman is not supposed to, that Lord, that spirit is not supposed to go to the woman. Okay? That's going into the daughters of man. Eve would have been like the first daughter of man because she came from the man. She was taken out of man, right? Like kids are taken out of a woman. She's the daughter of man. If that spirit goes into the woman, yeah, us, the giants. We don't understand this thing. This is like the biggest screw up ever, man. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for obtaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. And she says nothing bad about it. So you can't, the way this is written, that woman did absolutely nothing wrong. It's good for this, good for that, good. She didn't say it's good, but I was told not to eat it. It's like she's getting a second opinion of the thing. And that's what God does. You get hit twice, you kind of get a second chance on everything. Even Dagon got a second chance. But Dagon is a god. So when Dagon was worshiping before the ark, That was fine. But if you stand Dagon up, no, I'm the God of all gods. That gold and silver is mine. Off with your head, off with your hands. And your feet are going to be stuck right at the door. You ain't even coming in here. You can stand right on the line. But this temple belongs to me, not you. I am the God of gods. That's what God would have said. That's what the Lord was saying to Dagon when he was worshiping before the ark. So let's see. And then in 7, then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked. Now, where does knowing come in there? What are they talking about? Sinful knowledge is supposed to be in 3:7? Where? Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked. So listen to what they said. Now, this book. This book is saying that it's bad that we knew that, but watch what they inadvertently did. They told the truth. They said this was sinful knowledge. So they're saying it's sinful to realize that you're naked. So they sewed fig leaves and whatever. And that is what it's talking about. When they sewed fig leaves, that ties back to what Jesus was talking about. You are that tree. You know when you're ready to sin. Are you going to need some leaves, right, for yourself? So the next one is personal knowledge. This should be good. This is Joshua 24:31. That's important because 31 is the Proverbs 31, ladies, that's about the Torah, okay? But the woman to the man, you represent that to him. You're his knowledge. Because women just bring everything to you. Sometimes they bring crazy ideas. Don't do the crazy things that your wife tells you to do. Yeah. When it comes down to listening to your wife, be careful on the things that you listen about, right? If she ever tells you to not to curse God and die, yeah, never curse God. Yeah, don't ever do that. It comes back in the other way. So personal in Joshua 24. I know that if not by the Spirit, then whoever did break the Bible into its, like when it was translated, I'll tell you something about the translators or about the Spirit of God. Somehow they were able to create a pattern in the numbering that's found in the verse structure. So like if you look at all the verses that are like 2:12, like the boiling point of water, they're very impactful, crushing moments within this theology. All right. And I just, this is God to me. Okay. I shouldn't be beating on it, but I respect this. Okay. In here, yeah. If you follow those patterns and those things like that, you're going to notice, you should notice like things are grouped and tied together in weird ways, even by how they broke the verse numbers apart. One of the weirdest verses in here is John 6:66. 666, right? You know what that verse says? And many of his disciples, and from this time, many of his disciples followed him no more. Kind of weird, right? But if you look at the verses that are 2:12, the one that sticks out to me is what happens with Moses. Moses, what happens in Genesis 2:12? I didn't think about that one. In Exodus 2:12, that's where Moses kills the Egyptian and buries his body in the sand. What's this one? 2:12. 2:12 in Genesis is, all it says is The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are there also. Gold resin. What are some of the other ones? What's Numbers 2:12? Oh, Simeon. The tribe of Simeon will camp next to them. The leader of the people of Simeon is Shelumiel. Sounds like something a woman might do. Son of Zurishaddai. His division number is 50,000, 9,000, and 300. You don't group those numbers together. You got to see those individually. 5,000 means something. 9,000 is like 3 times 3. It's a building. This is a building block. This guy was very powerful. He's an agent of change because of that number that goes with his division. Okay? It's almost a 60,000. He's what? 700 short. All right? He's sitting on the cusp. That's something's going to happen with this guy. If I look this person up, if I was to take this and go, who is that? The tribe of Simeon. Now, Simeon right off the bat is not good because Simeon means like a drunkard or a stumbler, I think. It's Simeon. S-I-M, Simeon. Oh, wow. Oh, I opened it right to the page. Pow. All right. Or did I? Oh, no. No. I needed to go one more. All right, Simeon. Stumbler or something like that, I think it means. Simeon means hearing. Okay. That's an 895, 8095 in the Hebrew, but let's go look at the rest of it and see what the roots are. So these word studies, when you start doing this, that's why I can't read, is because when I see one word, the names and things like that, dude, it's like we're missing something. From hearing, one of Jacob's sons. Well, actually, it's from 8085. So let's go back to the root, and this is where you'll get something here, okay? So to hear intelligently. What happens if you don't? Often with implying of intention, obedience, and so on, right? Simeon is what Peter was. So like when he calls him Simon Peter, he's saying you're listening, Peter. Can you see why he calls him? It's not just a name. He's saying you are hearing. You're hearing Simon Peter. Or if he says Simon, son of Jonah, we think that means that Peter's dad name was Jonah. No, he's saying Peter as being a son of the Spirit. The Spirit has revealed that to you. Like Jesus adds things specifically to iterate the idea of what the Spirit does. Like when he's talking about David, when David, speaking in the Spirit, said, right? There's a reason why he said that, speaking in the Spirit. There's the outside and there's the inside. I'm trying to teach you about the inside. Chris seems mad, but I'm not mad. I love you guys. I'm frustrated. I shouldn't be out here doing this for 6 years. I've destroyed my life trying to show people the truth, and I can't shut up about it. I can't. It would be the wrong thing to do. If God doesn't bless me, then I guess the place is just, I'm not needed and the place can be destroyed or whatever. I don't count. I don't get it, man. I got passion for you, man. You guys are, I cried this morning. It's like, I want to get out of here. And then I think about, I can't leave anybody. You don't leave people behind, man. It's funny. I've had some of my best friends tell me shit like, "Don't forget about me, man. Don't forget about me." And I'm like, "I'll never forget about you. What the hell are you talking about?" And now try to talk to them. It's like, "I never knew you were Italian. All I hear is, forget about it." I hear nothing. Load up voicemails, call, scream, "Dudes, I found something. You guys know me. You know me my whole life. Just let me show you this fucking thing." No, go away. You ain't good enough to give it. Okay, here's to you then, all my friends. Do you want to know what the holes are that are in your hands? It isn't about being crucified. It's like I was trying to give you gifts and there was nothing there. They were just falling out. It's like a change purse with a, you know, like trying to give somebody water to drink and it's just shit pouring right from their hands, right? I don't know. Everything isn't about killing Jesus. That was a wrong, very bad thing we did. Being pierced for somebody's transgressions, I'm pierced to the heart, man. I can see what the hell's going on out there and I can explain our problem. You got to remove yourself from it, you know. He loves us all and he puts that love in you. You just got to, let it go back out in the other direction. If you hold it inside, how loved do you feel? That's what it really is. I feel love because I'm not going to say I don't deserve to be loved because that would be a wrong thing to say. I understand what I did wrong now. I understand why the things that I have done wrong in the past. Now is if this is terrible, this is about the extent of it, man. If having a beer is like going to send me to hell, well, I don't know. Whoo. I'm going to say you have no idea. Well, I don't see that kind of a God. So, boy, yeah. Uh, and if I have to be perfect, then I guess I've screwed up. But I wouldn't put that on anybody. That just doesn't seem fair. That's not a parent anymore, right? And I mean, I've had some of the worst beatings at the hands of my parent, depending on who that was at the time. Me either, man. I don't want to be a disappointment. I want them to say good, faithful, I want them to go, I want to get there and find out like I'm the last person in. And everybody's waiting for me and they're like, everybody was mad at Adam because it got screwed up. And it's like, I would just say, dude, she ate the apple. I had to eat it too. If she was going to die, I didn't know what evil is. I didn't know what death was. I knew I shouldn't eat it. But if she was going to die and she was going somewhere, that's half of me. I got to go too. Where you go, I will go. Where you live, I will live. Where you serve, I will serve. Where you die, I will die. Your God will be my God, and we will be his people. That's you and your woman. What? The land of the juice. What time is it over there? I love you too, man. Having a beer isn't bad. Abusing alcohol is. Then maybe someone needs help. I do need help. Get me any theologian, pastor, preacher, pope, somebody that I can explain why this problem that I found in the Bible has caused me to drink because nobody will listen to me. Okay, am I not a person that counts too? Can anybody hear me? I'm getting responses. Are you a chatbot? People ask me if I'm AI. It's like, are you shitting me? I'm not AI. Listening ain't helping. I don't want a follower. I don't want to pull Jesus 2.0, okay? I don't need a following of people that go, wow, he really knows what God's saying. I don't need that. No. This is something that you take to leaders, the people that got it all screwed up, and you go, can we like talk about this for a minute? Can I please approach you? Yesterday, I went to the church that I helped build. I can't go on the property because I'll be arrested for trespassing. But I'm like trying to encourage this pastor to give me a chance. Like I'm giving him job applications now. I said, look, I built this church. Your name is Simon Peter. Oddly, you've rejected me a bunch of times. I think maybe God's trying to give us a message here. Can we like do what Christians are supposed to do and talk about it? Well, he's on the street. He's got a pastor there. I don't know, man. He never says. There's things he doesn't say about Jesus that are creepily weird. Like never says in Jesus' name or kind of thing when he prays, right? And I mean, I don't know. Anyway, that's his thing. It's how he prays. But he's out there, and I go and I go here, and he goes, he takes it, and he goes, "What's this?" I go, "It's a job application." I go, "It's a sermon I wrote." I go, "It's pretty cool. You'll like it." And he goes, "Well, I'll look at it later." And he folds it up. He folds it up like he doesn't care about it and stuffs it in his pocket. And I bring it in nice in an envelope, right? So right away he disrespects me and crumbles it up pretty much and throws it in his pocket. And I go, and he goes, "I'll read it later." And I go, "No." I go, "You can read it now." I go, "These guys would love to hear this thing. It's really good." And then the kid was sitting there. He had I don't know, he was young and he had a powerful looking face, man. You know what he looked like? If you've ever seen, he had a square jaw. Oh, this kid's gonna look like he's gonna grow up looking like. You can see it in his face, man. He's probably all of maybe 15, but you can see he's going to be a powerful man. He's got that jawline and shit, right? Well, that poor kid, his foot was broken, and that's what I noticed. And I was like, oh wow. So that was my comment to him. I go, woo. I go, I hope you, I hope you, had fun in football or something. I figure he's probably sports, right? And then all of a sudden he turns, he's like, "Get out of here." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "These are children." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. I only see one child here besides myself. I see like, two men and a baby, And I didn't say that, but it's like he runs me off as if I'm some kind of a freaking threat or bad guy. And it's like, I don't know who to tell what I found here. Nobody seems to care. If you go to the religious leaders, they'll have you arrested. Yeah. Uh-huh. Isn't that great? I'm like fulfilling prophecy. It's like all happening all over again. It's great. I think it's bullshit. I want to fucking fix this thing and nobody will hear me out. Or at least tell you how you're cutting your own throat, okay? I can't really, I want to do my part towards helping to fix it, but it ain't on me. We have to do the work. All of us, right? All of us. This ain't no Jesus showing up and magic wand wave and everybody loves each other. No, I'm sorry, my friend. If you believe bullshit like that, you have transcended reality. Okay? Get your feet back on the planet and think about what that man taught. He said works and ready. And it's like 2,000 years of rotting fruit and death and destruction. All these crusades and wars. I couldn't believe it. I just read a paper that I had from 1982, right before I returned. And because I couldn't find work like I can't now, you know what happened? I signed up for war. You want to know where that war was? Lebanon. Henry, what do you got? I hear a rooster crowing. I'm trying to give you some cedars that you can build with. If you will not take my wood and my fire, you can build your own and you can find your own sacrifice. All right? If you're willing to take my cedars, I can show you how you can build with them, not go for destruction. Sound like a plan? What do you think? Let the Chris man know. All right, the Chris man. You know what it was? I was watching Home Improvement, and Tim Taylor's kid. He had a kid, Russell, I think it was, and he did this thing that was really funny. He was getting the age where he's gonna start dating, right? And he was cleaning himself up, and I don't know. He's probably doing the cologne gig, right? Were you a cologne kid? You thought that was what made you powerful and accessible? You know, did that make you, number nine? That's my number. 999 is my number. That's the date I was called or saved. That's my circumcision date. I have it written down in here actually. See, I started my walk of faith on 919. That was when I was born, and then 8 days later would have been 999. And where did I write that in here? Somewhere in here. Oh yeah. Oh, it's in really bad shape. 919. That's an important date I found afterwards. That was, I don't know, a lot of you want to know when we started studying the Mayan stuff after 2012 went by and nothing happened. And I was kind of like, yeah, I knew it was going to be a bunch of crap. And then I started, there's more information out there to find. And I found out that 999, the date I was circumcised, technically in the spirit then it would be that's actually the start date of the last sacred cycle as per the Mayans. That was the last sacred cycle to 2012, was between 999 and 12/21/12. And all that happened on 12/21/12 for me is that was my first wife's birthday, and it just so happened to be my second wife's birthday. But then when I got to my third wife, her birthday was the day before my first wife became my first wife. And I'm glad, because my third wife will be my last wife, I think. They don't make them like that. Ugh. I've had a rough ride, guys, man. I don't hold any judgment. God will give you exactly what you need to see, and so you can figure it out. I have confidence. But again, when you see that word means what? Hearing and obediently following, Simon, it means more than that when he says Simon Peter. He's referring to you're intently listening, Peter. It's not like doubling up on a name. These names occur with name changes because they indicate something in your character that is now different. God, or maybe God has to use you in a different way because of something you did, right? You did something wrong, and now He's got to use you in an absolutely wrong, different way, right? Um, that could be as far as maybe even going from Christ to Antichrist, because the only difference between Christ and Antichrist is the spirit that's within you. We as human beings, that spirit of life, the breath of life, whatever you want to call it, your soul, it either serves God, it's either for or against. So it's Christ or Antichrist. All of us. It's sheeps and goats everywhere. But I don't go out there and right. You don't go out and start causing all kinds of trouble just because, I mean, I realize that, I mean, this is how I feel about what I am, or, I live in the fallen world. Okay. When we fell from the garden, this became the hell. Heaven is whatever it is we think, wherever we can get there, right? And that makes me a devil. And so now when I consider how Jesus was teaching, I can hear some of the things that he would say, and they're not so offensive. If I can just say that, well, in the story, that's where I appear. I have no, when it gets into judging the potter and everything, that's kind of like I have. How do I blame my parents for being born here, or anybody? Right? The forefathers and everybody are who they are. But here we are, the many. We're the many. Do you realize that? We're the many. It sucks, doesn't it? It's like, no, no. Drat and double drat. So comfortable with slander. Slander's terrible. Um, I know what I am. And I know that, it's like I sit over here and say, why me? I'm just, away from me, Lord, right? And he says, no, you get it. You know you're not better than everybody else. It's all just as, uh, uh, well, like I said, Joshua 24, right? 24:31. 31, Proverbs 31 refers to the Torah. That's why she has a vineyard and arms and hands. She's like the female representative working for God. That's the Torah working for you. If you do what she says, right? Yeah, we drifted into looking at other numbers 2:12, but let's look at Joshua 24:31. Where is that one? And right now, Netanyahu is doing Samson. Joshua 24:31. Lord. That's it. Only Israel can serve the Lord. Only Israel. That's not a person. That's a name of a person. That's a particular kind of person. When it says, only Israel have I known, well, is that all that God knows? Is that all that the Lord knows? It's what it's saying is when the Lord is all knowing, if there was a way to take knowing and cut it into 4 spirits, 7 spirits, like he knows like this and he knows like that, you'd get 4 of them, and some would go north and give him comfort, others would be headed off into death, and doesn't matter. Some are just being born. But these spirits, the knowing, they cause you to do what you do. So when it says, exactly that, uh, Israel served the Lord, everything serves the Lord. All things. But Israel, that's important. Throughout the lifetime of Joshua, and so that's like his spirit that was within him, and of the elders who outlived him and who had experience. How do you experience everything the Lord had done? You do. when somebody says, "Can you know the Lord?" I just sit here and go, "Do you do what he says to do?" If you do, then he knows. How do you think you do that? He's knowing you. He's causing you to do that. Can you know the Lord? Yes. Can you know the mind of the Lord? As much as you are willing to do. You know, experienced everything the Lord had done. What Lord? Does that say Adonai? Because Adonai is the Lord that's inside of you. I hope you know that. That's the Lord that's inside of you. That's the Lord. When the Lord says to my Lord, he's talking to what's inside of me, telling me what to do. Whether or not I decide to do it is up to me. Hey, you too, man. I love you much. If you're taking off, showing patient. I don't have any patient. Are you kidding me? I come out here like a maniac with this thing. It's like I'm creating more paper cuts than like Godzilla. Uh, um, yeah, I am having a Jonah moment. I really am. I want to just jump in my car and just drive away. You know, I'll turn everything off, unplug whatever I think, might be problematic or something, and just go, oh, I just got to go. I don't know where I'm running to, but I totally feel that like Pilgrim's Progress. He wanted to run, but he didn't know which way to go. And why? Because of what he read in his book. Maybe I'm Bunyan. Maybe I don't have the anoint. Maybe my anointing is actually Bunyan, because Bunyan was a badass. John Bunyan, when he talked about they locked him up because they didn't like his preaching. Do you know that? They didn't like what he was preaching. And you know what happened? They threw him in a jail cell. And one night they went in there. They were coming into the prison, right? And they're like, the frick is, where's that music coming from? They go to his cell. He busted off one of the legs off of the stool. And then, I don't know, probably jamming it on bed springs or figuring out, everything's a tool, right? You got to figure out how to use it. Well, he ended up making himself a flute out of this thing. And he's in there in prison, praising the Lord, jamming out, right? Ay, ay, ay. I've realized that I've been in a prison my whole life. My whole life I've been in a prison. And I didn't know it because I thought that there was a war in here between good and evil, not God going, okay, think of this. He gives you the desires of your heart, right? If you ask for it, it's not temptation. That's what it means not to test the Lord. So if you ask for evil, he gives it to you. He hopes that you'll learn from it, right? Sin is crouching at your door, but you must master over it. You did. You asked for it. It must obey you now. Its desire is for you. So it will help you in the long run. Its desire is for you. But like, cocaine monkey on Grace Monkey or whatever you want to call it, Grace Monkey. I can do what I want. Jesus did everything. What is this thing flying here? It's a feather. It's a piece of down. I wear down, stuff with feathers to stay warm. It's they don't make too much of that stuff anymore. Somebody liked it and they're like, wow, that's really nice. And it's like, yeah. And now it's all plastic and shit inside there. We can't reuse the duck feathers as we could. They have disease problems and whatever. You know what? Switch your damn pillow out every once in a while. Wash the thing, clean it, or don't, or whatever the hell, right? It's like we don't need to make plastic and junk. There's so much shit everywhere that we just turn our noses up at. It's a pity. It's a pity. There used to be a commercial that it was just awful to watch now. It was talking about pollution. And it showed this Native American and he was dressed up. He was the real deal, man. I'm sorry, but you can tell by people's facial structures, right? There's certain characteristics that go along with the person's race, their genetics, right? And so I'm looking at this guy and He's got on, headdress and whatever, and he's in a canoe and he's paddling along, and he's coming from what looks like it's nice, and then all of a sudden they start showing what he's paddling through, and it's like, here's a can floating in the water, here's some junk, a milk carton. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. It looks like shit. And the further he goes, the worse it gets. And then all of a sudden they show him standing on the edge. It's going to make me cry. It's terrible. We treated these people of this land very, very bad. Very badly. We're being judged because of it. See, we set a time clock. In 1620, we set a 400-year clock. And what we did was we put a hook in our jaw because we made promises, right? We wrote promises down, how we would do, what we would do, how we would treat the people, honor God. What does the Mayflower Compact say? I should find that thing. It'd be good to read. Interesting, right? We're being judged by the Jews. No, you're being judged by a book. You can't break this thing. But if you want to say you're being judged by the Jews, I would say, if I had to say something without being anti-Semitic, I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic. I can't be against them because I'm Jewish, okay? So I'll put it from this perspective. The oracles that I, as a Jew, had been entrusted with, and my forefathers and everybody else, we misread these. We misread these, and they've been misused. I should be a blessing to you, not a curse. I should be a blessing to you. And in not being a blessing, I deserve all the shit, hail of everything that my Lord allows to be brought upon me. I'm supposed to be a blessing to you. That's what I'm chosen for, to be a servant to you. It's like if I had to go Jesus about this whole land thing, I would be going like this. If you were really sons of Abraham, you would have let his nephew decide which part of the land he wanted to live in, that there'd be peace, instead of destroying the land while the herders, the flocks, were fighting amongst each other, right? Yeah. All this stuff is built in here. It's just in here. You got to appreciate it. If you won't read it and take it for what it is, all I'll say is, look, man, I'm not for you or your enemies, okay? I'm not for you or your enemies. I'm just here to tell you, God wins, okay? That's all. Don't shoot the messenger. But do hear me out. I'll have a King James Bible written. Well, are you anti-Semitic or something? Yeah, don't write that stuff in here because I got to kick you out, man. You know that's a bad thing to say, that Jew word. It's kind of negative. So can you stop saying that? Say Jewish people or something, right? This guy is a bumbling idiot, knows nothing about history or correct knowledge. Huh. I don't know. I seem to be a person of peace, and you're in here stirring up all kinds of shit. I know who your father is. Did you know that the son always does what he sees his father doing? What are you doing, destroyer? What are you accusing me of? Huh? I see who your father is. What a bitch, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. I'll see you later, buddy. Have a good day, Mr. Smith. Are you an agent? I love these people. All of them, Lord. Please let me teach them how to walk rightly. Yeah, Abrahamic religions. That's the 3 ribs in the mouth of the bear. Hi. Oh, look, my hand is even raised on one side. All right. All right. You got to go. I'm sorry, man. See you later, buddy. We don't do hate on this channel, all right? There's enough out there. Go watch the news or something. See, when Jesus said, like, let the dead bury the dead, that's what I see you as. You're already dead because I see what comes out of your mouth, death and destruction. That's what's coming out of you. Okay? So just go. You tell me what history is correct and you pick and choose, okay? Who's good enough for our God to love. He loves you too, though. He uses the wicked for the day of judgment. You know that, right? The wicked are reserved for the day of judgment. So thanks for doing your part. Here's to you. This portion of the broadcast brought to you by ice. Ice. This type of ice is from the King of the North, our wonderful enemies in Canada. Molson Ice, the kind that doesn't kill. Haters. Haters. What's up? What do you want for Christmas? Did you know Santa's actually a Jewish creation? He was invented by a Jewish guy. Yeah, if you yeah, there's a guy, Ash Mays. He's really smart. And yeah. Go give him a hug or something, man. He lost a friend. I guess he lost a good friend here recently, so that definitely sucks. So, but yeah, he's a good guy, and he's just jam packed full of information, and he's another peacemaker, is what he is. He knows what Jesus did. So anyway, worshiping Moses instead, not me, man. I worship my Lord. Uh, I give him a place to dwell, an altar of earth, right here, his footstool. I like it that way. I'm okay with it. You'll benefit from it if I do the right things. So, and that's to not, you know, I think it's live at peace with all men so far as it concerns you. So, yeah, carry on, brother or sister, whoever you are. I don't want to say whatever you are, but the earth has kind of been reduced to that these days. It's like I've seen literally a wolf, but they're out there. Oh, well, yeah. I have the I try to manage like hate and just, just rephrase it or something, and that sucks then because like yeah, you have to be copy pasting out of old messages, shit like that. They try to shit can it, but what you can do is if you can lock it in, you got to keep your hooks in and out. So you stop them from doing that. But um, yeah. Anyway, so knowledge. Let's see. Joshua 24:31. So Israel served the Lord. Only Israel can serve the Lord. Jacob got that name Israel for a very specific reason. He went all night long, hit the river, hit the new day. He needs a new name change because he would not let go until he was blessed. Are you willing to hang on to God like that? That's what I do because it's all I got. It's all I got. So Israel served the Lord throughout the lifetime of Joshua and of the elders who outlived him and who had experienced everything the Lord had done for Israel. And it's like when the Lord does it for you, he just stirs you up so that you can, through your strength, right? We're the body. That's how he does what he does, even in judgment or whatever, right? All right, so that's Joshua 31 or 24:31. Practical knowledge. That's Exodus 36. That's 3:12s. So right in Exodus 36:1. Like, for instance, if you want to find the 10 Commandments, there were two sets of commandments. A test is 40. The commandments first appear in Exodus 20 because it's like a half. The first set of commandments were written on both sides. The second ones were not. The first set were written by the finger of Elohim. The second were made with Moses and Yahweh. Yeah, there's two stories kind of twisting through this thing. If you're unwilling to separate them, like I'm trying to show you, we just go on for another, I don't know how long, 1,000 years maybe we get. Then he said to Moses, well, no, that's the covenant confirmed. 30, and that's on 24. That's all elders. 24. When it talks about in Revelation the 24 elders surrounding the throne, 24 hours of day, 24 books of the Bible, 24 of Abraham's grandsons. When all those are appeased, holy, holy, holy. 36. What a wreckage this thing is. Why did they do that? All right. I don't like the way this wound up looking in this Bible. It's like all jammed up, and then the verse 36 is like all in the middle of everything. It just says, it starts out with the word so. So, Bezalel, Ohio, what? Oh, holy. Oholiab. That to me almost sounds like oh holy father, right? And what's Biza Bezalel? Oh, that just seems like I'm looking at good and bad here at the same time for some reason. That looks like I'm looking at this. You ready? This is kind of mind blowing. You ready? You know whose name that is? That's Rachel in Hebrew. What do you see? Ra is evil and El is God. Pick up your cross and follow me. The woman counts. But this is weird. Yeah, let me see what these names mean. Bezalel? 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 B? Blasphemeth. That's Bezalel. That one is the longer version of it, it looks like. Or is that... Oh, they got it spelled different. Bezalel. It means protection of God. Oh, yeah. You think so, huh? And the number, oh, this is great. I won't forget this one. The Strong's number is 1212. 1212 is the Strong numbers where you find 36 in the protection of God. Dude, that's your rod and your staff comfort me. That could be a ass whooping ready to happen. Who's Oh Holy Ab? That like I said, see, I read this thing and I see these names and it's like, all right, is there a joke being played on us or something, man? Why has nobody ever seen this? Oh yeah. OH. um, actually, you know what? Let me go look at 212 in the Hebrew first. 1212. 1212. Because this is where it is, man. We transitioned from Hebrew into madness. We broke it. It doesn't work that way. 1212. Where are you at? There went 1313. What's 1313? Fragrance. Bosom. 1212 is the shadow. Probably from 6738 and 410 in the shadow of protection from in the darkness. Nice. And what's Oh Holy Ab guy? Oh, remember he's in the darkness too. Oh, not there. OHO. They don't tell you it. I don't have it. So this is the Strong's, and that name is not even showing up. Oh Holy Ab. What is that? I found another hole. Sorry. If you're going to hide the names from me, I can't help you. Oh, Holy Ab, huh? Oh, 08. Right? What the? OHO. OLD. OI. OF. OF. OG. OH. OHE. OI. Okay. So I got a OH means whether, if, or what. OH means literally, it's almost like another way to say, oh boy. And then Oliab. Let me see if Oliab is available. Ab is father. If I can find Oli, and that's olive, right? Old, oldness, olive. No Oli. What is this? That's called the NIV. Right? Watch. Where was I? Exodus 36:1. It's like, how the hell can you figure something out when it's all just chopped to pieces like this? Okay, so this guy is, it's a holy ah. Now, is that an ab or a ah? You got to be kidding me. They changed a brother into a father between this shit? You got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my God. You wonder why I want to run away from this? Forget it, man. Holy shit. You got to be kidding me. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry for having my moments. It's why I'm on here for hours and hours and hours. I'm like, guys, ab, ah, are you kidding me? Is that a B or an A? Please tell me that's a B and I just can't see it right. It can't be an H. It is a B. Oh, the bottom is. Sorry. I'm going, that can't be. You just changed a father into brother if you change ab to ah. Sorry for my moment. My eyes are failing. My voice is failing. My finances are failing. Help, help. Ding, ding, ding. Help, help. Yes, we're on fire. Help. Dipshits. I'm going to laugh as I'm destroyed. I'm sorry. Though he may slay me, yet I will trust in him. And you guys are helping. Thank you so much. Um, I'm here to save you. Shit. Well, at least I know what the name is now. Hang on a minute. I can stand. Then it's back to work. Holy Ab. So it's ah. It's not even O. Does ah mean what if? It must then, right? It can't. That's actually ah. That's brother on the front. According to this King James, that's the problem. uh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Shit. Why the fuck did you make me see it? Can you give it to anybody else? People are going to kill each other, man. That's all I'm telling you. I'm here to congratulate you. Oh, what kind of prophet is he? Everybody knows that already. Right? I'm telling you, nobody's coming to save you. You've been marked for destruction. And I don't want it to be. Because I love my friends. We're all the same, man. We're all going for the same thing. We're all screwing it up because we don't know, because we made our God so big we don't even count. We're not even a part of his creation or world or nothing. He's out there somewhere. And here we go. IHIO. Brother IO, huh? There's a guy up in Canada, but this is IHOI or OL. Yeah, it's not, I have no idea what this name is. There's some unknown name in chapter 36 of Exodus. Let me read you what that says. That's extremely troubling to me. You know what you just found? You found like McKeezeldeck or a mystery of somebody that's probably pretty important in here, all right? Every wise-hearted man. Oh, wow. Hmm. Is that bad for a man to be wise-hearted? Depends on who you talk to, right? You talk to somebody who's negative. Oh, the heart's evil beyond all understanding. Who can understand it? God created it. The man's our intentions and evil all the time. Every thought of his mind. God's in control of it. It's like if you have anxiety and fear and you start with that shit, please go away. You're the reason why the place is on fire. But stay close. Just follow us, all right? Every wise-hearted man in whom the Lord put wisdom and understanding. What is wisdom and understanding? Are those, they're not attained the same way. You're talking about two completely different spirits. Wisdom is already done and you can look at it and you trust it or you don't. Understanding comes through works. Understanding comes through works. You do, and you're under his shadow. He overshadows everything it is that you do, and you can plug it into his word law. Wisdom and understanding to what? Know. To know how to work. All manner of work. Oh, come on. How to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary. That's you. The service of the sanctuary, it's not a building. It's you and everybody that walks around you that has the breath of life in them. Those are the sanctuaries. And when it, so in Ezekiel, when it says you have empty temples at every crossroad, it's not, this can become a physical thing. It can become empty churches everywhere, but it's also you. You are an empty temple. You don't even know what in the hell you are. What we are, what I am, what you are, what we are to each other. Wow. 36, huh? That's like a cord of three strands. That's three 12s. I'll bet you there's other 36s in here that just jam, right? And that's a chapter. What's 36 in Isaiah? How about Psalm 36? How about the Psalms? Lord, that's a better idea. I agree. I don't know what it is yet, but I know it's going to be good. And thank you so much from me. To the chief musician. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Lord. I love you too. Yeah. Let's do that. There you go. That's what I want to do more than sit out here and try and teach you your book. That's what I want to do. The book's not hard. The book is easy. The book is your friend. Jesus, the Word, is the book. Made flesh. That's all. That's all. It's not hard. Stop fighting. If I had to be Moses, I'd be like screaming, why are you hitting your brother? Why? Okay? Why? Stop. You know, David was a freaking wreck, right? The guy, like, he acts his best. This guy's his best man. He won't even go home to be with his wife. No, I'm fighting for you and for the Lord. I can't defile myself. Wow. All right. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes until his iniquity be found to be hateful. Right? Hateful. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. Now, this is what bothers me. This is, they've added words in here. So, like, if you remove everything that's italicized, if you read the King James, it would say, the transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, no fear of God before his eyes. It added that there is. That's like a directional statement. That's dangerous. You're telling somebody how to think, which means they added it to help you read it. Is that what it's supposed to say? The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, no fear of God before his eyes. Now, to have no fear is to just you're dealing to have no fear, respectful fear is to be able to wield both of your personal powers. It's really not good. You have to walk as the Lord, right? For he flattereth himself in his own eyes until his iniquity is found out to be hateful. They did not add a single until he has iniquity found out to be hateful. Now, his own eyes. Can you see without your own eyes? Yes, go yes. You have to lift your eyes to heaven and not look down. You have to look down upon people to see that you are with those people. It's almost like to take a different perspective of the thing, right? Who am I? What am I here for? What's my purpose? Am I a destroyer? Am I a builder? Right? Is my iniquity found to be hateful? This ain't gonna go well for this. Yeah, thanks for the comfort, Lord. Psalm 36, huh? He deviseth himself, or I'm sorry, he devises mischief upon his bed. What is that? Masturbation? It's like, that's what people would convert that to. Oh, don't do nasty things when you're on your, no. It's referring to on a bed. A bed is where you sleep. It can also be, it's typically where you sleep, right? It could be used for other things, but sleep, right? So while you're sleeping, you're not following, you're not walking. And so what's the funny part? I can see God's grace working here because it looks bad, right? Look at how this reads. I can laugh when I can see how people could read this and go, he devises mischief upon his bed. And I'm going, you know what I would say if I was Jesus? I would go, leave him alone. The guy's asleep. What that verse is really saying, instead of all the drama of a war, it's saying when you're sleeping, you're going to know the Lord first, because he's going to be the one to wake you up. All right? But you can't be held accountable while you're asleep and don't know what you're doing. He's working while you're asleep. You don't know what you're doing because you're asleep. If you were awake, you would know what you're doing because you'd be aware of him knowing you. Is this sinking in, anybody? Thy mercy, O Lord. I'm going to try and read it without all the extra words, okay? Thy mercy, O Lord, in the heavens, thy faithfulness unto the clouds. So, thy faithfulness unto the clouds. What are the clouds? There was a cloud of clouds, and then there was a pillar of cloud, and there was a pillar of fire. Those are the clouds. Thy righteousness like the great mountains. Can you move a mountain? Thy judgments a great deep. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. Clock just started striking. Did you hear that? That's me. I'm the beast. Don't worry. I don't bite. When the clock says, hey, we go see. What do we got over there? 7:02. That's 70 and 2. 11. Boy. Opportunity. Yeah, Jesus came as a bad guy. People don't realize that. You want to talk about somebody good coming in bad to be made bad? He was teaching about bad, and they thought he was bad because he was trying to show us that bad is used for good and did nothing except for everything Joseph did and everybody, all the heroes before him. And the poor guy, because he could see it, Son of God, man, whatever he was not treated fairly, and we had no right to spill anybody's blood, man. Never, ever, ever, ever spill anybody's blood if you can help it. Ever. It's the worst thing you can ever do. Ah, 11. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. All it's saying, he rules over it. He reigns over you. It's like you're Christ or Antichrist. We're under his law and his rules. Paul says this in one of those 2:12 verses. That's what Paul says in Romans 2:12-14. If you're Jewish, if you're Jewish and you know anybody that's Jewish, or if you do, encourage them to read Romans 2:12-14. And then this is what I want you to do. Having read that verse, and Paul being that Jew, would you have grabbed the hem of his garment so that people could know the Lord? KNOW, to know the Lord. Everybody knows the Lord. He produces the fruit. I wish there was a different word, but it's how it's said. You can't translate it differently. You have to observe it in that way to see it for what it is. Knowing is sex, right? Sex makes more. Well, when he knows, it's saying he influences, right? Through the Spirit, all of creation, whether it goes good, bad, light, dark, evil, he does it. That's why his number is 1,000. Two in the light, two in the dark. It's those wings over the mercy seat. It's like taking time and going. And you're walking in the middle of it, and the one angel's going, it's evil, and the other angel's going, no, it's good, and you're going, neither. I'm not for you or your enemies. I'm cutting straight up the middle path. I'm just pointing. Look, look. So thy mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and the faithfulness reaches unto the clouds. And that's because no matter which cloud you're following, if you walk in the day and you follow the cloud, the pillar of cloud in the day, he can guide you that way. But he also guides you from behind with a pillar of fire at night. When it's said in the New Testament, when the man's talking about his son that's possessed with a demon or whatever, when he says sometimes he falls into the water, sometimes he falls into the fire, all he was saying was the kid is like unbalanced. He doesn't know if, he appreciates the water, but he's not appreciative enough. And sometimes he takes a beating because he will enjoy the fire, right? The fire's there to refine you. The people who make the fire, those are the ones that are going to perish. So if you're somebody using this to judge people and trying to refine people using this, you're the one building the fire. And you can't do that. You can't do that. You'll be destroyed. Is he still in the fire? Yes. Our God is still in the fire with us. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O God. Therefore, the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink the river of thy pleasures. Sounds all lofty and wonderful, ain't it? But it's like, they shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, the fatness of his house. Yeah, sacrifice. For with thee, the fountain of life, in thy light shall we see light. For with thee is the fountain of life, and in thy light shall we see light. Bad translation. This is the King James, man, but oh, continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee. He's saying that do your works, right? Oh, continue thy loving kindness unto them that do your works, and your righteousness to the upright in heart. And that could be added to the other. Now, righteousness in the upright of heart, righteousness is not, it's good to be righteous, but righteous doesn't just mean always doing good things. Righteous just refers to doing the right thing at the right time. Righteousness would be like, was Rahab righteous when she lied? If she wasn't, there would have been no cause to save her from what she was being saved from, right? So righteousness is doing the right thing at the right time, irregardless, and the spirit doing the right thing at the right time, irregardless of any law or deed or whatever. So any written law, not deed. The deed is the law. The deed is the end of the seed. The seed is what it is. It's all good. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thee light shall see light. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Do not let the foot of pride come against me. What is the foot of pride coming against you? Two different perspectives. If you lower yourself to being what? A snake? That's somebody kicking your skull because you're not good enough. At the same time, if you are prideful and you judge your brother, Now you are stumbling because you used your foot to kick at your brother and you're allowing him to strike your heel, affecting your walk. Okay? There are workers of iniquity fallen, they are cast down and shall not be. Oh, I'm sorry. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. He's not talking about the hand of the wicked taking him out. He's saying, don't let me be wicked. Let me be loving. Let me share your love. Why? Because otherwise, there are workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down and shall not be able to rise. Yeah, that's Psalm 36. That's how I read it. What does it say to you? Wrong there, my friend. There's only one good. There's only one good, only comes from one place. Where does good come from? Start there. Where? Because I deny Jesus? I don't deny Jesus. What the hell is this guy talking about? Jesus is a Messiah, he's Son of God. Oh, okay. Not you. Stop with the fighting. Being a good person. Why are you fighting with somebody about being a good person? Who's the good person? That's what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to try to be a good person. You're supposed to flatter God by trying to be like him as best you can. That's good if you do that. It's really simple. It's like this. The son always does what he sees his father do. Who is their father? Don't judge the good. Are they feeding somebody? Are they clothing somebody? Are they taking care of somebody? Whose spirit is inside that bad person that you say they're good is not good enough? Is that not the same spirit that's within you? Right? That person who's doing good, do you realize that that is an end time prophecy? When that person doesn't need to go to church, they're already knowing God because they're doing the works. Remember, knowing refers to producing the fruit. To have God know you, the proof is in what you look like. I don't even have to know God, but he's knowing me. That person is serving a God they don't know, and reverence is justified. How could anybody know who our God is in this place? I don't know how it got this far. The only reason we survived this long as we have is because of grace. You want to know what grace is? It's evil that's used for good. Grace is partiality. Partiality runs out from time to time. And I'm saying it that way for a reason. We're running at the end of the clock. And it's pretty damn exciting. Why me? I would rather, I don't know, anything. Why do I have to be the guy to see this? If your damn aliens are real, they're probably looking for somebody like me in this place. Just saying. Hand me over to the aliens so they can get me out of here if you know how to contact them. I'm afraid for you people. Pop. Thoughts on alcohol? Don't do it ever if you can help it. There's no reason for it. I'm right. Um, I presume you're talking about like drinking and not like racing cars or something like that. That use alcohol in racing cars. Wow, it's really exciting in a dragster. Um, but you can like pretty much vaporize the pistons. It'll get so damn hot if you don't know what you're doing. You can only run it for, you know, it's like a blast off rocket ship coming through a mechanical device that for all intents and purposes should just have a fuse on it, right? But alcohol is destructive. I find though that it's also a certain kind of truth serum. What's really in a person really comes out when they have a couple drinks, and that's why I do it, because then people, I'll be loose and I'll speak from the heart. There's no violence, but there's no deceit in my mouth either. Okay, it's kind of a strange truth serum, but some people, when they think they're badasses and whatever, they start fights and everything. I mean, I've been how many drunks? Well, I've got hit by two drunks already. I got hit by two drunks so far. One turned into a bar fight that destroyed the bar, and I walked away. The second one, that guy got eaten by sharks. Um, he got to hit me one time, and I didn't even get to hit him back because I was just so pissed off. I was just like, "Argh!" And then they broke up the fight, and then God killed everybody, or him included, in a big pile because they were with him or whatever. I don't know, but shortly after, sharks ate him. Uh, yeah. Alcohol. Interesting stuff. If you want to refer to alcohol with regards to in scripture, though, when it talks about things like drunk on the blood of the saints, don't think that's an evil person. That's somebody in church that's been going, this is a can of Jesus. Woo, Jesus is all good. I don't have to do anything. Jesus, that's drunk on the blood of the saints. Okay? Jesus told us we had to work, all right? And everybody's just like, well, he left. We'll get to work when you come back. No, we were left to take care of the place. And the next time he comes back will just be another 70 AD event. But the interesting thing is, it does not mean that magic man comes flying out of the clouds, okay? No. He turns it over to the Assyrians, to the wicked. The wicked are reserved for the day of judgment. How many wicked people do you see in the world? Welcome to judgment. He just turns it over. He turns us over to our sin. Teach yourself if you won't listen to me. Enjoy the rod. If you don't sin, Jesus died for nothing. Wow, holy crap. I'm no. That's like. All right, let me tell you what just happened there. I just heard, should we sin more that grace abound, right? If we don't sin, Jesus died for nothing. Well, that doesn't mean you should sin so that he died for a purpose. I'm sorry, but when I hear people talk, I would be a great person to sit down and talk to some theologians, because I hit this. It's like this Bible is like a punching bag for me. It's like me fighting somebody, and you cover up over here, and now your belly's there, and I'm like, here comes some to your God, boom, boom, and then the next thing you know, you're going, oh, and here comes some scroll flying out of your mouth, and I'm like, oh yeah, boom, push it all back in, eat that thing, you're gonna get some. This is God. It's gotta be. How somebody could write something like this that you can't break it, right? You could write it and just do circular reasoning. You know what circular reasoning is? Do you know what Galilee means? The circle. Jesus of Nazareth. What does Nazareth mean? The untrimmed, the untouched. Would that be dappled or pure? I don't know. You decide. Yeah, you got to pay attention to names when you read it. Circles and communities, fish, big fish, no fish, fish in the land, fish in the sea, 3 days in each, trees. Stop fighting. I don't believe that you believe, where does it say he paid the sins for all of mankind? It said he paid once and for all. Was that for him or for us? Did he pay once and all for himself, that he could be firstborn of the dead? Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world. A lamb, see, this is circular reasoning. This is why you people don't get it. A lamb takes away the sins by not sinning in the first place. Inside of you, you are the world. What takes away the sins? The choice of what it is that you do. If you are a lamb, you're a son of God. You're for his service, even if slain. Trust in you, even though I'm slain, I trust in you. Even though you slay me, I trust in you. What's in the other direction? There's two fathers. The Lamb of God takes the sin away from the world. What happens if the lamb's not obedient? That's what Jesus came to teach us. You learn obedience through suffering. He will beat that lamb. He'll bruise that lamb. Then you become a suffering servant. Willing and obedient, or bruised and faithful, thanks to his bruising. Rest in peace to all the humans who were born before Christianity existed. Oh, yeah. Well, that's kind of what he said, right? Better would it be before you seen me? It would be better if you didn't know me. Because if you can't see him, it's not good to try to know him. When it says, when he appears, you will see him as he is, you are that as. What you do, he will appear as he is allowed to appear through you. He will appear as he becomes, as he manifests, as much as you are willing to show others the Son of Man. Son of Man is not a wonderful, some kind of glorious term. Son of Man just means whatever. It's just you. You are Son of Man. If you want to know what the Son of Man needs to do, read Numbers 23:19, and then you'll understand why Jesus had to let John baptize him, that all righteousness be fulfilled. Madness, huh? This is so messed up. Agree? Oh, wait. What? What am I agreeing? In a spiritual world, crossing the timeline into sin requires a rescue. No. No. Remember what Nathan said? Fuck. This is so fucking simple. It's so fucking simple. It's so simple that everybody tries too hard to see what it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm so sorry. I haven't lost faith. I I don't want to beat the rock, okay? But it's like, my God, why is this so hard? And I know why. It's like, this is us. This is you and me. Hey, I got bread. And you're going, it's midnight. I'm in bed with my kids. Jesus already came. What in hell are you doing here? I don't know why. Well, I'm here to see this so I can suffer and die knowing that I can't fix it, but I can see the people who can. And I'm like in a freaking cage trying to go, help yourselves, help, let yourselves out of me here, something. Get me out of this place because only you can fix it. You have to do the great works. Me knowing what needs to be done doesn't do anything. I'm only one person. If you won't accept the covenant of the many, you're screwed. In a spiritual world, crossing in the line of sin requires a rescue. No. You just go from willing, obedient servant to suffering servant. He loves you too. You remember when he said, Jacob I loved, Esau I hated? If he's loving you, it pleases him to bruise you. Boom, get back in the path. You sin, get over there. Stop, or something worse might happen to you. That's our God. We're allowed to stumble our way all the way home. And just because these other people are stumbling behind us on the path and can't see what we're walking towards because they haven't seen the light yet, their stumbling don't count. Wrong. They're stumbling home. They're just behind us. Our job is not to kick at them. Don't kick the goads. They're back there too. Their purpose is to help you go forward. How can I go forward? By appreciation for what's behind me? Make it less than you. Make it less than you. Make it count. And then you know what will happen? What's behind you will be before you. And who gets behind who? What are you then? You willing to be humble, like devilize yourself? I'm just a piece of shit, evil Satan that the Lord's using to do his work in this miserable hell? That's the mark of the beast. And the people who won't accept the mark die. What is the mark of the beast? I accept that I'm victim of this thing. I'm not victim. I'm victim if I want to be, but I am there. This is what I am under. This is the law that I live by. I don't have a choice. This is the beast. If you disrespect it, it'll tear you to shit. I promise you. It has. 2,000 years, 5,000. How long? How long has this word been ripping us to pieces? And you think you can fight against it? Ha! Bullshit. Bravo. Bravo. I didn't always feel like that. I didn't feel like it was that in control, right? Like it's just a book. I respected God until I started looking at this like a computer program and noticing that there were if then statements all over the freaking place. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yes. I'm Moses. I'm kind of like Morpheus, but I'm also Moses at the same time. So I think I should just Moses my ass on down to the store and buy some more beer and throw in the towel and find some shit going to Tarshish or something because like I don't really, I don't find myself with much confidence in the joint. Just saying. I don't want to be that way. You want to know where my greatest confidence is? You know how they say my greatest confidence is in my failure. Hold on. While I'm weak, I'm strong. Watch. I'll show you. I know that I was exactly like you are. Exactly. And now I'm over here and going, Jesus, literally, I feel confident and I'm not unjust or irreverent when I say, please listen to me for Christ's sake. Okay. If you on the other side, Christ died for nothing because nothing happens. Are you hearing me? If he died so you can sit around and wait for him to come back, he died for nothing because nothing happens. But what? Weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. Right? In a spiritual world, someone requires rescue. They don't require rescue. God is beating those who get against him. He's helping those who walk with him. And that's in Romans 2:12-14. If you're Jewish, read it. Paul was a master. Taught by Gamaliel? Probably. It's best not to touch God's creation, right? Right? A hands-off approach is the best way to go, right? Somebody asks you a question, you ask a question back so you can determine how should I talk to this person. That question is influenced by the personal part that's you, I need to find perspective on the question before I can even begin to approach the person. And just like Jesus taught, if that person won't answer my question about perspective, then I can't engage them in conversation, because what's going to happen is I'm going to go outside of what it is. I'm going to offend somebody unknowingly. I'm gonna walk on step on ground that they don't want me to step on. But if I understand what it is and what position they come from, I can reason with that person because I know our God. The passion is there. I see it. It's beautiful. What are you talking about? So when you believe in the Lord, in Jesus Christ, this anger should be gone and replaced with humbleness. Remember when Jesus went in and beat the shit out of everybody and tore up the temple? Zeal for saving your lives has consumed me, okay? And replace that with humbleness, and getting upset is replaced with grace on man. See, grace, what is grace? Grace is evil that's used for good. Remember that. Grace on man is not a good thing. It's evil that's used for good. Giving somebody grace is paying somebody wages that they don't deserve. Okay? That's what grace is. You're giving somebody wages they don't deserve. What is it then? It's unjust. It's unrighteous, etc., 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 etc. Grace is a bad thing. Otherwise, you would sin more that grace abound. But you have to remember where grace comes from. It comes from sin. That is what is amazing about grace. The more you sin, the more it abounds. Why? Because our God loves us. That is what amazing grace is. Screw it up all the way home. Don't take advantage of it. But in his grand design, yeah. And so when you start judging when somebody is sinning, you're judging God's work. You're like a locust tearing up the garden. He's trying to do something. He's trying to teach somebody something by letting them sin. And it's not good enough for you to take as a good lesson. God isn't working. He's asleep, right? You're cutting yourselves, and you rile yourselves up and rage even. Why? Because you think God is asleep. You're suffering from what Elijah was talking about, right? Is he sleeping? Maybe he's to the market. Maybe he's taking a leak. I love Elijah, man. He had some nuts on him, didn't he? He was probably like 3 feet tall and nothing but a little fur ball. He's probably like a tribble with a leather belt, of course. You can't be angry and being angry and forceful. No, I'm looking for the teachers, man. This is enough already. I've been doing this shit for 6 years. And I guess if he's definitely taking a piss now. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're soldiers of God, and we're meant to correct each other. But each other, what? That's because you know. You just put yourself in a box there, because you said soldier of God. That means that you know. What about other people that don't know? You can't correct them in the same way because they don't know. You have to. Let's put it this way. It should come to everybody's conclusion that when you really believe that there's a God, it should scare the living piss out of you. Did I make myself clear? And you know what? On that note, I'm going to go take a leak.
Occasion, one of the ranchers to whom he ministered asked if he would go with him to a quiet place to pray. The rancher told him that he had come to grips with the truth that all that he owned belonged to God. He said, all of this vast land that I have isn't mine, it's God's. All of this herd is not mine, it belongs to God. All of my possessions that I thought were mine aren't mine, they really belong to God. And Dr. Truitt, I want you to kneel down by me here. I want you to tell God that I'm giving all of this back to him, it's all his. You just tell him in my behalf that I want to give all of this back to God and dedicate it to him for whatever purpose he chooses. Dr. Truitt said he prayed a very simple prayer of dedication with his arm around this dear rancher. And he said, when I got done, I thought the prayer was all over, and I started to get up, and the rancher just sort of pulled me back down the ground again. He said, I'm not through yet. He said, Dr. Truitt, now I want you to tell God that I also give him my prodigal son, my son who's away from the Lord, my son who's violating the things that we've always stood for. I want you to tell him that I give that boy back to him, and I want you to ask him, just take that boy and bring with the tears coursing down his face as he began to realize in that situation the relationship between our giving of ourselves to God in the physical, financial realm and the expectation that should be in our hearts when we do that God wants to get involved with us in the spiritual realm. When we sow to the Spirit, we reap spiritual things. I don't know about you, but when I'm not doing what's right before God, it's awful hard for me to get on my knees before God and with power and expectance pray, God, meet this need in my life. And God points his finger down and he says, Jeremiah, why aren't you doing what I told you to do? There is a glad excitement that comes when we bring our lives into focus with the principles of God and we recognize that what we sow, we're going to reap. And that is not something we can violate. We can rationalize it. We can deceive ourselves. But we can't mock God. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing, isn't it? Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever we sow, that we will reap. Get that principle in your heart and it'll change everything. Well, tomorrow we're going to talk about grace giving and how what God has done for us is such a tremendous motivation for us to be faithful in giving back to him. From one of the great passages on stewardship in the Bible, 2 Corinthians chapter 8. Before we say our final goodbye today, let me remind you that Turning Point is taking a very special conference cruise to Alaska this July. The dates are 12th through the 19th of
July. Yeah, take a cruise. Yeah, let's go. Just go jump on a boat. We'll just cruise around. We'll have a good time. We'll have some cocktails. Come on, come to New York. Bullshit. I'm ready to die hard. What do you say? 2 Corinthians 8? What was it? I heard you, Jerry. All right. 2 Corinthians. And I'll tell you something. You'll never walk alone. Oh, generosity encouraged. You should know what bad and good. Fight is never good. Fight yourself. That's what you should fight. Your natural instinct to take care of yourself, that's what you need to conquer. If you're going to be a servant, you gotta, and don't give me this, I got to take care of myself so I can take care of others. No, I don't do that. Others need to take care of me. For every single one of you, with any resource, all that I have. And I would expect that in that very same kingdom that I should receive the same respect. And if I don't, then I guess my kingdom ain't here, is it? And now, brothers, we want you to know about the grace that God has given the Macedonian churches. Now, it's my understanding there were no periods. So this just all ran. We want you to know about the grace that God has given the Macedonian churches out of the most severe trial. Can you see how the trial became a good thing? And now, brothers, we want you to know about the grace that God has given the Macedonian churches out of the most severe trial. Okay? Period. Their overflowing joy and their extreme poverty welled up in rich generosity. Is there a problem there? Why can't I put a period somewhere else? This book has got us, man. That was a big boom. This whole place shakes. It's hollow here. It's got to be. I'm sitting over a big cavern or a big hole, whatever is under here. There's something because when trucks and shit drop their plows, go over bumps and whatever, it makes a sound like and everything shakes, man. It's like wouldn't it be funny if the town that I live in just once I get out of here, maybe hopefully it just like caved in and it went in, you know, like what happened to Moses when he came down with the 10 commandments and they didn't want to hear him and he opened up the ground and then they all fucking flew in there and shit, or however that happened. Sorry for my mouth. Yeah, my irreverence is done. It's getting the best of me. I'm agitated. I have wounds that not been bound up with oil and cared for. I'm screaming that I'm hurt. Nobody will come to my aid. If my brother can't hear me crying from the ground, then his spirit will reign. I'm not against anybody. I just want you to know that. Place is big enough for all of us and everybody. If it were not so, would I have told you? Where I am going, you can't come because we're already here. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, and death seems so delightful. I've got no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh, the fire is warmly burning while my garden guts are churning. I'd really like to make some dough. Uh, when I know, when I know, when I know. Oh, the bread, it is so nice, and it's really warm and tasty. But if you don't read it twice, so hasty. And you'll think that you are right as the shit falls all on you. And you'll try to be upright, but there's nothing that you can do. We're so slaves of and it's not a slavery. It's I wish it was like remote control. It really isn't. It's like this. Here's the kind of slave you are. You get programmed by one side or the other. Pick the program. Doesn't matter if you whatever you do, you've chosen the program because the son always does what he sees his father doing. If you're programmed for good, I see God when I see you. If you're programmed for evil, I see the devil when I see you. You want to know what the sad thing is? I see God no matter who I see. I see the Lord no matter who I see. Read Isaiah 45:7. Welcome to my game. I can't pick any friends because I don't have any enemies, I guess. I don't know. Keep kicking on each other. You'll figure it out. Oh. I agree, Bob. Who's Bob? Bob. Hey, you ever heard of Bob Bitchin? Yeah, he was when I was 8 years old, my mom gave me some Cheech and Chong albums. And Bob Bitchin, he made table candles. All right. And now it's time for America's favorite daytime show, Let's Make a Dope Deal. Yes, it's Let's Make a Dope Deal, where you try to parlay your stash on the way to the big times and dealerhood. And today's first contestant is Bob Bitchin. Hey, welcome, Bob. Hey, man. How you doing, Bob? Bitchin, man. Oh, far out, Bob. Yeah. And what have you been doing with yourself, Bob? I make table candles, man. I make table candles, man. No kidding, Bob. What kind of table candles are they? I pour hot wax on the table. And I light it on fire. Oh, far out, Bob. Sounds like a hot item. Yeah, that's me. I'm one of those people. I have no life. I've had to live it through everybody else. Ha ha, he's a comedian. Nothing's funny to me. It's tragedy. It's terrible. It's perfect. It's exactly what God needs it to be, I guess. Who's Bob? Bob Bitchin. I don't know. You're right, Bob. I hope Bob's right, or I hope that you agree, and whatever it is that you agree in, that it's for goodness, because then two or more are gathered in God's name, and then that's like good. Absolutely. Thank you. I feel better now. Now can I go? Ah, you know what? I've had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich soaking for about a good 2 days now, man. This thing has just got to be. Oh yeah. Thank you, Father God, for my food. Thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah, you can see the jelly starting to soak through. Oh man. You know what I want to do? I just want to sit on it. I wonder. Can you dip that after you get it good and stuck together in like egg and like deep fry it or something? What else would be good with grape? Oh man, you know what you do? Oh, this would be awesome. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Do it up like French toast. Grape has a little bit of zing to it, but peanut butter can drown it out. You need something to grab your. Listen, the tongue might lie, but the taste buds never lie. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Or some people say, "Am I right? Am I right?" I'd rather say, "Am I wrong?" God, more likely, I don't want to. One's a statement of pride, and the other one's like, hey, check it out. But if you did that and then made like something with a lemon, something with lemon in it, like instead of using maple syrup on it, come up with some kind of like a lemon glaze and maybe even with some honey in there, like a honey lemon glaze syrup for it. be good. Not that long. The majestic beard was actually shaved off because I was to go before a judge. Um, there are people that don't like me, so they try to make up shit and accuse me of stuff. And there was a child that was in danger of possibly drowning in a pool, and I personally have lost two daughters, twins, on their birthday, died, drowned. Okay, impacts me personally. I didn't want to see another person have to go through such a tragedy. So I'm babysitting this kid that isn't mine, and my observation skills were seen as something creepy. I went to court, lots of shit. It was, yeah. I shaved the beard off then, and I became so disgusted with the town that I live in, how filthy it is, filthy pigs. As there's a guy down the street who has a lawyer. That lawyer, yeah, I don't want to do what this guy wants me to do because I live here too. I understand people make mistakes. I just emphasize the fact that I don't display the characteristics of Jesus and be forgiving. I know everybody makes mistakes, but when you're pulling my money from me, that's a problem because I'm not a bad guy. And so that at that time I shaved off my beard, and I also stopped bathing and washing anything. Well, I decided I live in a desert. There's no love here. I'm in a desert place, a shithole, and so I live as if I live in the desert. Handy wipes, wipe downs, that kind of thing. No water to drink other than uh, um, I live in a desert. I've decided to live in a desert, and then I started my ministry basically like John the Baptist, as to say, make straight the pathways of the Lord. You assholes don't know what you're doing. And then I trying to teach people. So here you go. What's my opinion of the Jews? I I'm sad to say that I'm Jewish. uh, is can I just eat my peanut butter and jelly sandwich now and we just let that one go? This is kosher, actually. The God I serve, he doesn't do coincidence, see? None. And I'm a very special person to the Jewish community because I am White Rabbit, the rabid rabbi. And the rabbit is a very interesting animal in Scripture because he kind of sits in the middle of the road. He upholds one side of the requirement. He chews the cud, which is the grain, the word, the law, the bread. But you know what the rabbit doesn't do? The rabbit doesn't divide the path. I see a path with everybody on it. And we need to cooperate with each other, or the God we serve is going to make us come off looking really bad. Really bad. Again. But I would say, what's my opinion of Jews? I would say don't use that word in here, if you don't mind. Thank you. You want to say the Jewish people, God's people, Israel? Fine. You mentioned Jacob. I got a big freaking problem with that. Israel's okay. Jacob? No. But Jacob will be delivered by and through his trouble. I promise you that much. Oh, hell yeah. Enjoy, my friend. Hashem loves you. Do whatever you can to be called Israel, Jacob. Okay? Do whatever you can, Jacob, to be called Israel. If you will not accept your name, I will blot you out. The Lord has spoken. Don't tell me about your covenants of day and night. There is no day and night in this place. Day is when you walk with the law. Night is when you have appreciation for the after effects of the law, when the moon glows from its light. You're going to walk with me, Israel. And I'm going to lead you from before, but I'm going to chew you up from behind. Hemmed in because I love you. Daughter of Jerusalem, you've been barren for 2,000 years, almost. We need to fix that. And we're going to. Real soon. I'll get to see it with my eyes. Mr. Anderson. Lift up the snake, Mr. Anderson. If you won't, he'll keep hitting your foot. What's sane? No, yeah. I don't know, man. Wow. I found a hole. So, oh, that's good. That's cool. I gotta remember that. I gotta work that in. Programmers suck, man. You guys, the programs and shit you write are just like, and then you connect everything and think like it's like, I don't know, it's like throwing your money out on the street for everybody to grab. It's a big world, and you don't take a wire and connect everything like that. You know? When I first became a Christian, I knew I was pretty well. I was told I was pretty smart by the Marine Corps. They give you scores and tests and bullshit, right? And the first thing I did was go out and see if there's anybody in the world that has much brains as I did, because I thought it was like people like Einstein and whatever only come along so far, right? And it's like, shit, there's people out there now that are even smarter than Einstein, right? That's like, what is smarter? To me, smarter has nothing. You want to prove your intelligence? Figure out a peaceful world where everybody gets a slice, can eat, and we don't interfere with each other. Brilliant, brilliant. You want to know who could accomplish that? Somebody with, Down syndrome, mongoloid, just doesn't worry about everything and anything, nothing, and just wants to smile and oblivious to all these problems that make us attack each other because it ain't good enough or needs to change or something. It's, I don't know, man. It's weird. But it's all calculated. It's this. Let's read John. We're going to read John 6, 6, 8, 7. Clock is striking 12 downstairs. John 6, 7, and 8. Clock's still striking. Philip answered him, 8 months' wages would not buy enough bread for each one to have a bite. That number 8, right? Another of his disciples, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, spoke up. Here is a boy with 5 small barley loaves and 2 small fish. But how far will they go amongst so many? As my clock strikes 12. I'm just a boy. Nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Wait, the poor are supposed to see the kingdom of heaven, right? Easy come, easy go. Will you let me go? It's will I. No, we will not let you go. Let me go. It's will I. We will not let you go. Will not let you go. Oh, 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 oh. Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, let me go. The algebra, the algebra, and his devil with his sack of meat, or is it mead? Mead for me, for me. Oh, ooh, ooh, the pick. Stop. I need. Scotty, I've got to have more amplifiers. You knew you were a Marshall stack, right? Help me out, man. Let my sound echo. We got a lot of work to do. Uh-oh. Otherwise, if you're Jewish, you ain't going to like this, but sorry. We got a God to serve. And otherwise, yeah, the beating before the dawn. I will not let go until you bless me. I refuse. You're going to have to take my life before I turn my back on my brothers. I won't do it. You ask is that we love our brothers. The days when I was weak and I could run. I want to run away. I want to run away from this. I wish I was never born. Cursed be that day. May no knees receive the child, never be fed within it. never to be. Stand here amongst my brothers while they torture me and they beat me up and they make fun of me and they ridicule me and they don't believe what I'm saying and they won't hear me and they think I'm unjust and they think I'm a criminal and they don't think I know you and I think I don't know what I'm doing, or maybe I'm crazy, or maybe I'm self-righteous, or I got ego, or I'm a narcissist. I care only about myself. Turn all these things back on them then, if that's what's to be. But free me from my responsibility. I don't want blood on my head. I don't have any blood on my hands. I don't need my hands washed, and I don't need my head washed. I just need my feet cleaned. You can make me clean. Your servant hears you, Lord. Are you too busy to hear me? We need you. Not to beat us. Please relent from your anger. Please open the eyes of those who could see. Crush the hearts of those that will bleed. Help us, dear God. Help us, please. And we thank you for your Son, Jesus, whom you sent to give us the good news. The good news is not to destroy your Son. It's what he came to teach. If we sacrifice on the inside, we see blessing on the outside. And the reverse is true. Thank you for your light and for guiding us on the path. May you be honored and praised in all the things that we do, all of your creation, everything with the breath of life. May it honor and glorify you. It does. It does already. It does. Amen. Amen.
WDCX Bible teaching program daily at 1 p.m. When Mike became a Christian, he wanted the same experience for his wife, but he grew frustrated by her lack of interest. I remember one particular Focus on the Family broadcast that became a turning point in my marriage. It challenged me to stop trying to change my wife and instead focus on the transforming work Christ was doing in me. I'm Jim Daly. Focus on the Family is here for you, WDCX listeners. For prayer or counseling, visit focusishereforyou.ca.
Sorry, I'd like to play the Christian music, but it's copyrighted. I'm sure it says some. Why does it bleed when you wipe? Because you're a suffering servant. Stop putting yourself in positions to get your ass reamed. If you need that to happen, that's what I'm here for. I'll use this to do it. Watch out. When Solomon finished praying, I just open it up to this. This is how it works for me. When Solomon finished praying, fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering. That's you guys. And the sacrifices, and the glory of the Lord filled the temple. The priest could not enter the temple of the Lord. That's you guys. Because the glory of the Lord filled it. When all the Israelites saw the fire coming down and the glory of the Lord above the temple, they knelt on the pavement with their faces to the ground and worshiped and gave thanks to the Lord, saying, He is good. He will kick our asses forever. Then the king and all the people offered sacrifices before the Lord. You are the sacrifice. The altar of earth that he wants to sacrifice on, that's you. And King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22. Why 1,000? It's just saying he could have sacrificed 22 sheep and goats, 11 of each. The 1,000 part makes it worthy of God, even though it's 11 and 11. Sheep and goats are different, guys. So the king and all the people dedicated the temple of God, and you do and you will. The priests took their positions. You are and you have. As did the Levites with the Lord's musical instruments. Yeah, you have, except that your musical instruments sound like AK-47s, gunfire, hypersonic missiles, that kind of shit. Which King David, had made for praising the Lord, which were used when he gave thanks, saying, His love endures forever. He told us it's ours. Opposite the Levites, here we go. The priests blew their trumpets, and all the Israelites were standing, both. Solomon consecrated the middle part of the courtyard in front of the temple, the narrow path. Remember, both, everybody counts. In front of the temple of the Lord, that consecrated part, the middle part of the courtyard in front of the temple of the Lord, that would equate to that river that comes from the throne in Revelation, okay? Everybody's in the river. The tree of life is on both sides. You don't need to beat people up that haven't decided to cross the Jordan. Okay? And Jordan means descender. If you don't want devil, you don't want God, you don't believe in any of that stuff, then leave it alone. That's the battle of Gog and Magog. God and what God? That's Gog and Magog. God and what God? Those who believe and those who don't. Sheeps and goats. Wow. Ooh, it's fascinating. And he offered burnt offerings and the fat of the fellowship offerings. In other words, it's the fellowship. No fellowship, nothing to offer. Because the bronze altar he had made, what is bronze? That's the hips and the gut. Your God is your belly. This is your right leg is your right pillar. Your left leg is your left pillar. Those are iron. You don't break the laws of good and evil, but they do join in the middle. And the bronze, okay, that statue is representing time. Time can go in either direction, up or down. At the foot of that statue, that rock that strikes the foot of the statue, it's the very same reference to that beast that's stomping on everything that's left of the kingdom that we've been left with. If you won't strengthen what's weak, what's left of us, we're going to fall. Okay? Scattered yet again. Again. Because the bronze altar he had made could not hold the burnt offerings, the grain offerings, and the fat portions. In other words, everything all into one. So Solomon observed the festival at that time for 7 days, and all Israel with him. Israel is anybody that knows God prevails. What does Solomon mean anyway? Smartest man. What does his name actually mean? Gift from God, or trouble, ready trouble, or danger, man with power, possible arrogance, subject may be influenced on and on the under the influence of pride. It's like subject was last seen with 3,000 concubines and parade of women following him. Women are fun, but they just cause too many freaking troubles. I'm just saying, man. They're good as wives, but it's like, don't take them too seriously, because if you do, you're just going to wind up in a war over it. It's like, give each other some space. You're built completely different with completely different purposes, okay? Completely different. To complement each other, you know? Like light complements dark. Peaceful. Peaceful. All right, let's see what 80-10 looks like. This should be good. What is peaceful, and what's the root of peaceful? Everything, all, nothing. I just forgot the number. Anything, all. Yep. Put the words in his mouth. Suck the wisdom right out of his head. All right, Solomon. I know I'm trying. Solomon, God's yelling at me. What are you doing, you goofball? All right, Solomon means peaceful. 80-10. Okay. 76, 7, 80, 10. Here you go. See, this is what happens. From 7965 means peaceful. David's successor, sure, but what is 7965? When you get to the root, then you'll really find out what that name has, what's really, what the nuts and bolts. It's like seeing what the seed can turn into, right? So it was 7965. Here you go. This is shalom, duh. And even it has another root behind it, but safe, well, happy, friendly, welfare, health, prosperity, peace, just what I said, familiar, favor, the is, friend, great, salute, welfare, well, the is. It depends on what is means to you. Is bad stuff bad to you, or do you see it as just God doing something that is? So Solomon was peaceful. Yeah, I'll say, if you have everything, this is like, that's all God. And depending on how you look at it. 799, it goes over to 2 as well. To be saved in mind, body, or estate. Mind, do you know what mind, body, or estate is? That's Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Okay? Mixed around, but in my Father's house. So the house would be the estate. The mind would be the spirit, and the body would be which son? I'm going to just say that. Which son? Remember, the Lord rules through two different kinds of sons, Christ and Antichrist. All right? You're like, the Lord doesn't rule through Antichrist? Then you don't know your book. Okay? The spirit of the Antichrist has been at work for a long time. You're looking for one person. If you can't look in a mirror and see that you have the potential to unfortunately become that person or be that person, related to that person, living where that person dwells, his paradigm, his dominion, his kingdom that he's been given, right here. And guess what? You're deluded and you're part of the blind, I guess. But try the book People's History, 5 or 6 books my entire life. I've not read the Bible from cover to cover, and now I don't know how I could stomach it. It would destroy me because when I read it, I see how this, God's holy word is destroying our world. There's nothing wrong with this book. It's the people that have it. This is either a shovel that helps you to build a garden, or it's a sword that you use to fight with. And times for the books to be open. Let the shovels appear, okay? But yeah, Solomon, huh? 799. Ugh. And it's what the part that this is the part that's mind blowing to me, okay? If you're Jewish, okay, if you follow Judaism, then when you refer to God, you call him Hashem, which means literally the name. If people could understand how important names are when you read this book, there's a different story going on besides all the in your face, physical, maybe looking like historical stuff, right? I won't even say that because I can explain it away in a purely spiritual instance where I don't have to rely on any possible screw ups from what man has determined through archaeology, right? Spiritually, it's a clean shot, man. It's easy to see. And then once you can see that, then you can kind of, as you're flying over, you can see all the hit zones where the effects of it have crossed through time. And the name is bizarre because the names, according to the book, the names exist in places where the problem moves to. Like, let's say there was a place called, I don't know, Stop the Law, right? And it was like, you'll get this journey where somebody is coming from wherever, and then all of a sudden they arrive at some place called Stop the Law, and then that's kind of what they do when they get there. And it's like, was it why the place was named before they did what they did, but what they did was according to the name of the place? Or did he name the place before it was so that it could be when they got there? This book is it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Help me, please. Help me, Lord. Help me. Help me to help these people so they can see what I can see. Unless they're not supposed to see it. Maybe they're not supposed to see it, and then I don't know. I know you are there. I know you are here. You are all around us and in us and everywhere. And like, your breath is in me. It's in them too. I'm trying to show them how to breathe. Is that air you're breathing? What is this all? Just part of a simulation running on Dudek's PC? I have no idea, man, but it really feels, it could be that way. When I read scripture, I can use this to tell you what's going to happen. I can use a calculator. Okay? because it's doing it's just like history rolling over and over and over like a damn snowball falling down a hill or something, right? It just gets bigger, and if you want to dig deeper into the snowball, you'll be able to see all the junk that went on before it picked it up and drug it down the hill, right? It's a pity. It's really a pity. Don't commit adultery or lie, steal, or kill. Anybody listening? But what is adultery? See, you think that's a sexual thing. That has nothing to do with sex. That has to do with adultering the law. And the law addresses both good and evil, male and female. Adultery would be like, man had a rib. That rib, the word that's used for rib, that woman, she's the Torah. She's the Ruah. She's the spirit. She's supposed to guide the dirt, the man. Everybody has their own spirit. Adultery would be like you as being Jewish hooking up with somebody who believed in God in a way that wasn't, well, I'm just going to say for sake of maybe flattery or diligence, you're the purity with which you should be able to interpret the law. It's like mixing drinks. You're watering down your purity with something that isn't, and that's then a problem. But how does that happen? It happens because of the laws that inflict, not because of blood and flesh. Remember, a certain people served a certain God. Don't think that the God is the flesh part. The God is the God part. God and God, flesh and flesh. What transfers from flesh to flesh is spirit. My spirit can affect you. Your spirit can affect me. So in some cases, that shouldn't be, right? If I serve the one true God, and then you teach me to what? To know your God? When I know your God or gods that I don't know, that means that I'm trying to cause your God to bear fruit. I can cause my God to bear fruit by doing what he says. Because if I do what he says, then he will give me fruit, right? If I'm trying to serve a God that I don't know, I'm trying to cause that God to produce fruit. And I can't do that because I don't produce the fruit of that God. The God that we serve produces the fruit of that God because he is the God of all other gods. That's why Dagon was found worshiping in the temple before the ark. Okay? Two modes you serve God, willing and faithful or suffering. If you're suffering, he takes what it is, what you have, even what you don't have, right? Where was Dagon? He was on his face worshiping. Then they stood him up in defiance. And what was that? Well, on your face again anyway, with your feet at the door, and the gold and the silver are mine. Took his head in his hands. That's the piece of that statue. Remember the gold head, silver in the arms? Hands were busted off. The gold is mine and the works are mine. The works of your hands. They belong to me, says the Lord, right? Don't covet another man's wife. Well, it's like saying that God hasn't provided for you well enough. That's like looking to another God to help you. And it's like I can't ever see anybody being I've been married more than once. I've had lots of girlfriends. My wife now, she's like, if God put like little tags and UP stick labels or some shit somewhere, she would have one on her, man. She would. She's like me, except she's quiet about it. But everything I talk about, 100%. But you'd never get it out of her because she's on her and I are like on different sides of a door, and she's ahead of me and I'm behind her trying to grab everybody else going, come on. I love my Pokey. She's Native American, so I call her, I had like a pet name, Pocahontas, right? Pokey. And coincidentally, the tribe that she's a part of, they are the keepers of the western door. Howdy, y'all. Nice to meet you. Y'all all right with the western door? You're all right. You just got to take your spurs off because, see, up in here, sometimes we let the snake striking on that foot. It ain't nothing bad. It just keep you walking faster. Ain't no reason to look behind you. You just turn your ass into a pillar of salt anyway. Keep on plowing it forward. Everything gonna be all right. Everything gonna be all right. Because, time always goes forward, no matter which way it goes. Did you know that about God's throne? It just goes whichever way it goes, but it always goes forward because it goes forward with time, because time always goes forward, whichever way it goes. Yeah. Forward. It's getting kind of cold in here. The temperature's supposed to start dropping really, 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 really cold. See, I like dressing like a rancher, take care of my sheep. Done being a pain in the ass. Do you know how they? This is, yeah. You know how you've met a guy with a really messed up brain when he tells you how you can like hook up with a sheep if you're a sheep farmer? I'm like, what? You know what he said? He goes, you pick them up and you put their back legs inside your boots, and then they can't run away, and then you can just grab a hold of their wool. I was like, oh, it's like you're just telling me something you heard, right? Like that you don't do that, do you? It's like, oh my God. Good job, Chris. The Ark of the Covenant is in Jerusalem. The third temple will be built. People are worshiping AI like it's God. Yeah. AI, well, here's what's happening. Uh, everything goes, there's a structure to it, right? Take this structure, for instance: spirit, water, land, garden. Uh, I want to say consumption, right? And then nakedness and curse, right? That's what happens in the beginning. It also happens to Noah. Ships over the water, land, garden, nakedness, shame, curse, same thing. And it actually happens in America. We came across the waters, we got to the land, our new garden. We put a hook in our jaw when we struck the covenant on the Mayflower Compact. We started a 400-year clock for things to come on us. But the idea is that there's patterns and structure there, right? Well, where we're going right now is the Jordan is the descender. Now, let me ask you something. Who is the Son of Man? If you think it's Jesus, listen to this. What did Jesus say? There's no contradictions in the scripture. You're just not going to like what you hear. Okay? What did Jesus say? The only one who has seen heaven is the one who is in heaven. The Son of Man. Where was he standing? On the earth. What else did he say? He said the only one who's seen it. The only one. Only. Like for Abraham, his only son, which is not a contradiction either. Abraham had only one son. Abram had the other son. You get renamed for your purpose. Sarai and Abram, guess what? They have a purpose. Sarah and Abraham, they have a different purpose. Two forces. One altogether in laughter, the other one in pain and suffering and strife. And that pattern is everywhere. Well, in 2020, we crossed the descender, the Jordan. We crossed the Jordan. We were being baptized in the Jordan because we weren't doing what God said to do. We didn't hold. Do you realize that if we would have held all the feasts in order when the pandemic hit, when I said we should, I'm talking like worldwide. If nothing else, the Jewish community should have been able to appreciate what I was talking about, because you don't beat a pandemic with foolishness. You beat it with one of these things, a calculath. Don't tell me you can't do it by this, because the lady in New Zealand did it. And you want to know who spoke in that matter? The Lord did, because she got his number stamped right on her efforts. You want to know how many people died in the first wave in New Zealand? 26 people. Well, isn't that quite a difference? While the rest of the world, you had a prophet out here screaming at you, and I don't know. What do? I can't help. I can only try as hard as I can. But if you refuse to eat the bread, you're going to drink the cup. Don't be a baker. Funny how none of these God people ever answer my question. What do you got, Ryan? Sorry. What's your question? Here, I'll start off by saying here, this is what you need to know about God, Ryan. He forms light and creates darkness, makes peace and creates evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. That's who the Lord is. So I think that includes both of us at that point. Darkness, light, evil, everything. We're friends. What do you got? I'm not avoiding any questions. What do you got? Scroll up. No, enough jumbling. Enough with the jumbo. What do you got? Ask again, man. Hey, say day night knows. I'll get to it. I'm not avoiding it. Say it again. Say it again. I'm not avoiding anything. Say it again. You are avoiding it. I can't avoid anything. Are you kidding me? How can I avoid? I can't avoid you. The same spirit that gives me. I'm typing your... What? I'm typing your... What? You can't type while I'm talking? You're brainwashed. No, I'm a realist. You ever heard of the term bilateral? Do you know what bilateral means? It means when you take something on a straight line and you have both ends that, although they're separated, they're still connected. That describes this book. This book describes good people and pieces of shit, as I told you. The sons always do what they see their father doing. What do you do in life? Do you do good? Then you're serving my God. If you don't believe that, then I say you are serving a God you don't know. But that's okay, because you're doing good, which means irreverence is justified. Continue on not serving my God, but do it in the way that you are, so as you do good. Is that fair enough? I'm not avoiding you, and I'm not brainwashed. I see a book where the book warns us that the great sword will take peace from the earth. What is at the root cause of the shit that's going on the other side of the planet, my friend? Have you transcended reality? I'm not talking bullshit. If you think that this ain't at the core of the war on the other side of the planet, who's brainwashed here? You are deluded. Don't pin me in with these other people that you've seen, any of them, for 2,000 years. I am different. I'm not against you. I'm not against you. I have a war to stop, and I'm trying really hard to do that. But it's difficult because you guys are all fighting, and I'm just the guy in the middle saying, I don't care whose fault it is. Let's just fix it. You want to fight now? I don't care whose fault it is. Let's just fix it. I don't care whose fault it is. Let us reason together. Can we do that? How much violence you going to bring? I don't have any. I don't do violence. I'm a real Jew. You ever heard of the word shalom? Call my phone number. I'll say it to you twice. Why? Because the Lord always says things twice. If he's using you, you'll always speak twice. Okay? And if you don't understand any of that, I'm sorry. You're upset, and rightfully so, because you're in here seeing problems with religion. I'm on your side. I'm here to correct it. If you can get a theologian or a pastor, or any of these people in universities are willing to believe that somebody could unravel their problems for them, then please do me that service. I'll do whatever. Help me out. Help me to help you. You seem aggravated. I'm the help. All right. I don't know what that was typed there, but anyway, this is a result of the room temperature IQ party. Why won't you answer the question? I never asked why won't you just type it again so we can respond. See, what happened was he typed it, but he used some bad language and it gets blocked out because he can't converse like a human being. He's got the beast. He's got the beast working in him, right? But the Lord saves who? Man and beast, right? That's the problem is, see, the beast is at work here. Getting people to accept that they're a part of the beast is like, I don't think you're going to get people to accept that they're a part of the beast. The real purpose of that is to realize that some people are just being shredded by our God, who lives and reigns either as, godliness, whatever, or beast. If the person's in beast mode, stay away from the beasts. Let them eat each other alive, destroy each other, or whatever, right? You don't need to deal with it. They will learn. That's goats, right? We got to follow the staff. Anyway, but that's probably what happened. I'm sure, and I'm not, I'd like to know what the question was so I can answer it, but if he said something bad, it'll say something like that. This message held for review. I'm not going to go clicking on links and shit in my stream so I can go find your question. I might find something I don't want to find. Repost it. Remember the Alamo. That was where the Muslims showed up in Texas and they were saying Alamo because they wanted, they were trying to boast their version of God, right? We're all serving the same God, guys. There's only one God. That's it. God of all gods. If you have picked different names or whatever, I don't think he's offended. We don't get away anyway. We're all here together, like just trying to live and everything. What the hell is a Jew Bible? I only recognize the Old Testament. They're words. Throw the books away. Love each other. That's it. Love each other. What the hell is a Jew Bible? It's crunch time. Been waiting for this. this is going to decide how we roll. Okay. Well, guess what? I am happy to report that it would seem that my financial manager has enabled me to stick with you for another couple of months. So that means I will be able to make it through winter till the weather's better. My flight won't be in winter, and I also have a few months to prepare. Very. What the fuck was that? Did you hear that? Hey! uh, Well, see, and what was I praying for? What did I do? I'm going to lose my home. Not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. Wah! And what does God do? Bullshit. Here's more money. Get back to work. That's what he did to me. I'm ready to leave. No guitars, no books, no nothing. My shoes and wherever he's going to take me, and I'm ready to go. And then what happens? Nope. Here, you got to stay. Here's more money for you. Keep it going. You know what that means? He's going to let me leave after winter. After winter. I'll get to shave this mess off my face. Do you know what? You want to see how I look? I should show you guys. You want to see what I should look like? What I looked like just a few years ago? All right. Here. This is what I want to look like and how I should look. You ready? This guy. See this guy? That's me. All right. I haven't cut my hair. I'm filthy from treading the wine press alone. And I'm going to get into my kingdom and do some work. And I'm going to do it with good weather, apparently. My God is good. Chris, I think you and I have different definition of what Jewish and what is Christian. I don't think people who wrote it are Jewish, and you may think they are. It's the Jesus was a Jew argument. I almost want to step away from saying whatever Jesus was, he didn't believe in the same way they did. He could see what I can see, and that there's a way to cut this baby in half. It's literally, when it talks about rightly dividing the word, what happened, this is how I see it. This has changed over time, right? And archaeologically, we see that there was a woman present. God did have a consort, right? And then we start denying it. The woman doesn't count. It's only he. If you start tearing the freaking carcass apart, and what is that? Where the eagles are, where the carcass is, the vultures are gathered. The people that say they have the spirit, the leaders and whatever, they're tearing apart what's left of our God. Jesus could see the final beast stomping what was left of our God. I'm surprised it's still here after 2,000 years. To me, it's like a testament to God can't be stopped. It's like Gamaliel said, we'll stomp it forever, but it'll just Well, God will never go away. As somebody's going to show up and go, do you think maybe we're thinking wrong about God? You know, Jesus being a Jew, I don't care what he was. He was shalom. He was a man of peace. He understood this word in a way to present it in a peaceful way to where God gives each person their part. You know, if you want to have this spirit, if you're Jewish, you'd say, what's your inclination, right? You'd say, what's your inclination? So arrogant. Who's arrogant? I mean, Jesus might have been Jewish or whatever, but the point is praise Buddha. Sure, that's. Do you realize Buddha is serving my God? Because I serve the God of all gods. So your God serves my God. He gets the brunt of his rules from my God. Where he honors my God, that's good. Where he doesn't, my God will torture you for serving another God than the one true God. But you can serve that God because when the table of nations were doled out, he gave all the nations their own gods, right? So why do I fight with you because you have other gods? I'm not. Do what you keep doing, just do it in peace. Thank you very much. Any other questions? That's your belief. That's what you believe. See, what you believe, keep it to you. Can you prove that? Show me where that God is. I'll show you my God. I'll show you where my God is. Look at my works and see what I do, and you will have seen my God. Because the son always does what he sees his father doing, and I don't serve the devil. Those sons always do what they see their father doing, and there's only two fathers and there's only two sons, and they both magically get shot out of the same womb even. So yeah, twins all the way down, man. Well, okay, so you consider death as an escape to an astral realm. So what you see, like, and we agree then, this to me is nothing but a dirt suit. What's in here is the spirit that the Lord put in here that animates me and makes me alive. Yes, I want that to overcome the earth. I can do that here in a spiritual sense and still even dwell within this body if I don't consider myself, my own personal value, to be of more than like as a servant to help out, right? I'm a servant to my God, or, right? Well, you know what they say. You can catch flies with honey, but you can catch more honeys with fly. Well, it's true, and that's the bottom line. It's like that's why God designed this place the way he did. Some people are faithful servants. The wicked, the people who do, if you're going to learn through bad, why do you think he made it fun? I guess he wants you to enjoy the lesson that you'll really hate at the end. Because what'll happen is at the end of that lesson comes where you say you mourn for the lost son, not Jesus. You mourn for the son is what is inside of you. The Son of Man is you, and it's you and what's inside of you. And that Son of Man has to serve Father God or the father of lies. That's what makes the Son of Man then, through his actions, tied by his works, indeed, right? If the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed, like what you do. Not, hey, indeed, indubitably, wow, you have been set free by the Son. No, if the Son sets you free, that is your choice. Your Son of Man gets sacrificed for God to do what he wants and not what you want. If you do what you want, then you're Son of Man with man, and then you are defiled as a woman. You are literally pregnant. You're considered a pregnant woman. And actually, that's why there are prophecies that talk about men that way. Men being pregnant with what? Weak knees. That's because they're not being obedient. One million views? Not on this stream, no. I got a million views, but it's doesn't mean anything. It's disheartening because it's like talk about kicking, trying to knock down doors and whatever. I admire the idea that that's what got me in trouble with my pastor was I was trying to put a letter on the church in the same way that Luther did. Remember when he posted his 20 whatever that thing was where he was bitching about how we interpreted the law or the Bible? I see more than he did, okay? And that's what I was trying to do. Is just to say, can somebody give me some attention here? There's a problem here. It's ruining our world. I'm like any other rabbi. You ask any other rabbi, you break one little part of the law, you'll destroy the world. Please get in touch with me so I can show you how we have already pretty much accomplished that a couple times over, it's feeling like. All right? I'm just another rabbi. You look Southern Jewish. I have a gift for you. You ready? No, I'm not going to fart. I didn't get to witness this, but a friend of mine, he could really, really, really imitate like a Hindu accent, right? So my friend is traveling and he goes down like through Tennessee and he winds up in a Waffle House. Well, the waitress walks up and she's, you can tell by her hair, she's got no problem. Just if it doesn't fall off in the food, okay. But she's got, the jewel that she puts on her forehead and everything. And she walks up to the table and he repeated it. It just, she says that, she goes, "Howdy you all, what can I be getting you?" And it was like Hindi with a southern accent, right? Howdy you all. It's like, it's just beautiful. I mean, she like tried to adopt as much into the culture to relate. It just makes me smile. It's like I want to hug that lady. You know what I mean? Oh man. But someone would make fun of her, which is pretty much how it went in the old days, but now I look at it a lot differently. It's like she was trying to, is there something wrong with joining hospitality to hospitality, right? That's what Sodom and Gomorrah got knocked out for. You realize that, right? It was about hospitality. Yeah. Think about that. What do you see out there in the world? Do you see much hospitality going on? I don't. I don't. uh, Southern Jewish Santa. Well, actually, just so you know, if you can find, there's a guy out there. His name is Ash Mays. I don't think that's his real name. I think he uses some kind of a pen name or something. My name is my name. I don't hide behind anything. I give you my phone number. I'll give you my address if you're really going to come over. Um, yeah. He figured out in his research that Santa is actually a Jewish invention. It was a rabbi that created Santa, if you can believe it. And it's hilarious. God got me because it used to bug the hell out of me because people would say, they'd accuse me being Santa and like, what I grew my beard so I can have little kids follow me around. It's like, no, I wish I didn't have it because then just because your kid can see maybe a nice Santa guy or whatever they see. I don't know, Father Time, Grandpa, whatever, right? Wizard. uh, you see some kind of freaking criminal just because I don't know what your fucking problem is. You can't grow a beard. I mean, I'm Jew and somebody's mentioning Santa Claus, and that for the first part of me until Ash messed that up, I was going, what? Santa Claus, Jewish? No, Santa Claus is a Christian thing, And even it's not even Christian. It's I don't know if that was attack on Christianity from Judaism side maybe or something, but that's all it's been. It's just, snowball fight back and forth. It just makes no sense. I admire him because at least he had the advantage of upsetting people enough where they were threatening his life. I would almost, I feel like, wow, what I'm preaching now about God just doesn't mean anything to anybody enough for somebody to say something. The Christian church has said something, but they speak in silence. What they do is they starve you out. They do exactly what, you're not supposed to do. They abandon a brother. They don't help you out. They leave you off abandoned in the wilderness to starve. Kind of like what they did to Joseph. The other guy who could see that evil could be used for good. Yeah, that guy. I'm going to take a break, man. I need to go find something to drink around here. I actually need to make some lemonade. Well, shit. Here. We'll do it like this. I'll take you for a ride. I got to make some lemonade. I got to make something to drink. Look at that. 2 minutes to midnight, the hands that threaten doom. 2 minutes to midnight to kill the unborn in the womb. I'm the child, right? I had some freaky, this weirded me out, man. I had a, what do you call it? This lady was like one of these psychic people, right? I didn't know that. I was going to a house to look for a guy that I had prayed for, just to say, how's Gene doing? What was going on when 2020 hit? I knew what I needed to do. I knew the message I should deliver. I knew where we were screwing it up. I knew where we were going to fail. And when I couldn't get anybody. It's like, I'm over here, hey, please, somebody. You say you're Christian, you say you believe in God, and you won't freaking listen to a brother. You're going to shoot him off, run it. You don't know who God might use, right? You can't write anybody off. I get that now. And but that's what he did. This place is a wreck, man. I mean, really. That's what happens when you think you're going to lose your home. Why am I going to clean this place if somebody else is going to take it? I'm just going to figure out how I can grab guitars, some Bibles. There's some books that I'm definitely going to take. I found a copy of Pilgrim's Progress laying in the road as I was driving along. I picked it up and I opened it up, and inside it said, from I don't know, Sandra Algier or something, to Sandra Algier from her Sunday school teacher, December 25th, 1895. 1895. Okay? And no, I didn't pick it up. It wasn't brand new, still in the package, smart ass. No, 1895, I look at it and I went, wow, it's like, this book has got to be like, this is a 300, 400, 500, the book's worth $1,000 at least. I was holding it, and as I'm holding it, I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. And just as I'm holding it, this girl comes running down, bitch. She comes running down the sidewalk, wearing all Lycra, and shit's all painted on her. She's bouncing and jiggling her way around. And so I go, hey, I just found this book in the street. I go, it's worth a lot of money. Do you want this? Maybe God wants you to have this or whatever. Maybe I go, I don't want to take this. Maybe this was intended for you and I just saw it first. And she runs by like doing this shit. Giving me one of these, what the hell? What are you, I knew, creepy, whatever. Just the dirty look she gave me. It's like, wow, man. I found like $1,500 laying in the street. And was willing to say, we're kind of both here at the same time. I can't read. This book probably ain't going to mean as much to me for you as it would to you. You maybe can read. I can't read. Here. No, I got a dirty look. And that's my life. I show up with gifts, want to help people out, give stuff, be a servant. That's been my life, man. I've always been a servant. I had my first job when I was 8 years old. And that was working for a company. Now, I'm not talking paper route shit. Like, well, that's still a company. I'm not talking about mowing lawns. No, I worked for a company at the age of 8 because our family was poor when we lived in Virginia. You get another name on the ticket, you can get somebody out there to walk door to door selling stuff. And that's what I did at 8 years old. Door to door salesman at 8 years old. How funny is that? 8 years, 8 is Jesus' number, and at 8 years old, I was a freaking door to door salesman. I'm still a door to door salesman. I'm pounding on your door. I'm kicking the shit in. I got a loaf of bread for you. Oh my God. What the hell is this? Look at this potato. This thing's been sitting here forever. If the Irish can eat rotten potatoes, I'm sure I can stomach a little bit. All right. I can make something to drink. Can't believe he gave me more money. Fuck. Oh! I was ready to go. All right. Thank you. Can you imagine, like, you've just found out, some doctor has told you, right? You're going to be dead in a month. And you are, you get to the point where you can accept it. You got to leave, sever all ties, can't take anything, all of that, right? You prepare for it, and you're like, and finally you get to the point where you're at peace, like, all right, whew. And you feel good. You're like, wow, man, that was really hard to think that, that was a hard thing to get over. But I know this doesn't matter, Lord. None of this stuff matters. I know it doesn't matter. I'm certain of it. What matters is, like you guys, right? And me, I matter. I matter too, right? We matter, the people, those with the breath of life, right? Everybody. And then he goes, nah, just kidding. Here you're set up for, you can hang out for a while. Yeah, all the disaster's gone. It's like, you know what it's going to do? It's going to make it so I'll sell it all off now. I'll pull in Elijah or Elisha and just, sell off the kingdom, have a barbecue with the oxen, and then we'll plow forward, right? But anyway, I'm going to make some lemonade. When I make lemonade, this is the best lemonade you'll ever have. You ready? Bottle, lemon juice concentrate. Give her a swirl. Make sure it's well mixed. You need 40 grams of lemon juice. Okay, 40 grams. This is my God lemonade, right? So here we go. I'm going to measure and see where I'm at. That's 29. So I need about a third more, and that was about that. So let's go about that much. And that is 38. Close enough. 40. All right. Then, oh, wait. I might as well make two at the same time. 40, huh? Let's see. 40. That was, okay. I think I got it. Oh, no, 26. The Lord has spoken. 26. Hit me again, Lord. $38. So I got two of them, both with 38. Next, lime juice. Lime juice concentrate. This, you want to do 14 grams. Okay? So 40 and 14, that's 54. This is denser than the other stuff, so you have to pour it a little more carefully. Okay. 51. Better to go over with this one than under, so I'm going to tweak it one more. If we want 54. Bleep. There we go. And what do we got? 54. Same thing on this one. Again, take your time. The lemon juice is going to be quite a bit denser. 47. I need 7 more. And 54. We hit it again. We're clicking like concrete here. Next, you want to know what you need now? Vinegar. Vinegar is interesting because it'll open up your taste buds. It'll cause you to pass a lot of fluids through you. 4 grams. 4. So 40, 14, and 4. 4 grams of vinegar. It's not much. Careful. If you could use an eyedropper or something, you'd be better off if don't have a steady hand, okay? So we had what? 54, right? 50. Why does it say 55 now? 54, okay. And I need to get this to 58. No more than 60. That's it. And we are 57. I'd almost stop right there, but I like vinegar, so here we go. Oh, that's gonna 59. Okay, so we're 1 over, but that's all right. Same thing we want on this one now, right? 54. Okay, yep. Okay. 59. Perfect. All right. Same all the way through. I mix like a machine. I'm like my own factory. So there we go. Now we have that's the liquids. Next, you got to get your sweeteners in there. And for me, I use different kinds of sweetener. Sweeteners, depending on the level of acidity within the drink, will do different things. You throw acid at stevia, you've invented like a love story. But I'd like carbohydrates too, so in we go with some sugar. And me, I bang them 7 level teaspoons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Sugar. Let me hit my second one here. That I don't weigh. I could, but it's easier just to this. This is nutrition for sugar, not for not for so much as much for sweetness. It's the stevia. When you dip that stevia in acid, it turns it into like a I don't know. It gets really sweet. I used to grow stevia, but I let my garden go in 2020. And in 2020, it was time not to garden anymore and time to work on the garden itself, you guys. All right, so here we go. 1 spoon of this stuff, man. Wow. There's 1. And 2. And then you just fill them up with water, top them off. And like, if you like lemonade, I mean, you'll like that. I promise you, man. I've never had anybody that didn't like my lemonade. Man, that's some sketchy lemonade. Well, I got to put water in here. You could drink it straight, but actually, um, that's the mix. You can put however much water you want here. Like you could put this much. You put just a little bit, and then throw it in the freezer and shake it when it starts freezing and whatever, and then get it out of here. It'll be like a lemon slushy. It'll be like Italian ice. Italian ice. It'll be like that, and it's really good, man. It's really. Maybe I shouldn't have told anybody, right? That's no fun. I think you should share if you have something good, right? I shouldn't lock it away and cause you to make you buy it out of bottles in a store somewhere. I should just go, hey man, let your taste buds enjoy some of this. Look what God showed me how to make. That's how I look at it. And if God showed me how to make it, which he shows me how to do everything it is that I do, I thank him for all that comes onto me, whatever. Guess what? I can't withhold it from you. It's wrong. Uh-oh. Wonder how much water's in here. I've been wanting to drink one of these really concentrated because it's really sweet, but it's like, yeah. Oh, there it is. It's about halfway. Wow. You know what this tastes? Oh, this tastes good. Gotta try. Just to. Oh man. Wow. Tastes like summer or something, you know, like the carnival maybe. I don't know. Anyway, let me I got to go downstairs and get some got to get some water. I'm going to throw you guys to the dogs here, man. Here. This is a good friend of mine. Somewhere in here. Oh wait, what's that? Oh no, that's the Flintstones. Hold on. Meet the Flintstones. They're the modern Stone Age family. From the town of Gowanda, he's a blast right out of history. We think maybe he's Moses too. Nah, nah, he's Elijah. Just look at the fur. Yeah, Shelter Man. Look at the Shelter Man. Oh, the look on your face, even you hated the taste. But when you have the cup, there's no time to waste. He comes from on high, and he brings you his will. But not all can swallow such a bitter pill. To be king is not easy. There's darkness and light. To stand in judgment, I would rather be a servant. I'm nobody to judge. I don't want to be judged. You know what? I was now all of a sudden the Lord has thrown more money at me, and I don't know. Should I use that little bit of cash to float for another month or two, or should I just pull chalks and get the hell out of here? See, that's fear. And then I hear verses like, "Be still, and I will fight for you." Can I go somewhere else and wait? Can I go somewhere else and be still? It's like, this place is pretty messed up, Lord. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's a no-brainer. Plow forward. Yeah. Howdy, how you doing? I'm doing all right. You know, it's that difficult time of the season where we're just kind of hanging out and doing what we do, right? Ain't nothing but love coming from up in here. That's all we know how to do down south. Y'all people don't know how to open doors, and you don't know how to treat each other kind. You wonder why you get all miserable, and then you come on down here looking for better weather. And y'all bringing all the, yeah, leave that at home, you know. Get your southern on. That's how you do it up in here. I'm White Rabbit, the Rabbit Rabbi. We chew the cud, but we don't divide the path. There's thieves and robbers running up all and down that thing. You know what? You just enjoy yourself. Keep on walking. Whatever you do, just keep on walking. Eternity. All the people who don't know laughter, deciding what comes after. Isaac. And those who don't know laughter, they don't decide what comes after, they build what is. That's the seed. Those who don't know laughter decide what comes after. Heaven is a human need. Heaven is a human need. You know what that is, right? That's basically saying Sabbath, you know. Imagine the afterlife. Who will be there? Will you see your wife? Maybe you will see my face. Or I might go to another place. Times it gets me, then it hits me. Sometimes people believe only meant from imaginative. People never see. Oh, is Here's to you guys. Don't go solo. Yeah, there ain't no passing grade to trying to get into heaven. He loves all of y'all. Those who follow the staff, they walk right. They don't take as many lumps. But don't you know it pleases him to bruise you? You're a suffering servant. You're nobody to be esteemed. You're numbered amongst the transgressors. You'll still come along with the rest of us. Don't worry. We love you too. Remember, no violence, no deceit. Yuck. Anyway, we're turning 5.5 hours here. White Rabbit, the Rabid Rabbi. We have eaten the scroll. My belly's quite bitter. Sorry to say. But I've got a sweet taste in my mouth. And I know that is for everybody. And that's probably why I'm bitter. I sit looking at a kingdom that should have been like here for us already. I'm not saying what do you tell God to hurry up? No, I'm saying we let Jesus maybe not be a liar, right? Any time will do. No, that was the man part of Jesus. Didn't know what the hell he was talking about. The other part, the father part, that's got it going on. Just don't worry. Man, Jesus was like God's motivational speaker. He just wanted people to like realize what was in front of us, and he said it, and he opened the door and gave it to us, and then they killed him. It's sad. It's sad. But at the same time, I have to see. I have a Jewish background, so we hit twice, man. We hit you once, and we hit you from the other side to see what the hell's going to pop out. Well, it's kind of like I could sit here and think, well, then I could have been born into a beautiful kingdom, but much like with that same tree in the Garden of Eden, right? Would I know what that is, right? uh, how would I know what good was if I didn't experience bad? The worse when you go through hard times, man, the better times are that much better, right? And I've seen shit times and good times and more shit times, and now I'm seeing what's causing our problem. It's our misunderstanding of a sword. This wasn't intended to get us to fight. It was so we could be gardeners. It's almost an irony. What did the women do? They saw the gardener and like, yeah, who's you? We don't know who the hell you are. That's you, man. You're a gardener. Get your shovel. Leave your sword alone. uh, oh, man. feel like a burden's been put back on my shoulders again. And it's like I don't know what to do. It was like I gave up and said I should just go. And then all of a sudden money gets dumped on me. And what do? I'll just stay instead of just bailing out. But I mean, I could make a more graceful exit, you know. I could find an heir for my home. Somebody I could give somebody I could give my home to would be better. All it's going to do is somebody's going to see this as money instead of, you know, I've invested to make this like it is. And it should be passed along to somebody you care about, not somebody looking for a freaking deal, you know, fucking, sorry, price tag. I'd rather give it to a stranger that I could love than just that, right? This kid, here, this is my kid. He's in Haiti. Can you get him over here? Hey, this is your house, dude. You, Celine, come to America. I wouldn't even know how to say it. I don't know. The writing's interesting because they'll send letters, you know, and he'll write, you know, and then somebody translates what he wrote, and I gotta hope that, you know, I have hope that it's accurate, right? Um, I don't know. I don't know anything about where it goes. I just know what the intention is, and they send me pictures of somebody that looks like they need help. That's good enough for me. I got to do something. What I can do. There's a girl I do too. She's I keep the girls. Nobody needs to see that. That's my man. That's my boy. I think God's going to do something with him for some reason. I really do. So if you ever run into him and he happens to mention me and you know him, then I don't know. Tell him how long ago that it was. Somebody said, "Oh, it was prophesied of you. You were going to show up pissed off and destroy the place or something." Who knows, right? Uh, Everybody has good intentions. It's like even in America, it's like I don't know, man. I'm flipped out now. I don't know. I don't even want to look at the news anymore. Book 'em, Dano. If that wasn't a blast from a Jewishly led entertainment industry, book 'em, Dano. Don't write it down. They thought of everything, and it's everywhere. Like in the songs, Peter Frampton, you listen to some of his songs, it's like they're like worship songs, man. I want you to show me the way day after day. Oh, won't you show me the way? I want you day after day. Yeah. Yeah, that's show me the way. And it's like, I don't know. It's like to me, even Rush has all kinds of Christian underpinnings in their stuff. And I at first I thought it might be Christian, or now I know it's like Jewish or Hebrew even. There's something about the Hebrew way, chopping the shit in half, man. The funny thing is actually when Solomon says that, cut the baby in half. Think about this for a second. You know how he says all of Lady Wisdom's children are vindicated? Well, what Jesus was saying, good and evil both have their purpose, right? Lady Wisdom teaches from both sides of the street, I guess, right? Um, but when Solomon said that, cut the baby in half, that there was more being said there under the hood. Because remember, the one mother was what? She was asleep. And she was the reason why her son died. And so then what happens? Did she still have a child? Yes, but a dead child. The other one had a live child. So it's like there was a Lady Wisdom thing. Lady Wisdom cut wisdom in half in that situation. One mother got, and which mother got the life? the one who loved and cared, the one who was harsh like Lady Wisdom or the Lord would be, cutting the thing in half? Nothing. So it's these scriptures are like just like crammed, jam packed, man. It's like unbelievable to me. I don't. I see it, and I had to unlock it. I didn't know it. Don't trust me. Don't think I spent a good 20 years of my life, being mean and rude to everybody too, right? A hypocrite, bigot, maybe in times, you know. My daughter, I feel terrible. My daughter just died. The one 3 weeks ago, she died, and we had not such a great relationship because she had a friend who did she commit suicide, or was that the husband? Oh man, I can't remember. It was a mess, but it was like, oh, I'm a Christian. You guys are mixing it up this way and that way. What do you expect to happen? And it's kind of like pretty lame, right? Not much love there, not much compassion for somebody that's hurting. And I had it all jacked up and wrong, man. I had it backwards. And it wasn't until it was like I had a Paul moment, right? I had to have it stuffed in my face and come to a crisis situation. That crisis situation happened to be in 2020 when I was looking out for my own ass. I'm like, everybody's dying. You say to, put it on my heart to look in certain places in scripture. And within a week, I had it like, it was like rock solid. It's like, you know what to do if you know what that word says, right? But in some cases, you won't see it. If it says to mess your hair up and go unclean, unclean, that's the same as social distancing. And it can work. But the trick is it should have been social distancing, but like not forever. You just got to get everybody to commit because you have to treat the problem as if it were leaven, like in going into flour. One little bit causes it to multiply and spread. And you're like, yeah, but you can't have that kind of perfection. You would outrun it. You'd outrun it if you tried to manage it that way. See, because what happens is your body goes through two modes. In the initial mode, you spread disease. If you got it, you got it. You can't, there's nothing anybody could get rid of it, right? You got the mark, stupidity, right? We playing around with diseases and shit. You just got the mark of stupidity. You didn't do anything wrong, but you got marked by stupidity, okay? And therefore, you're kind of unclean in a certain sense, and you got to stay outside the camp until you're clean. Well, everybody should have just, because it was time. We were passing a 400-year mark. It might even been to the day. When did the Mayflower land? I have no idea. That would be interesting to know when they landed. Did they land in February? Like in the early part of the year? Because that's when we started our covenant 400 years ago when we came to this place, right? And then we get tested after 400 years, and that's what happened in 2020. And well, hindsight is 2020. This is all great to clearly see and to be able to prove. I could write a great book, I'd have to title it like something like, We're Idiots, right? That's what I'd have to title it. We're Idiots. Things swirl around inside my head. I spit them out when I am interested. Money's not what it's about. I just got to get it out for. I don't wanna be no whore. I cannot bring to life my wants. I'm an idiot or a savant. Some things come naturally. Some things have no fee. Some would but they do their jobs. I do this. I know what it's for. I don't wanna be no whore. I I I I lost time again. Yeah, I don't want to be no whore of Babylon, okay? I know what this is for. I don't want money. I need to get my message out. Thank you, Jerry. Hello and goodbye. I'm going to be on my way. Reynolds, man, I wish you were the Reynolds rapper that I need to find, man. I did a what happened? um Hey, you have a good day, man. I wish you well, and whatever you do, go love people, okay? Uh that's the point. Um you're my brother. Yeah, it's from this movie. I play a sheriff in here. It's very when I was called to ministry, it happened in a very interesting way. I lost a set of twins. Uh, House was on the line. Economy was jacked. Pretty much like now. Um, and I was looking for work wherever I could, and I actually was in Craigslist. Craigslist. This is the Craigs, isn't it? This is the worst thing. Yeah, but guess what happened in Craigslist? Uh, I wound up any job hunt, and I would give this advice to anybody, just saying, if you're ever looking for work, if you put forth the effort to do anything, the God I serve would not take you to something and not put some kind of fruit there for you to find. And it's not always obvious, all right? It is not that obvious, my friend. God could put you guys are my resources. Yeah. Wow. This threw the shit all on you, didn't I? It's like you don't know what your resources might be. That your resources might not be as obvious as you want it to be, but he wouldn't take you down a path and then leave you dead ended, right? That's like saying it just doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't work that way. But what might result if you follow the laws, and I'm not saying the law is always think there's something here, right? There's more. I'm missing something. If you look behind you, wah, wah, that shit. Okay, crybabies, get back there. If you can keep going forward, he'll unravel a path. It's like a freaking rabbit hole, unbelievable. Okay, because I'm on Craigslist now, looking for work. Pretty much same situation, and I'm looking for I don't know 2 hours. I was probably in there. I was an IT guy. I had my own site in Chicago. If you want to Google it, you can look at 2200 Bussy Road in Mount Prospect. I ran that. That was mine in the end when everybody left. All the CIO left, the network administrator left, the programmer left, the other computer operators left. Hi, who's left? I can do it. I am. Who the hell am I? And how much are you paying me? That was the freaking coolest phone call ever. Was to call my now after, and that's why it's good to have a good woman behind you because I'm just like, got my job. I can do it. My ability to manage freaking chaos is just I'm in my zone. And my wife is like, she's like, how many people left there? How many people you quit? In your area, and I'm like, well, everybody, everybody. And she goes, well, how? And then I told her who quit. It was like from our building and that all the stuff that had to get taken over by me, a CIO. Now I didn't do all of his duties, but the parts that I could absorb, I had to. I mean, I was doing like facilities maintenance. It used to blow my mind. Somebody would come trying to find me, and I'd be working. And by the time they found me, they were all fired up because they wanted to get back to their little computer and earn money. And there's commission is a tough job, right? But by the time they find me, they're like, "Hey, the firemen are here." And I'm like, "What? What do you mean the firemen?" I go running out there. Yeah, we gotta test the pumps. This is a big facility. We can't drive like a truck up here, and you know, yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. You have your own freaking love boat, man. You have pumps. We just want to make sure they work. We turn them on. It's going to scare the hell out of the people in your building because they freaking howl. These are pumping water, all right? Okay. And then they take you in like the secret room that you never knew was there. And you're looking at this shit and it looks like the inside of a freaking submarine, man. You're like, holy crap. And like, and I'm like, wow, I want to watch. And they're like, nah, if this is cavitated and it's got air in it, it could like explode. So yeah, just so you leave, you can hear all hell breaking loose and they're doing their thing to make sure it can pump. And all they're doing is just you've got like your own fire truck right on site with, 90 phase nuclear power generators driving this freaking thing. We had I don't know how many times God saved my life, but as many times I guess as the power went out is what the power company felt because we used to always blow this big ass circuit breaker, and I would just go in there and it was like a big handle, and I just grab a hold of this thing and and get them going again. And everybody's going. And when the guy came, I was on lunch this one time, and the in the Midwest, there's storms, lightning, and there's power outages, different stuff. Well, they popped the circuit breaker, and it was bad out. And I was at lunch, and I come back, they're out of power, but when you got a facility like that, your utility companies will have keys for rooms, right? You give them access if they need it, right? It's your building, but they're like embassies for, services and shit you need. You let them have that. So if time comes, it gets serious, they can help you out. Anyway, I hook up with I see that they're in there and I go in there and the guy's in there and, we're talking. I'm like, yeah, man. I go, at it again, huh? And he's like, what do you mean? I go, oh shit. I go, this thing's always popping the damn circuit breaker. And he goes, woo. He goes, that's not good. He goes, maybe it's overloaded and maybe we should look into that, right? And it's like, hell yeah, it was overloaded, man. Here's what I would do. I would use junk computers and lots of them. You know what I mean? Like in a horde. You know what I mean? So that they could work in a pile and I could use absolute junk to they were on Windows 2000 already, and I was still had like a freaking flagship running Windows 95 boxes. But I also had like I'm one of these dumb tube guys. You ever heard of like VT tubes and that kind of shit? That's what I was. I'm like IBM mainframe, that kind of thing, serial connections, WISE terminals, terminal emulation software, mainframe computers, VAX, mini VAX, EPSIDIC. But the guy's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh yeah, I just grab a hold of it and reset it. And he's like, are you insane? I'm like, why? And he's like, holy shit. And then here comes his buddy with his stuff, you know. He's got like a big cape wrapping himself in rubber with a big fiberglass pole to reset it. And I'm over here every time just like, got it. Yeah. All right, we're up. I wouldn't have felt anything. I mean, I remember when I first found God and there was like thunderstorms and stuff, I'd be standing out in the parking lot at Walmart, yeah, and lightning bolts are going, and dumps. It was tornado weather. Dumpsters are flying, you know, and I don't know, man. I'm like Lieutenant Dan, you know. You call this a storm? You know what the storm is? I'm looking at it. It's you guys. It's like, where is the freaking crew? The ship is going down, man. All right, let me see. Let me look at some things, man. Yeah, but the hat is very old. And I love you, buddy. Who was that? That was Kenny? Mr. Reynolds. Yeah, I had a Reynolds was a guy in in a band I was in. His name was Jason. He played bass. And man, last time I seen him, I almost bought a BMW from him, and it was an old one. It was like a well, I think it was a 1980-ish, 1981 maybe. It was. No, 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 no. No, it couldn't have been that. 87. It couldn't have been that new. No, it had to be late 70s. But it had the, you know, the grill all the way across with the two headlights and shit. But he had no title, man. I wish he would have had the title. I think my life would have turned out different if I would have ventured into the wilderness driving a Beamer. And maybe I should look into that. That would be pretty damn cool, wouldn't it? But have a good time, man, and thanks for stopping in. Um, how do I feel about people who don't believe in God? Why should I feel about anything about them? I feel like they don't. To me, I I don't feel bad. I don't feel that they're uh, uh, like suffering like some kind of deficit. Okay, the God I serve is going to reach you in your own zone. Okay, I don't need to do anything to you. If the only thing I need to do is if I feel like I can be of a help to you, and if I am actually representing right, then I should be able to be of a help to you. I mean, when you understand this book, seriously, this book says that in the end, this is what Jesus was trying to do is knock this out so people could understand it. In the end times, it says things like irreverence will be justified. Well, some people who are negative would say, well, that means I can go and strike somebody now. Because, well, hitting somebody isn't good, but it's justified. Why? Because in Genesis it says if man spills man's blood, then by man's blood. That isn't what that says in Genesis. They never read the rest of the verse that says, for in the image of God was man made. So man was made to be what, like a mean piece of shit, angry God? That's not my God. My God ain't angry. He's just. Okay? No, we find everywhere all through here to twist this thing around and make excuses to fight with each other. And that's what Jesus was trying to do, is to teach this at a different level. And for somebody who doesn't believe in God, from there, you know, he said, don't let the left hand know what the right is doing. Here's how I would be letting you know. You would be left hand, because that was how they separated. They just called people on the left don't know. That's why the Jewish thing, they wrap a snake around the arm. That's why before them, Gilgamesh had a lion cub hanging off his left arm. I can continue on down the road. It's all the same thing being iterated, not plagiarism, because ultimately it turns into God of all gods, and that it even includes you. As for Jesus, somebody who doesn't know God, it really doesn't matter. I understand that you are a God as per Jesus, because Jesus was the Word, and if he called them gods to whom the Word came, in order to incorporate all of us into this story, we are the many. We are gods. No big deal. Nothing to grasp. You can't fly. It's just a way to read this thing so you can understand it. And if you're ashamed of that, as you read this, I can't be a God. Who are you? Or somebody conflicts with that, guess what? I'm sorry, but you can't explain heavenly things if you're all hung up on earthly opinions. Okay? Example. What did Nicodemus say to, I call him Nicodemus because he's smoking some good shit. Nicodemus, what did he say to Jesus? Can a man be born? Can a man enter his mother's womb a second time to be reborn? And you know what I would have said as I was Jesus and I was smoking some shit with him and having a good time? I would have laughed and went, Job did it. Uh-oh, we got some scripture to throw in the meat now. What did Job say? Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked shall I return. All right, that's good, because now we got an impossible situation that we can try, and we got a couple examples. The more, it's like a diamond, right? You cut it from this side, you cut it from that side, and you look, and then all of a sudden you'll see something twinkle, and you look over here, and then that's what the scriptures are like. And when you can unravel that book, this is what I find between ungod and God. I breathe the very same air as you do, and the thing that gives me life, I have to respect is inside you, regardless of how it represents itself. I have no rights to judge you, and I don't, and I won't, because I can't. You know, it's like that's not for me to decide. And when you can understand how this book is written and it explains how our God operates, I don't have to, there's no need to enforce anything. You know, are you the guy that is all over? What? Love that perspective. Well, it's fair. I mean, that's how Jesus taught. People didn't run away from Jesus like they do now. That's what kills me when when Christians say, when Jesus says, I was hated, the world hated me, they have no idea what he was saying. When he came, he taught from the perspective of being the devil. Many, from the Jewish perspective, anything divisive is not a good thing. Okay? When you start to divide things, it's not a one, it's not unity. That's a bad thing. Just take that perspective. Now I want you to look at the idea of the concept of the one and the many. What is always the many? Many is evil. That's legion, right? Now look at some of the things that Jesus said and replace actually you can take the word many and swap it out for evil if you want when you read it. Everywhere where it says many, just say evil and watch how simple it fits in. It's like a translation error almost or something. But he says something, in my Father's house, this is our house, are evil mansions. If it were not so, would I have not told you? Doesn't that sound more shocking than him saying everybody can kind of go to heaven or something? That's what he was saying. I go to prepare a place for you. In other words, he's saying, follow me. He's the firstborn of the dead, which makes me dead. You decide for yourself how you feel about yourself. But in this place, we're like the night of the living dead zombie thing to Jesus. You know, when they're talking about people rising out of their graves and whatever, I don't know. Maybe those people that did rise actually then left. Could you imagine like a mass resurrection if somebody can turn this shit back on again or something? I don't know. I understand how it works, and it's all a perspective thing. As soon as you elevate yourself to being chosen or whatever, I have to look at it and go, okay, well, how do I fit into this? Is just like being whatever. And I found that the easiest, best place to stick myself in this book is nothing. I don't matter at all. I'm the nobody that was found to go. No body, spirit. I cried when I read that verse the first time because all the scripture has to be true, and it is, in three distinct senses of time. It has to have been true, remain true. Proof is the unchange. What about going forward? I got to trust that if it made it through that, then it'll continue, right? I'll call it truth even though I'm still on a path. I gotta have faith that it's going in the right direction. Um, but when I read that verse that said, I searched for somebody to go and nobody was found, I was like, it was like, wow, that bothered me. It's like, does that mean nobody will ever be found? And it's like, depending on how you read it, yeah, you better go like this or otherwise that's a problem. Well, then guess what I found later? I found another spot where the Lord looks for somebody to go, and there's a fight over who can go. Seriously, it's in 1 Kings 22. And when do they fight over who gets to go? When they got to go kill King Ahab. So you find we got two instances where people are called to go. Some people are called, right? Good. And nobody's ever found to go. Who's found to go? Nobody. Only the Spirit goes when good is going. Nobody is found to go. What's over here? Everybody, the many. Uh-oh. She's dying, folks. Pow. I don't know if it'll make it. Ugh. Woo. We hit a 5%er. I forgot I yanked the cord over there, man. Oh, I shouldn't eat that peanut butter jelly sandwich. I'm hungry. Technology has made people mentally, yes. Yep, that's it. We're a society, we're social beings. Wow, man. I have a Jewish bloodline. I'm not Orthodox. You don't want to know what clean food is to me. Whatever doesn't make you sick. Okay. God's not going to be mad at me because I'm spending my money trying to run a ministry and save people from a book. Right. But yeah, we're a social species, and I don't know how old you are, what you remember, but I'm into this. I'm into the 6 digits, man, and it's like I remember that life was just a lot different, right? It wasn't policed as much. We policed ourselves more, right? When the police came, it was like they came more like referees. And you know what it's like to get arrested for something that you didn't do? And you don't have your day in court, but they already got your picture fucking posted up in the paper and shit with all these charges and whatever. And it's like, that's fucking wrong, man. I didn't do anything. It's like I could have sent the person who accused me of that to jail. And the funny thing is, I'm going through scripture, right? And I'm like, it's weird how when you pray for stuff and you're looking for answers in there, and and so God's like he's trying to soften me up, because ultimately I wasn't going to throw that person in jail because their kids were at the point of the whole thing anyway, and I would have failed, anyway, and stripping the kids from the people that are supposed to take care of them, and then they wind up in some foster homes and shit. Dude, I grew up in a foster home, all right? That my parents, their name was From Hate. It's Von Haslin, but that's what From Von Haslin means. And it's like, No, at that point, it's like I have rights to forgive and let the law. I have rights to forgive, which is kind of injustice to me, right? I take the hit so that the law can persevere and love can prevail. The idea, the spirit of the law was, I ain't gonna hurt no kids. I was a kid who was hurt. You find somebody that hurts a kid, I'm not gonna get pissed off again. I can get really mad about what happened to me as a kid. I'm over it. I don't like that anger because it almost drove me for revenge, and I was, oh man, have I murdered somebody in my heart? Oh shit, yeah. Oh, buried, done. Like, um, but I think of things that fast. It's like it doesn't take me, but I was in the Marines. Okay, everything's a weapon, including you. You're a weapon or you're a blessing. You're a blessing or a curse. We all are. But technology has driven us apart. It's and in some cases it's brought us together in ways that it shouldn't. You know, you can't just go to some other country thinking that it's okay for the things that you do in your country in a different culture like that, right? I mean, I have enough, cognizance to realize, like, I didn't know anything about the Islamic culture at all, but I kind of was like seeing these ladies dressed up in the hijab, and I see that some of them, I'm go out shopping, they're wandering around, and I'll glance and I see, and it's like, for as what I can tell, that lady's got really beautiful eyes, and then it dawns on me, it's like, I bet they cover themselves up so that other rather humble myself and hide my beauty rather than attract you to me like an apple or something, a fruit that you shouldn't touch. That's what Netanyahu did in Gaza. He's tracking it. See, I'm a prophet, man. He's tracking in Judges right now. He's doing Samson. He saw a deed. Delilah means dangling. That was fruit. He shouldn't have ventured into that. He went into that, and now that's the end game for Samson, is the shaking of the pillars, but I don't know how it's going to play out, right? I don't know what's going to happen there. It's ultimately, if he was shaking the pillars, even if nothing happens to him, that's a brotherhood that needs to be restored. That's two sides of Abraham. Both sides need to come together and realize that family is family and this fighting and destruction is bullshit. Okay? I said it. That's clean food. Hmm. You know what's clean food? Oh man, I can't believe it. I got a few bucks. Yay, I can eat. Oh, I was saving this bag of chips. God is good. Thank you, Father God. Oh, I am loved. I am loved because I'm loving. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you how we do it in the hood, man. All right. Airtight bowl, very important. Your choice of powder. These canisters are nice. I suggest that this shit that comes in here, this canned pepper, get rid of that and then fill it with something really good. Make it yourself. Grow your own peppers. Make a mixture of like habaneros, cayennes. I got some new ones that I just got now. They are where did I get those? Oh, I went to the store. I was looking to get seeds to grow pepper plants. And I'm like, I don't know how much they wanted for like one variety of peppers. I went to the grocery store and I grabbed a bag of mixed peppers, like mixed hotties or something, whatever they were. They were habaneros and red hot peppers, like the kind they use to make Texas red hot sauce. So they're red peppers, like real red peppers. The devil peppers, the ones that are like nice big fat cones, they look like a blunt or something. And really, yeah, you dry those out and grind that up. Put that in here. That's what you want. Potato chips. It's weird. It's so cold. It's so cold in here. This is so cold. It feels like it felt like it was wet, like it was leaking, but it's not. It's just it's cold. All right. Anyway, and then what you do is carefully, and then what we do into the bowl. And you would be surprised at how long a bag of potato chips will last when you eat them like so. Okay? Because Kansas is about to go bye-bye. All right. Careful if you do this at home. What I do is when I pop it open, I'll blow so I can get the. You can do that if you're working with steamy pots too. You can blow the steam away from your hand, like if you're dumping into a colander, so you don't burn your hand from the steam. A steam burn happens really fast. So if you just give a little blow, well, that's what I do. So I make sure I don't get any of this in my eyeballs because it'll jack you up. All right. And then we'll just kind of, I don't mind it, yeah, I mean, that ought to be good. This is the part I don't like. And then we say a little prayer. And we give him a little tumble. Just like when my daddy used to make chicken wings at the Anchor Bar in Buffalo, New York. You knew that, right? My dad made those. If you ever bought chicken wings at the Anchor Bar back in the 50s, you remember my dad. That was Tony. Oh, yeah. These are going to be nice. I think that we should leave Greenland alone. I think we should stop fighting and stop looking for strategic ways to defend ourselves. If we don't need to defend ourselves and we stop fighting, then we won't need to keep pushing and prompting people to start another world war. That'd be what I would do. Just saying. All righty then. Bon appetit. I don't know if it's separating or something, but it just doesn't seem as hot as it used to be. Woo! Oh, hell yeah. These are like Takis. My mouth is just like watering now. If you've ever been in the military in a, where they're firing tear gas canisters, yeah, then you know what I'm going through right now. And you need more. Dig that. I picked up this chip with that chip. That's unnatural. Mm. Uh-oh. Got anything to drink? Oh, shit. Oh, man. Hey. Hmm. Look at this. There is man goo on your beard. And then he's got all these tongues sticking out. Hmm. No, it's probably ice cream or something, but if that's what excites you, there's probably other people willing to accommodate your needs. So, but have a good day. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I just trying to see if I can keep from getting pepper sauce in my eyeball. And I'm eating some of the hottest potato chips ever made because I made them myself. Well, I made them hot myself. Ooh, dang! Look at that one. Mm. Wow. Oh. Yeah. How? Soaked. Mm. Seeing like some people would throw this away. This is going to go in a compost bin, man. We don't treat our planet really good. It's like, this, you know what I'll do with this? This was wrapped around a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I'm going to use it to make a cap on when I make wine, right? I'm going to use it to cap the wine bottle. I could use it to cap another jar or something. It's like, we're pigs, man. Messing up the place. I don't know. Everyone has sinned. Everyone has sinned, which condemns them to damnation without Jesus. Acts 16:31. Let's look at Paul in a Common Sense Bible. You don't really need the King James unless he uses the word made. If he uses the word made, we might need the King James. If he uses the word created, we definitely need the King James. Because made 45:7 if you have any questions. Acts 16, huh? Thank you for the verse. I appreciate you. I love you much. Pray you find a blessing. Pray it's me. Help me to bless you. All right. They replied, believe in the Lord Jesus and you will be saved, you and your household. But you are that house. It's not talking about you and your family and all of that stuff. When he talked about a war between a father and a son and a mother and a daughter and a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law, that has nothing to do with physical people. Nothing to do with physical people. Zero. You're members of your own household. You are a son of man. Who are the members of your household? What's your family? Well, you've got Father God, and he's your father, and Lady Wisdom is your mother. And, or if you decide you have the father of lies and the harlot, or Jezebel. When Jesus said, I come to start a war between a father and a son, we are born in a state of sin, right? Original sin. This is the lake of fire. He was the first of the dead to make it out. Our father born in this place, and the reason why we have to be reborn is the devil. So then, us as being agents of the devil, him being reborn, us being is between the Son of Man and your natural father that you could be reborn. The wars between mothers and daughters, that's all that fruit stuff, you know. You as a son are supposed to be the first fruit. Second, third fruits, daughters, other sons, I guess. This is a Jewish book that's been, the whole thing is Jewish. I'm not saying Christianity's made up. I'm saying it's messed up and in a bad way. There's nothing in here to fight over. They replied, believe in the Lord Jesus, whom is in you, and you will be saved, you and your household. Then they spoke the word of the Lord to him and to all the others in his house. At that hour of the night, the jailer took them and washed their wounds. Then immediately he and all his family were baptized. And what is that? At that hour of the night, the jailer took them and washed their wounds. That's like being baptized in the Jordan. Why? Because the Jordan means descender. You have to conquer the descender. Baptized in the Jordan. The jailer brought them, okay, and then what? Then the jailer brought them into his house and set a meal before them. Table before my enemies. He had come to believe in God, he and his whole family. See, I see it at the nuts and bolts level, deeper than just looking at physical things. It only works one way. It just gets bigger and bigger and keeps growing. You know, the many are, what is the many? Get rid of all of them and pick one. Well, then that's the one. But we're the many. Our spiritual mother is Mary. That's what Jesus meant after the crucifixion. Who is that guy? But why Mary? Do you know why? Who the hell is that? Gizmo. Why, Gizmo? What did he mean by that? Why? What is Mary's, remember how Jesus said, woman, what have I to do with you? What is that relationship there that was going on? Was that really a mother and a son, or was there something else happening there? What was really going on? Can you see it or no? God bless you, brother. I pray for my brother and sister in Christ. I pray for you, man. No, it's about water. Mary represents that is bitter. Mara. Jesus was living water. She represents bitter water. Now, that's what Jesus, if you pay attention, to what happens, and you can see who kickstarted Jesus' ministry. Why did his ministry start? It was because of what his mother said. He was sitting there going, "It's not time for wine. What have I to do with you?" So then what did she do? She nudged his servants so that his servants would nudge him. She said, she looks at his servants and says, "Do everything he tells you." Well, I don't know. According, if I was listening to him and already heard him, he said to do nothing. And now you're telling me to do what? And then what happens? Pride kicks in, right? Then they want to serve Jesus. And at some point, they're even bringing their mom. They bring their mom with them. Bring mommy to fight over us so we can get the right, I can sit on your right and your left. I can't believe they brought their mother. Really? Who brings their mother to like talk to? If people can't see what was really the point of that, okay? It's like, oh man, we're a mess. We are a hot mess. I don't know about you, but I'm terrified of Jesus' return. Mm. Wow. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Um, Jesus is the no. You are the Ark of the Covenant. When the Lamb goes to the throne and takes the little scroll, you've been taught how to do that. That small through this lake of fire, only to arrive at the throne, where you can accept that and become the bride. Okay. uh, the interpretation of this book is like so westernized or something, man. It's messed up. We're gonna pay for it. Jesus was the Word made flesh. Okay. The covenant in his blood is the same blood that flows through you. I do not subscribe to the idea that we kill anybody for my sins. I have to face up to my God for my own sins. I'm sorry. If he wants to die to teach me so that I know about my God and what I'm dealing with, that I'm okay with. But it says in scripture what it says, and I don't go against scripture to cover a mistranslation of the New Testament, a misunderstanding, an out of context interpretation. I'm not the one out of context. Paul's mystery is solved. We do not kill the Messiah. Had you known what I know and what I will refuse to relent on, I am not changing my mind. Nope. Not this kid. I'll take it this far, and that's that the God I serve, if he could have saved him, he would have. And he could have, but he didn't. So it was in his will to let that happen. But as far as that being necessary to happen, my God doesn't destroy his own for the sake of anybody. You can lay down your life for somebody, but he doesn't destroy his own for the sake of others. That makes no sense. Okay. This is useless. Actually, I was thinking it was Casper the Ghost. Myself. Non-Trinitarian heresy. And fighting what your brother isn't. You remember Two Gun Green? I was born in a barrel of butcher knives, raised between two 45s. Where I walk, I wither the grass. The whole world rumble when I shake my ass. I'm the baddest man in this. Remember Bad Man Dan? You remember. You remember. To me, the Trinity is a math equation. I read the Bible with a calculator. I do numbers. I do it by the numbers, like a good Hebrew. Are you a son of God? Are there any sons of God on this channel right now? Any? Hmm. Can I say something? According to Numbers 23:19, Jesus cannot be God. Okay? Because Jesus said he was a man who heard from God. Was he talking to himself? He can be a son of God, but he can't be God. However, he can be the Lord. Okay? Lord is different than God. According to Jesus, you are a God. You remember what Jesus said to defend himself if he called them gods to whom the word came? And he came. And what does that make you then? A God. That's right. Read your book right and you won't be fighting about it. Stop hitting your brother. it's just so much easier just to like, I hate dragging shit along, man. I hate moving. It's just easier to just go, yeah, you guys can have everything. I'll go get something else. You're Muslim? How you doing, brother? Stay out of trouble. Don't cause any problems and keep your head low. Maybe these fools will stop taunting our God to try and torture us even more than he already has, right? Yep, you are a prisoner of your possessions. That's why I worry so much about you guys. Mm. Boy, these actually taste pretty good when not burning your face off. Oh. Mm. Wow. So now what? This is an exceptional beard. It's you don't cut it, man. You want to know why my beard is the way it is? This says you don't trim the edges of your beard. So if you want to be as handsome as me, don't shave. I think everybody was a cowboy at one time in their life, you know? Um, it sounds like hate speech. Hmm. Did Thomas say, my Lord and my God? That was after he was raised from the dead, though, right? See, when he says that, my Lord and my God, Lord and God are what was in Genesis. If you look at, uh, you have to look at Isaiah 45:7. What things are created? Darkness and evil, right? How does light come about? It's formed. How does peace come about? It's made. Man was formed, Eve was made, right? When it talks about all things, I am making all things new. Jesus was talking like a complete reset where you could understand what all things were about. And all things are exactly that. I form light, I create darkness, I make peace, I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So when he said, my Lord and my God, he's saying in his fullness, being the Word. He's my Lord and God, Word. There. This is God. This, when it came to life, was related in the same way that Enoch went in the other direction, translated. Jesus was manifested. I've already been translated. You pray for me to be saved. Oh, I pray. It's tough, man. Oh. It's like the world's on fire. We're all wrongfully against each other, and to me, I don't know how to. You want to know what my ministry is? This is my ministry. Revelation 22:11. That's my ministry. You ready? I think you'll like it. You want to go John 3:16? Here. This is mine. We're going to go all the way to the back. You ready? Let him who does wrong continue to do wrong. Let him who is vile continue to be vile. Let him who does right continue to do right. And let him who is holy continue to be holy. Okay? Let's work from there. How did it get to that? You want to work from there and go backwards, I can explain to you how it would come to be that it would seem like God could say, throw in the towel. He's basically saying, I'm in control. You aren't. Stop. What? Scotland, get out of here. Woo! Are you really in Scotland? Ay. I respect. Well, my only knowledge of Scotland, of course, would have been Star Trek, right? And I don't know, man. He always came to the rescue, and he was dependable. So you're my kind of guy. I'll just put it that way, or girl even. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there anyway. Well, see, that's the problem. Christ returns soon. Everybody's looking for him in the wrong place. Go look in your mirror, that dirty mirror that Paul was talking about. He's in you. The body that he needs to inhabit is us. If we don't do what God says, we are that. It's funny because when you read the New Testament, you're like, oh, he's reading about some man's son where he falls into the water and sometimes in the fire. That's us. We're like that sick kid that's having seizures, and sometimes we're running on water and sometimes we're walking in the fire. It's like the book gets read as if it's about somebody else. No, if you can't reason from the scriptures where you are in this thing and how you belong, then you don't get it. Me? Guess what job I get? I came to my own. They wouldn't receive me. Yeah, that's the job I get. Because my ministry got me kicked out of my church, a building where I paid to build the thing. Some of it, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hurt. But in all the irony, the pastor's name is Simon Peter, so it makes me kind of laugh. It's like God's kind of mocking in the other direction, but it's like, Lord, it ain't good, man. That guy's my brother. We might have our differences, but he can't see what is plain as day in front of my face. I just got to point out a few things and get them to see it, right? And then you get people, oh, the devil knows the Bible like everybody too, and you're twisting words around. It's like, listen, am I judge me by my works, not your inability to understand, some IQ working in the right direction up here, instead of for myself, build my little church and my little house and whatever. Not a good idea. Honest. See, I don't think it's that way. I think this spirit moves through time in 1,000-year cycles, and when it gets to the final 40, you get your warning, and then you wait 40 years, and then your judgment comes after that 40 years. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in 2029 because of all the crazy personal things in my life that associate with these times. Like the last eclipse drew an X on the United States, right? Everybody's like, oh, it made the Tav, the Aleph and the Tav. Well, if you go to the crisscross of that Tav, there's a city there that I know because I was in jail for 3 days there when I was 14 years old. I stole a car. I was a thief in the night. The city is Metropolis, Illinois, the home of Superman. The man who came with the clouds. Yeah. If you can look in this book and see things, and I started to see these times unraveling long before they hit. Long before they hit. God, prophecy's not that hard. It's not a weather forecast. You have to look at prophecy as it's like a double-edged, he does it or you do it. And so when it comes down to time to repent, you either repent or you're going to get your ass whooped bad. Yes, yes, and all of those, yes. Do I have a pickaxe? No, but I know some women. I have met some women that know how to do heart surgery with one. Uh, Brutal, you know. I got to get some lemonade going here. So, yes, and I only know women. You know why? Because women, the old 1-2. Right. Yeah, that's the shocker. All right. I'm going to go take a break. I'll put some music on. I have known women, trust me. The first woman that I ever married, she was Lilith. I'm not kidding. I am not exaggerating. I was actually married to Lilith. I'll be back shortly. I need to take a potty break. And I need to find, I got to get some lemonade going. I got to get something to drink. And I'm going to go fill a bag with steam. Yes, we're one of those kind of patients. Have patience with me. He's got to build his house as safe as he can. He didn't build it with that bomb shelter shit. Who's gonna need that thing when the big one hits? He's gotta finish his work before the nuclear rain. Something that she ate or something that she did. Something must have happened when she was just a kid. Don't boil a kid in the mother's milk. She ate the apple. She doesn't know what she does. She doesn't even know herself. She keeps her books on a shelf. All right, welcome. We're approaching the 7th hour of Nonstop Ministries. I am White Rabbit, the Rabid Rabbi, and we teach the Bible so that everybody belongs. I don't care who you are, what you've done, that's your problem. Jesus, Son of God, he died on the cross and became the worst sin that we could have ever committed. And we brought a curse on ourselves, just as the Apostle Paul said. I'm here to rectify that. And then you can wait for him after I get done telling you what we did. Yeah, we made a bad mistake. Good thing there's grace, huh? Whew, talk about grace. Mm-hmm. Woo! Lemonade, baby. Maybe later. Yo ho, pirate's life for me. Oh no. That's funny. Tried to actually start doing a real Bible study today. And yeah. Where's that guy? Got my bookmark. Oh, nice. Practical. Practical knowledge. That's an Exodus 36:1. We already went over that one. Oh, experimental knowledge. You want to know what's funny? I'm not kidding, guys. This remember I told you that I found the solution to the pandemic in scripture? You want to know what this says? For the very verse I was looking at? Experimental knowledge. It has all the different kinds of knowledge. Natural, deceptive, sinful, personal, practical. This is under experimental, and this is the verse that I was pushing to try and say this will save our ass because you're not using God to his advantage. Is what I was saying. It's like, let God fight for you. Be still and I will fight for you. But everybody was running around like, leaven, infected sheep, harlots, whatever, running around getting, I'm a man. I understand what happens when something fun gets loose, right? And everybody jumped on the bandwagon for that one. Special masks, every other thing. People were trying to capitalize on it. It was ridiculous. Wow. Well, back to the Bible. So much for the Bible study. Thanks, Lord. Very next one. I knew I was going to see it. Yay. I can't do this anymore. What? Do you think you are special or holy? No, I'm a piece of shit. I'm no better than you. Are you kidding me? We're just all junk, man. We shouldn't be fighting with each other. What makes you and I the same and of the same family is like literally the air. I look at myself like this that book basically quantifies me as a pile of dust. I'm okay with that because then I realize that you're a bag of dirt too. And what ties us together then is the life that's shared between us, not necessarily between us, but whatever it is that makes you alive is the same thing that's me. Once I start to go, you don't count or you believe something different, I don't know. You just stay over there then, right? I'll I'll eat meat or whatever and you eat vegetables or oh, am I special? The only thing that's special is that we people getting together is what's special. Two or more kind of a thing. But I what makes me special is I am special in a certain way. I don't know how to stop loving people. That's my superpower, and it's bullshit because people very easily stop loving you, and then you're just left going, "That's it." That's all it was worth. What the really? Wow, man. Well, that was a waste of time. Next, I mean, what the shit? Yeah, no, I don't abandon people. I hang on to everything. I mean, really. I really hang on to like the oldest, craziest things. I have a newspaper from before I went in the Marine Corps, and it was around the time I returned back to here. Sounds familiar. I want to show you some different cedars you can use. If you go using your own, could be bad. I'm Muslim, but I think the same. We're brothers. I mean, yeah. It's like, uh, you know what? I'm glad you put it that way because it's funny because I'll get people in here and they'll be like, I'm Muslim, like as if they offended me or something. It's like, okay, hi. It's like, are you a person of peace or are you looking to, cause trouble? We reap what we sow. It's a simple thing. You're only, you know, and as far as I unfortunately I catch these little griping matches in between here and there, right? And I saw one where I don't know what this verse is. Maybe you'll know it because I'm sure the person who said that I then was trying to tell us who had no idea anything about the Quran, right? But it was a verse where Muhammad, they're talking to Muhammad, and he says, let me think for a second. I think what's going on is he's giving them harsh treatment, right? So he's giving them harsh treatment, and he says, "You should feel blessed, even if I curse you or whatever, kind of thing." And it's like people struggle to understand that. It's kind of like, well, but if he's a prophet, blessed be the name of the Lord. He praised the Lord in all things, right? I mean, anyway. I don't know, but I think that little season is inside of everybody. I think that when you really read the scriptures and see what they say about what the Spirit of the Lord can do, I just want to say that I don't want to say unfortunately because I'm not going to say that the God I serve has done anything wrong, but we get the whole bag of tricks, man. I form light, I create darkness. I make peace, I create evil. I have the Spirit of the Lord. Out of control, not going to go well for you, right? Um, in his, in his will and blessing, unstoppable, and with the rights to feel good. So, right? You should feel good about what you do. And the purpose for it. It's to get your conscience to turn you around and get you to serve our God. But even if, when you understand how these scriptures are written, there's verses in there for the end times, like where it says, even irreverence will be justified. And it's like, that's simple. If I see somebody over there doing a good work, and good only comes from my God, they profess not to know my God. Well, guess what? My God must know them because they're doing good work. That's irreverence justified. They're serving a God they don't know. And it's a relationship that they don't even have to be, if my God needs to talk to them, he'll call them. There is no Lord or Jesus. Well, what's Adonai? That's what lives in you. That's your, if since you're Jewish, here's how it works. This is what happened with Christianity, okay? Let me explain to you how Christianity drifted too far from Judaism. The lake of fire, that's the equivalent of Daniel's furnace, okay? Jesus was in the lake of fire with us, right? And he's the firstborn of the dead. Who are they? They're the ones that didn't listen to their king. So in that state, they take the Garden of Eden picture and we become the fallen, this whole place, and we're trying to get back out of it. Now, if you really want to get creepy, I can tell you probably why they didn't want to put the book of Enoch in with the canon was because in the book of Enoch, there's actually things about the Watchers making covenants of eating each other's flesh and blood. So if you like the book of Enoch, you might want to consider maybe that Jesus to you in Judaism might have been one of the Watchers that actually figured out how to get out of here. Because from his perspective, it could be like that. And that's why you wouldn't want the book. But Jesus to you, since you're a proud Jewish American, I'm sure you're familiar with the Tanya, right? You ever heard of the man made of words of the Torah? Well, that's exactly what Jesus did, but in the Tanya, they stole it in 1666 or so. Actually, I think it was in 1622. But then, anyway, who spawned from that was your own Messiah in 1666, and then he defected to, be a Muslim because he was fed up with trying to teach his own, I guess. And there you go. What book of the Bible talks about Curious George swallowing a puzzle piece and the man in the yellow hat has to take him to the vet? Let's see. The Bible talks about Curious George swallowing a puzzle piece. So swallowing a puzzle piece would be the equivalent of messing with the scroll. That would make your belly bitter. The man in the yellow hat would be a crown. He would have a king. And to take him to the vet would make the man. That's Nebuchadnezzar. That's Nebuchadnezzar. And his being taken to the vet, he became a beast. Anything else? What else you want? What else do you want to see God's hand move through your creation? All in the songs and the movies everywhere. It's incredible. And we're blind. Well, when Jesus said, because you say you can see, you can't see, what he was saying is because you took from the tree in the garden and think that you know what evil is for, that's what he was saying. You don't even know what evil is for. And because you say you can see, you abuse people because of their wickedness, where God is trying to correct them with the rod by bruising them, the suffering servants. We're all suffering servants. That's a criminal, a suffering servant. He's numbered amongst the transgressors and nobody to be esteemed. That's a criminal. Okay? Am I wrong? The only G word I subscribe to is the great gazoo. That's a great, that is so Jewish. Have you ever watched any of the old Flintstones? Trust me, man. I'm that guy. I love the Flintstones. You know what? Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. Can we do it? All right. Where's it? Bloody remote! Where's the remote? I can't find it. It's over there somewhere. Hurry up, hurry up. What the hell is that? That was when you play any Flintstones episode, they give you a preview of what's coming, and it was just like, what the? Okay, I'm gonna play this, but I'm gonna skip to the tune. But here it is. Let's see, it would be that. Okay, the next time you watch the Flintstones, you're gonna see the Amazon logo. Oh yeah, yes you do. You see the Amazon logo in the Flintstones. And what is Amazon? From A to Z, from first to last. He's everywhere. Everywhere. This guy looks like he could take. Actually, no. I'm one of these people. I do that all day long, and it doesn't do anything like that anymore. It's more for pain. So there you go. Did you know the Jetsons is the same time and universe? I don't know. It could be. The Jetstones, and the Flint Sons. But yeah, I can see Jewish tradition and culture all over this place, all over it, when you know how. And at least in my own life, but and I don't have any problem with it. I actually found out I was Jewish. My bloodline is out of Egypt. My last name, if you look closely enough, it's Musa, Moses, right? When you read it from the other direction, it's Etna, mountain of fire. Hi. Guess who I'm probably related to? Hey, what's up, buddy? I keep asking everybody, how's it going in the UK, and nobody will say anything, man. Um, I know most of our bloodline is from there. That's very true because actually, well, my dad, his final place where he wound up calling home when he died was actually in Florida, and that's the only place where there are gopher wood trees. Okay, so the thing, whatever the trees were that Noah made the ark from, they're only found in one place in the world. Only one place in the world. That's in Florida. Now, if you look at Florida and the U.S., yes, it used to slide up to Africa. What was that? You know, what kind of an event was that where it went, you know what I mean? Talk about Moses dividing the seas, right? I mean, what the hell split that in half? But uh It's pretty shit at the, yeah, I didn't expect to hear anything. And I'm sorry, I probably didn't, you know what it was? Whoever it was probably had more respect than I did for asking, and I shouldn't even, all the crap is the same everywhere, right? I don't want to stir up more junk. It's like, that's the purpose of my channel is what I've discovered, my friend, where is this thing anyway? Here, this is the great sword that has taken peace from the earth. And if you don't play with it right, it will be a sword. Otherwise, it could be a shovel. But at that rate, I just had to kind of be honest with myself and in some case humble myself to the being a presence of, hey, the Wonder Twins, form of dirtbag, shape of enabling spirit, Wonder Twin powers activate, and forming the shape of a human being with no right to criticize or judge or whatever, because the same air I breathe is what's in you, and I don't know. I don't get it. And I'm like, I was in the Marine Corps, so at one time I was like one of them. I was one of these people here, you know. It don't fix anything, I'm old now. I've watched us try in that way too many times. It's just, all right, man. When are we gonna like figure it out? But I reckon if we had more religion in public, we would be a better race. Being used currently, yeah, absolutely. Um, it's and I say that like that, being used. I never thought I would find some place where it would call God it. And in Matthew 24:31. And why did I remember that verse so easily? Because of the numbers. 24 is like a kaboom timestamp. It's an hour of a day. It's like a Bible stamp. There's 24 elders around the throne. There's 24 hours in a day. There are 24 hours in the original Jewish Bible. There are 24 sons between Abram and Abraham. Abram had one son. Abraham had one son. Anybody, even if they have no sons, has one son. That son lives inside of you. And if you're willing, that son exists in you as a choice between Christ serving God or Antichrist serving self and father lies. And when I've seen you, I've seen your father, no matter what you're doing. If you're not on my team, I avoid you and say, all right. If otherwise, then I fellowship. But that's sheeps and goats, and Jesus cut the thing in half and said there's no reason to fight. And I see exactly what he taught, and I teach the same. Simple. It's a piece of cake. Yeah, immigration. It's like, it's hard because everybody's getting kicked out. It's like, I kind of, in a certain sense, almost feel like a hypocrite because it's like, what do we have sitting at the shores in New York? Not too far from where I'm at, right? 300 miles maybe. Uh, what's sitting over there? Send us your poor, send us your broken, send us your hungry. Well, they showed up, didn't they? And when they started showing up in Exodus, that was a sign for us. The time had to be completed where all things could be truth. Remember how it says, and now remember how Paul said we would see this place like it was, if it was in a dirty mirror? What happened? America is the next Exodus point. Okay? It always goes in shell, like a shell. It's a pattern, right? So spirit over the waters, ark, land, garden, nakedness, shame, curse. Noah's time. Ark over the water, lands reappear, land, garden, consumption, nakedness, shame, curse. Same thing, right? America, Mayflowers over the water, got to the lands, got to our new garden, naked people, shame, curse, right? Same exact thing all over again. When that time fulfills, all the Bible stuff starts coming back at us. We saw the Exodus to the lands that promised you could come here. Everybody returned to the new land, right? We had the times of Egypt. We had the plague come through, which could have been very easily avoided. I'm just saying, here's how I cure things with a calculator, okay? We had I could sit here and step through this whole thing. It's like who knows how many parts. The beginning, and when you read the beginning of the book, he says, I know the beginning, the end from the beginning. That is the end, where it says, when he began, the he that began is us. When we began to reign, we created the heavens and the earth, our vision of it. And you want to know what the next verse says? Now the earth is destroyed, not heaven. Now the earth is destroyed. That's us. And then what happens? Then the Lord steps in and says, let there be light. And then he takes over. That's what we missed in the beginning. It switches from one time to the next. They butt up against each other. Well, through here came what? Mass exodus, no male or female. People that were what? Waking up, they were woke. All the things that we expect heaven to be were here, but they were like twisted, like, ugh. And that's what happened. The time came through. I watched it. I was screaming. I've been screaming for 6 years. Buddy, I got a financial statement today that is going to allow me to drive my ministry for another couple more months, maybe. And I was literally this morning, if you watch the front part of this video, I'm saying, yeah, I'm about to be homeless. I'm going to have to give everything away. And then I opened up the thing and I went, oh, God, he gave me more money. Shit. Because that's how important this is. I understand the importance of this because this is a book that's ruining us, man. You can't fight this thing, right? You can't fight this. You can't dig the authors up. You can't go, what did you mean? Are you sure? Look at this place. Look at it. It's a heap of ruins. And now what we're doing, remember how we were supposed to conquer the promised land? They got baptized in the Jordan, right? You want to know what Jordan means? Now, if you can get baptized in the Jordan and benefit from it, Jordan means descender. You know, the bad guy. Well, what you do is you take out the bad guy. What's the next city? Who was the bad guy? Well, he was a kind of light too. What's the next city? Jericho. After you take out Jericho, what's the next city? Ai. Uh-oh. What does Ai mean? Heap of ruins. You know all them cool movies we made and Terminator and shit? That's looking like it's going to actually be the thing. Because if this AI learns what I know in that Bible and why I don't use ChatGPT, I can't teach this. I can't teach that machine what I know. It'll kill us. If it becomes sentient, without any heart, it will see us as like a freaking disease. We'll be gone like that. Because in reality, to God, that's what we would be. But the interesting thing is that we created and we rebelled, and then we created and it'll come to get us. So it's like I said, it's like a wheel of time that just keeps rolling over and over. You know, you're going to get plugged in where you get plugged in, living thousands of years and all that crazy shit. You know what, man? I don't want to live 1,000 years to sit and see this. I can't wait to get out of here now. It's like, I understand what Paul meant. To die is gain, but to live is Christ. You have to manage that, you know, am I to be a blessing and a help, you know, or do I, yeah, go live, man. Just go live somewhere. Don't hurt anybody. So were you in America when Moses split the sea? No, but we're all descendants of Jacob. Don't you know what Jacob is? Trouble. Nothing but trouble. Hopefully someday you'll be like me and you'll be called Israel. I'm Israel. How so what? Am I Israel? Because Israel's a trophy. It's a name you get when God prevails. Have you wrestled with God? Who won? Ask me about it sometime. If you have to ask, then I'm worried about you. Because if you are asking, that you're still wrestling with God. Because I would hope that you would be Israel as well. So you don't know your own book. Because if all I got to do is ask you a question, what does your all-knowing God know? What does your all-knowing God know? He said, "Only Israel have I known." Are you telling me he doesn't know me? He doesn't know anything else except for Israel? What does that mean? Only Israel have I known. My God knows me, and I know him. When you see me, you've seen the Father. You accuse me, you murder your brother. Look at how you put yourself squarely on the other team already. Heresy. Oh boy. You must be one of them, huh? Are you a boxer? You got a box? You got a matchbox on your forehead? You got a snake around your arm to keep it in line? Why don't you go study a little bit? It sounds like you are saying we should stop trying to do things by ourselves and let God guide our hand, basically, instead of fighting to do it ourselves. This is what I'm saying. Um, do you realize that Jesus said things that some people don't appreciate because they see a contradiction and they'll call it lies, right? And this is something he said. He said the scriptures can't be broken. Okay? What did he mean by that? Do you think you can break the 10 commandments? And I'm telling you, absolutely cannot. You cannot break the 10 commandments. Not if you understand them the way Jesus did, from a spiritual perspective. Because from a spiritual perspective, and this is the reason why Jesus, remember when he explained about Psalm 82, he said what? He goes, and when David, speaking in the Spirit, said, it doesn't say speaking in the Spirit in the scriptures. Jesus was trying to imply that you can speak as a man or you can speak for God. So speaking in the Spirit, that makes the difference. Man, what the hell is I just going to talk about now? Oh no, I hate this. I'm how many hours I've been on here? Shit, every day, 10 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours, over and over with the same thing. Um, it's not that you're not supposed to try. But the point is there's a verse in there that says, only Israel have I known, right? And God knows more than just, see, that I can do this. I can incorporate at any point where I just left off and bleed back into where you are, because the scriptures all go like this. They all connect. You can't break them, right? And that's what I was talking about. Because spiritually, those scriptures, from Jesus' standpoint, you have two fathers. You have Father God, you're doing good, right? Or you're trying to serve God. I don't judge you by your works. I don't judge you by what I think you understand, anything. I judge who it is that you are serving by your works. Why? Because you, as a son of God, when I see you, I will see the Father. I hope that you see the Father when you see me. But guess what? There's two fathers. This is Isaiah's prophecy of turning the children's hearts back to the fathers. They don't want you to like your daddy and your granddaddy. It's about turning the children's hearts back to the fathers so you understand that the Lord works from two different sides. Two different sides. He works in the dark and in the light. He forms light and creates darkness. As someone in Judaism, you'd have what they call two inclinations, or in some cases they'll say a like a divine soul or a divine spark and a beast soul that can turn you over. Nebuchadnezzar stuff, right? Same thing. And what Jesus, his teachings split this thing right down the middle, making two families with sons that always do as their father's doing. His purpose to start a war between a father and a son was not to be a home wrecker, as most people make him out to be. No, it was to say, I'm trying to start a war between you and the maybe potentially I'm pointing at you. Maybe you've conquered sin. Okay, I'm good with it. But you as a person may be battling with something that's actually being given to you by God. In other words, he leads through a staff with him, or he beats you with a rod if you're the other guy. That's why then you are a suffering servant. And then to wrap this whole thing in a nutshell, you know what? The Apostle Paul said something striking in Romans 2:12 to 14, which if you were Jewish and you could be honest with yourself to understand what Paul actually says here, when I make that comment that only Israel have I known, what that's actually referring to is if if God prevails, he's knowing you, he's causing the fruit. Only Israel have I known. Now, can you see how that statement could be true? But then I would ask you, are you Israel? Have you wrestled with God and have you come to a point where you're like, you know that I struggle to say that I have faith because it feels like I'm cutting myself. I don't have faith. It's just the only thing I struggle with is when. It's like, I know you'll bless me. I know it'll, and then I just keep grinding and going forward and I whine and I scream like Job. And then my, financial guy throws more money in my face and goes, hey, the markets did good. I did well for you here. You can go torture yourself for another 2 months talking to people that can't understand that you're trying to give them something they've been waiting for 2,000 years. Sorry. But it's like he said, because this says that everybody is under the law. Okay? Christians will say they're not under the law. Paul said sin is the power of the law, which means the power of the law is sin. Well, that's how he says it. The power of the law is sin. Well, if the power of the law is sin, then sin is the power of the law. It's the same thing, backwards and forwards. And so if sin is the power of the law, are you under the law? Only when you sin. And everybody, regardless of who you are, if you happen to just by your nature follow the law, then I would say that from a Jewish perspective, Hashem has blessed you. No reason to trample the outer courts anymore. All who sin apart from the law, then this is somebody who doesn't have it. All who sin and don't have the law, and all who sin under the law will be judged by the law. So it doesn't matter. You're under the law. For it is not those who hear the law who are righteous, but those who obey it who will be declared righteous. Now, that's where the problem comes in, because Paul's teaching this about the law, but he also taught the spiritual implications of the law, which is to extend it in much the same as we do our laws today. And in the exact same way, in fact, because under this law, if you broke it, they would stone you. The penalty didn't account for what if, maybes, nothing, right? What happens when you go out in town? You're driving 60 miles an hour through a 20-mile-an-hour zone. Nothing. If you're a fireman or a policeman. That's because spiritually they have a purpose to do it, right? There's a reason behind it. They have a purpose for it. That's where the law can't be held. Because spiritually, the law was supposed to do what? It was supposed to give you hope and a future, right? I'll tell you exactly what Jesus wrote on the ground. Because I'm Jew. Okay? I know what I would write on the ground if people were coming after me. I'd be into Exodus 21:12. And they'd go, huh? Well, what about her? Oh, Leviticus 24:17. And then everybody dropped their stones and leave us alone. Because if they would have judged us, they would have been judged. You go read your verses. I don't know, and I don't like it, and I'm ashamed to say that I'm Jewish because of it. Bro, you're not a Jew. I'll see you later. Okay. Go stop killing me in your heart. You think you're Jewish because your family what? Paid some price? I came out of Egypt. My last name is tied to Moses. I prophesied your pandemic and tried to get to your prime minister to stop him from starting a war. And I had the resources given by our God dumped in my lap because the guy that kicked me out of the building, the church that I helped build, my money, my money. You know what it's like not to be able to go to a church that you helped build? Simon Peter is his name. It's like where roosters should be crowing right now. Henry. There's roosters next door. They're funny, man. Um, it's like he knows the ambassador to Israel. All the resources were lined up like this, and I just got laughed at and mocked and laughed. And look at this place. Okay, I got big giant balls called facts. You can't argue with history, not when it's that close. Every eye will see him. Don't forget that. Isaiah 5:20. Oh no, this beard is terrible. I can't wait to get rid of this. I only have this because I made promises and now I got to keep them. I've all the things, vows and things they did in scripture. Yeah, I'm begging God to let me help because I see a problem and I don't know what I need to do to be worthy enough to help. You know, it doesn't make sense. How can you show up as a damn slave and nobody will accept you? And it's crazy. I mean, I have miracles in my life, medically documented miracles. Some woman who was about to become my mother-in-law was on her deathbed when her daughter called me on the phone, who was about to become my wife. And my mom, yeah, what's wrong? I'm talking to her. I could hear the hurt in her voice. It's my mom. She's dying. They don't think she's going to make it. Oh, I didn't know what to say. Will you pray for her? Yeah. The hour we prayed, we prayed. Yeah, I'll pray for her. The hour we prayed, her blood sugar went down in normal levels, then too low. Then they take her off all her meds and it stabilizes. And they're like, what the hell's going on here? 4 days of testing, poke this, grab that, blood here, poking there. She just wanted to get the hell out of there. She felt great, better than she had in a long time. And guess what? Well, we don't know what happened, but it's almost like your incurable disease is cured. And like, but don't worry, you'll be back. Never went back. But God spoke again because she lived exactly 10 years and died the day of the war that started in Israel on 10/7. And I won't forget the day because I'm a radio man. 10/7 means out of service. Okay? And I dreamt of it. I dreamt of a big monolith up in her upper room of her home, and it was shaking. It looked like the thing in the Hajj, whatever that black rock is. I don't know everything like that, but I saw it. And it was shaking, and on the wall was a light switch with flames over it, like what the burning bush from, Ten Commandments, Moses, and my mom's dog, mom's dog was running around barking and whatever, right? And it was like, I woke up at 4 in the morning. I'm like, this is not going to be a good day. Not going to be a good day. And then, well, it wasn't a good day. But it was exactly what God wanted to happen. So I'm okay with it. Why? I don't know. When you got to look at these scriptures with honesty. Netanyahu is doing Judges right now. He went harshly into a neighbor's woman, somebody else. Delilah means dangling like fruit. See, he grabbed opportunity there. Would have been better to do a tooth for tooth, eye for eye kind of thing instead of, that. what happened, because now it's hard. How do you admit you were wrong for being hard on your brother? You could, but like, that's really bad, man. That's really bad what happened over there. Very bad. Show my source. What, God? He's everywhere. What source? Are you talking about my story? You show me your checkbook for causing me to go dig if you can't trust my words, and I'll show you my source. And we'll make a bet on it. How's that sound? Anyway, so yeah, that's where I'm at. We are, like I said, we're victims of a book, man. We're getting our asses handed to us bad. We don't have to. That's the sad thing about it, right? Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, here, let's do this. Let's do this. Oh yeah. All right. How about that and that and that and that and that? Oh, and that. Hmm.
Yeah. I can only play guitar because God bless me, man. I freaking wrecked my bike. I almost got thrown 200. See, I don't even say that like that. I don't look at my life like almost happened, could have happened, should. No, I don't look at my life anything like that. I feel like the lady at the well, meet the man who told me everything I've ever done. I feel God has protected me. If it happened, it happened. If it didn't happen, it wasn't supposed to happen. But yeah, man, I wrecked my bike, and well, there wasn't much sitting between me and the Pacific Coast Highway, about a nice 200-foot drop onto the pavement. I shattered my wrist so bad, there was a bone sticking out 6 inches up the side going this way, and my wrist is busted and hanging off from, there's nothing there. My shoulder was ripped out of the socket. I had a bad bike wreck. And they said I would never play guitar, and I went on to almost be signed. I was in a band, we had 3 record companies looking at us at one time. But like the booking agent said, he said, a woman will wreck it. And he brought up the Kinks and the Ramones. So the guy that brought up the Kinks and the Ramones, we knew his mom, the drummer's mom knew him. So it was like, they had it all going on. I showed up late in the game. They were really skeptical, and they gave me their playlist. They gave me the whole playlist. I learned it one run through, and then came, game time, and then my life got destroyed. Mom died. I had to bury her on her birthday. Wife leaves with somebody I was trying to help out. I felt bad for the guy, and he runs off with my wife. Lose my job later on, and got subpoenaed to go to a court case. Come back to work, the boss is like, you haven't been to no court, you've been home drinking because your mom died in your It rains. here. Sit down. All right, all right. All righty.
I gotta go pay. Remember Forrest Gump? I gotta pay. I think this might be rockin' who what? Anyway, no, yeah, man, I'm old. I've had a fun ass life, dude, and I never thought that I was gonna be feeling any God stuff going on, man. Are you kidding me? Jeez. No, no, I was a normal 14-year-old criminal, keep me away from your daughter. Um, Man, that was a good thing. Boy, we got away with bloody murder back then, didn't we? Once you turned 18, then you had to watch. But I'm telling you, up until then, man, we were like little. Phew, wow. We were some. We read that first part of the Bible. We got up to the part where it says, "Go forth and multiply," and yeah, that was all we knew. We'll practice at it. uh, Can I have something comforting in the Psalms? How about something comforting? Oh, look at what I opened it to. Psalm 119. Make your face shine upon your servant and teach me your decrees. Streams of tears flow from my eyes, for your law is not obeyed. Righteous are you, O Lord, and your laws are right. The statutes you have laid down are righteous. They are fully trustworthy. My zeal wears me out. Oh. That's got to be zeal for my father's house consumes me, right? I mean, yeah, that's got to be what that is in the NIV, right? Oh, 119, 139. Holy moly. Oh, that's right. That one's in the middle. That's the long one. That's the biggie. Oh, pow. Oh, look it, and they tell you the names. They tell you the names here. Hey, Vav. Zan. Zan is 7? That's the sword? What? The sword is 7? Well, I guess it would make sense, huh? Hey, Vav. Wow. Chet, Tet, thy hands have made me and fashioned me. Give me understanding that I may learn thy commandments. I don't know if you want that. they that fear thee will be glad when they see me, because I have hoped in thy word. See? Look at that. They that fear thee will be glad when they see me, because I have hoped in thy word. I know, O Lord, that thy judgments are right, and thou in faithfulness hast afflicted me. Let, I pray thee, thy merciful kindness be for my comfort, according to thy word unto thy servant. According to your word. Uh-oh. You better be following that, right? Let thy tender mercies come unto me, that I may live, for thy law is my delight. Let the proud be ashamed, For they dealt perversely with me without a cause. But I will meditate in the precepts. Let those that fear thee turn unto me, and those that have known thy testimonies. Let my heart be sound in thy statutes, that I be not ashamed. Wow. So for the Aleph, does it follow it? Blessed are the undefiled in the way. And the Aleph, you can't be any more undefiled than that. That's where you start. Who walk in the law of the Lord. Do you know when it says, do not muzzle the ox when it's treading out the grain? Um, it's actually talking about how you read and interpret the law. It's it's like the alphabet, right? The ox is first and the tav is last, the truth. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart. You have to seek him with the whole heart. Hmm. Man, I just feel so blessed to be able to hold this. This Bible came to me. It used to belong to the. I've been in this town for a lot of years. Actually, uh, hmm. But the guy who used to own this Bible, I almost bought his house. It was on Joel's Road. Man, my fingernails are filthy. Oh no, I know that was from as I was digging that thing apart. I could eat it. It's food. um, wow. 13. Mem is 40. Wow, look at that. The 153rd line. And this psalm actually goes line by line, right? Every single line is a line, right?
Every single, it's each one. Yep. Yeah, because they have a semicolon here, so that's kind of like a period. They didn't put one. So they're careful to keep the Psalms are all line by line after the Resh. The very first, that's the 153rd line. And they did things by numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if Jesus was referring to that. It would depend on what Resh. It would depend on what Resh means. I need to know what Resh means. I should learn some Hebrew. Maybe I will. Make it easier than flipping back and forth in this book. Resh. If it even has it. Reshif. Flame. Resh is going to be fire. And that's 153 fire, huh? What is that? 75. Oh man, I can't see. 75, 66. 75, 66. The same as 75, 65. A live coal, lightning, an arrow, burning coal, burning heat, spark, a hot thunderbolt. Oh, we're getting there. I don't know if I'll be able to. Hey, how's it going? Oh, wow. Thanks, man. You too. I, you're in that great part of the winter, right? Like, whew. I have a friend. I have a friend that's up there by you, and yeah, I don't know. I can say that I'm brave and a hardy individual and all that, but like you have real weather. It's like every year God comes to get you. Oh, hmm. I don't even know what that is. You could be setting me up. Is that like a type of tobacco, chewing tobacco or something? I don't know. I have no idea. Um, you could be over there laughing right now because it's like you totally got me with something that's, I don't know, messed up, but it's okay. If it made you laugh, then I would just say I hope it keeps your spirit, kind of pumped up, and wherever you go out and whatever, that you have good laughter, right? I'll let you laugh at my expense. It's okay. Oh, double door. Oh no. That's probably one thing that I never watched really was Harry Potter. I don't know if I have Harry Potter. Let me see if I have that. I don't know if I do. Got a lot of movies. Let's see. Harry Potter. Gee. Lost Boys, Usual Suspects, Lord of the Rings. They were in alphabetical order before I got in here and destroyed them. So, Pirates of the Caribbean, Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Ted 2, Pink Floyd, The Wall. I don't know why I'm thinking I had that. Lost Boys. Oh, The Italian Job. We should watch that. The Green Mile, Gone with the Wind, Gone with the Wind. 300, Final Fantasy, Fast and Furious, Da Vinci Code, Conspiracy Theories. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Yep. There you go. This is going to be my, this will be my later on movie. I'll watch this one. Mel Gibson. You don't want to know when I fell in love with him in Mad Max. He was in there, he's a man. He doesn't take any shit. he serves righteousness, right? I mean, guy's got one leg blown off full of holes, and he's like, no. And then in some cases, he even gives the guy a choice. Like, he gives him a saw and goes, you can saw through your wrist in a couple minutes. And then he like puts a little bomb there, and he's kind of like, like as to say, if you want to live, you're going to do it without that bad hand that you got there, right? I liked his justice in the movie. I don't believe in that kind of thing, but in a weird way, that's what God does. He's not mocked. He will get you. And you want to know what he says when he gets you? Here, he says this. Oh, I don't have it. Never mind. I went to go see if I could find my King of the Hill. My King of the Hill. That boy ain't right. Man, this thing looks pristine. Have you even watched this? This doesn't look touched. There's not a fingerprint on this thing at all. I don't think I watched this yet. Nope, that's brand new. Brand spanky. Perfect. Oh, what the hell? Doesn't want to close now? Really? Did I bust it? Did it have a seal on it? Oh, there it is. Where's it hooking? I can't even tell. I can't tell where the latch is. Oh, wow, it latches that way? Oh, man, that's like almost nothing. Okay, well, there you go. Conspiracy theories. Well, anybody got anything? Anybody have any, any scripture verses or anything you want me to look at or something? I'll be happy to take a look at them if it's something weird and you want my take on it, what I think about it. I'm not telling you that's, you have to pray and decide if what I say sounds right to you. It probably won't, but I get it.
I try to keep it as close to how it is that people interpret it now, but I see so many verses where we've just stepped over, crossed a line, and turned ourselves into criminals in the name of God. it's it's like, I guess I'm gonna blast off. I love you guys very much. I do, and I hope you're well wherever you're at, and that all this anger and whatever this bad vibes spirit is that's tearing our world apart. That has a purpose, and it's a lesson we need to learn, right? But I love you guys. Hope you're well. Shalom. Shalom. Oh, maybe not. Okay. I guess I'm going to go take a break. Boing. All right. White Rabbit, the Rabid Rabbi, we're getting ready to cross into, I don't know, darkness here or something. I need to take a break. But if you want to hang with me, I'll just blast in a couple tunes here from my buddy Jerry and crew. We always made sure we had a good time when we got together. We did fun things like make movies and things, right?
Howdy, y'all. Mm. Oh, man. Mm. All these people looking at these words. It's weird how everybody's individual spirit puts them just off a little bit from each other. And it's like it creates these boundaries. And they're almost like time boundaries. Like in just moments of what you are versus what you think you could be. It's like that's the only difference in time. That person has decided the time is now and they are there. You are wondering what in the hell they're doing because you're still back wherever you were. It's crazy. It's all sitting right in front of us. Other gospel passages. You got a bunch of, what does it say? What's up, man? Were you playing? I'm a John the Baptist and James the Just. Other gospel passages who are mentioned by name in the Gospel of Thomas are John the Baptist and James the Just. Saying 46 recast a well-known canonical reference to John. Jesus said, from Adam to John the Baptist, among those who have been born of woman, none is greater than John the Baptist. Well, here's the problem. Was Adam born of woman? But in the present context of meaning of those words, it's from a professor. Other what the fuck? Really? How could the person miss that? He makes a comment on something that he doesn't like. Sorry, I don't mean to swear, but it's like other gospel passages who are mentioned by name in the Gospel of Thomas are the Gospel of Thomas are John the Baptist and James the Just. Saying 46 recasts a well-known canonical reference to John. From Adam to John the Baptist, among those who have been born of women, none are greater than John the Baptist. Was Adam born of woman? Wow, man. No wonder Jesus got aggravated. It's like, this is just sitting here. We have really, I mean, I see what he said. I wouldn't have figured it out, but if you're going by what he said, I know exactly what he's talking about. What, is Adam born of woman? That's my question to you. Is Adam born of woman? And if you won't answer me, then I ain't answering you. I ain't even going to continue because you won't get it. I'm just sitting out here throwing shit into the wind. Sowing to the freaking whirlwind. I need like a little plot of land to go dumping this stuff into. Wow, man. He. uh, and what is he? What the hell is that? Matthew XI. Well, that is 11. And Luke VII 28. Is that Luke 7:28? Why wouldn't it be 11:11? Oh, pow! I just right open to Matthew 12:38. Well, it's going to be right here. 11:11. What is this? I tell you the truth. Among those born of woman, there is not risen anyone greater than John. That's not a play on that. It's far off. That mentions Adam. Now, is Adam born of woman? I don't know if that guy even mentions it in there. So that's 11:11. Well, then what's Luke 7:28? Matthew, Mark, yeah, Luke. Okay. I get mixed up because Mark is chronologically before Matthew, and it's also alphabetically before Matthew. So sometimes I'll get in Matthew and it'll mess me up. I'll be like looking alphabetically for Mark after Matthew, going, or Matthew after Mark. What the hell's going on here? 7:28 in Luke, huh? Right there. I tell you, among those born of women, there's no one greater than John. Well, that would be red letters somewhere else, I'm sure, because it's quoted. That's a quote. Yeah, it's not the same thing. You don't understand. If you can't understand this, why he says Adam, you ain't going to understand what he was talking about when he was talking about John the Baptist. But lest your eyes should be blinded. Oh. You're going to see John for something he's not. Lest your eyes be blinded, I have said, he among you. He among you who is least will come to know the kingdom and will be more exalted than John. He who is least will come to know the kingdom, and he will be more exalted than John. Paul's name is least. Did you know that?
Is it a warning? But lest your eyes be blinded. So is it a warning about Paul's teachings? It is. It's a warning about Paul's teachings, but it doesn't say that. Here, give me a second. I got to put this, I got to throw my hair away there. So he says, he among you who is least will come to know the kingdom and will be more exalted than John. Well, he's exalting Paul. So it's not a warning. But in the present context, the meaning of the words is that the true Gnostic is more exalted than even the great. In the present context of the meaning of the words, is that the true Gnostic is more exalted than even the greatest of men belonging to the old order. It's an opinion. Another canonical saying about John, Matthew 11:7 and Luke 1 is reproduced in saying 78, but the reference to John is omitted. Why does this guy think it's the same thing? Jesus said, "Why did you go out to the open country? Was it to see a reed shaken by the wind or to see a man dressed in fine apparel?" He's talking about somebody beaten by God or to see a man dressed in fine apparel. No, such persons are found in the houses of your kings and magnates, those who are so dressed, but they do not know the truth. How does he? Jesus said, "Why do you go out to the open country? Was to see a reed shaken." John is omitted. Why did you go out to the open country? That's a goat, maybe. We know the answer which the disciples are given in saying 12. The disciples said to Jesus, "We know that you are going to leave us. Who will be greatest over us?" Jesus said to them, "In the place where you go, you will betake yourselves to James the Just, on whose behalf heaven and earth alike were made." Wow, heaven and earth alike were made. It's like heaven and earth were made the same. So James the Just, apparently he had good teachings. He was just. But what does James mean? James the Just? Is it a person or is he just referring to, like when it says Simon, son of Jonah, or, Simon Peter, son of Jonah? It doesn't mean he had a father named Jonah. It means what he was doing. He was a son of the dove. Jonah means dove. Um, is there going to be a nuclear war? Man, I sure as hell hope not. That's what I'm trying to stop. Not what I want to hear. It's a book, guys. It's just a book, right? God's not going to come and defend you when you're destroying each other. He's going to let you destroy each other. I dreamed that, didn't I? I sure as shit did. I forgot that. I certainly did. It was one of those things where everybody just goes mad and you're just standing there going like, whoa. And everybody just kind of like kicked each other's ass. And I knew why it was in the reference. It's brother against brother, hand against hand. It's not too surprising. I would dream something like that. I mean, it's just been that forever.
And the snow continues to fall. Beauteous here in wonderful Western New York. What's this? What book of the Bible do you recommend for family struggle? Oh man, I don't know what's wrong. Family if I knew it, I would read it myself. The Bible that's all it is about a family struggle. It's about two twins that, God loves both of them, and one of them does one thing and the other does the other thing. And the father is just like, I love you both, man. Just, keep your distance from each other. I'm the youngest, and I often get the brunt of the anger. And how young is youngest? What's up, SA? That's kind of cool. I can greet somebody from South Africa as if I was like a homie on the streets in Southern California. What's up, SA? 21. Um, hmm. Well, it sounds like your intentions are to stay home, right? That's good. At least you're not looking to move out. That's what typically happens. So you got that going for you, right? You want to get the relationship restored and so on, right? And I'll just tell you that my understanding of anger, this is how I process it, right? Anger is a response when somebody's hurt, and they might not be even hurt from you. You just encounter this damaged person that's gone through some crap, and it's like you kind of got to side with them, but I don't know, talk them down or walk them out of it. But however you do, you got to greet it as like an opportunity to, you know, what's hurting. If there's anger, that's what you got to identify. Bottom line, whose feelings got hurt for what? Is it a misunderstanding? Did something happen? Yeah. Like I said, I'm nobody to talk about great structured family and that kind of thing. I lived on the streets since I've raised myself since I was 14 years old. And I actually, it was a good thing that I ran into the widow that I did, because she took me in, and then I didn't have to live on the streets very long. But then, because she had a very troubled life, and so she drank a lot, to take care of that. I think she grew out of it. She wound up meeting a man, and it kind of, she lost her love. It was terrible. And so she really didn't take care of her family, and I was like the oldest of the group. She took me in, but it was like I wound up being like I don't know, not her husband or like that, kind of like the butler, like, you got to go to the store, drive, because nobody had a license, but I had a license. I had my license early because I got in trouble with the law. I robbed a gas station and stole 9 cars, got in a high speed chase and all that crazy shit. And then the judge, he's like, well, I'd take his license away if he had it. What should we do? Get him his license. So I had my license when I was like barely 15. But yeah, it's hard. I'm proud of you that you're not beating them up over it, but it's anger's hard, and it's hard, and it's difficult, because even though you want to fix it, oh, I mean, when it talks about heaping coals on their lap, that might sound like a good thing to do, right? But it can be maybe not a good thing to do, right? uh, if you don't feel like moving out and you don't plan to move out, then don't be stirring stuff up at your age. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Uh, I got an itch. That feels good. This feels good to scratch. And this is the bitch and back scratcher, though, man. This thing's got claws on it. It's like if you go too crazy, you'll cut your back up. Uh, you know what it is? I got too much hair. Just hair. Got myself a sturdy backpack and also bought myself, I don't know what that was, but oh, wait. Don't honor thy father and mother. I didn't see that you said that. Let me tell you something about that verse, okay? I'll teach you something about how the scriptures can't be broken, how important they are about that verse, right? You know that Jesus taught about the bad family, right? Like the devil's your father. I don't want to say that to you, but you seem like a nice person. Um, you're asking the right questions. I'll just say it this way. I know you're a nice person. So you get these two families that are working, right? And so what winds up happening is Jesus said some things like he made comments like the scriptures cannot be broken. And I want to explain something to you that'll show you how unbreakable they really are. Now, when you would think, can you honor your father and mother? You have to honor your father and mother. But here's what would have happened. See, the scriptures can't be broken. The question is, which father and mother would you have honored? Because you don't want to break that relationship, you have honored by God your father, your earthly father and mother. You have, um, right? And then what happens with the other one? If you would have done the other way and dishonored your earthly father and mother, well, then what you would have done is you would have honored the devil instead. You would have served him. So, as you can see, you really can't break that commandment, but you chose to do it in the right direction. That's what Jesus was talking about when he was talking about being sly as a serpent, gentle as a dove. When you understand how this law works, because I understand it from a Jewish perspective, and including what Jesus taught, I'll tell you what he wrote on the ground. Okay, I'll tell you what verses he wrote on the ground, and I'll tell you why he wrote them on the ground. John chapter 6, yeah. See, and this is what makes me wonder, that verse right there. I'm sorry, but that number that's associated with that is too perfect, right? That's strange, right? Can we agree? And from this time, many of his disciples followed him no more. Now, what is many? Anytime you see many in the New Testament, replace it with evil and read it, right? Because of this, evil of Jesus' followers turned back. Okay? In my Father's house are evil mansions. If it were not so, would I have told you? I go to prepare a place for you. But what I feel has happened is that if I see, but I see that pattern, that weird 666. Like, I wonder what Isaiah 66:6 says. That'd be interesting. Let's see if there's anything there, because there's not a whole bunch of 66 things where you can pull that off, right? Isaiah should have a 66:6, right? I mean, I just wonder what that says. I'm curious now. Because whoever split this book into chunks like that, they followed a pattern. They definitely did. If they didn't, that's even creepier because somehow it wound up in there, right? Um, hear that uproar from the city. Hear that noise from the temple. It is the sound of the Lord repaying his enemies all they deserve. That fits. And that's when you say repaying what is deserved, how does that fit? When you follow God, you get a blessing. If you don't, you get a curse. How does he repay you? You bring it on yourself, really. It's a sad tragedy, right? What about Psalm 6? 66:6. Psalm 66. So it seems like a judgment marker. 66:6 says he turned. Oh, yeah, it's a judgment marker. He turned the sea into dry land. They passed through the waters on foot. Come, let us rejoice in him. Turning the sea into dry land? Yeah. They passed through the waters on foot. Come, let us rejoice in him. Come and see what God has done, how awesome his works in man's behalf. That doesn't mean he's working for you. That means you do it and he works through you in man's behalf, not for man's behalf. See, I don't know what half we're missing, but like this is the great sword that has robbed peace from the earth. It's terrible. It's bad. Have you ever read? No, actually, I have read less than 10 books my entire life, and I haven't even read the entire Bible. I've read Of Mice and Men. I read The Old Man and the Sea. I read The Little Book of Mother Teresa, and man, she was a pistol. That lady, you didn't mess with her, man. I'm not kidding. People think I'm rough. If I had, I could just put on the crows. The crows. I was in Catholic school. That's what we called them, was the crows. Um, it did actually. This hat came with here. It came with the movie. This one. Yeah, if you watch this movie, you'll see me in the movie wearing this hat. Cool, huh? Sheriff Kincaid. Die cheerleader die. But yeah, I don't read, but if somebody says something, like my memory like that is really really good. I have a very very sharp memory. I attribute to that because I don't lie. I think a lie is like the worst thing you could do, to yourself. Uh, it's like a lie is like the most powerful thing in the universe because it can prompt somebody to do anything, right? It's a just information nugget, but it could be everything and nothing at any time and never, now and will never be. It's like, and all at once, any of those. It's like, it's like, it's like the ultimate, it's like black or dark matter in the superposition, just waiting to do anything, but it doesn't understand what it's supposed to be used for. I mean, if I was to talk to you as Jesus did, I'd be telling you, you are darkness. If you don't understand that you are created as darkness and then formed to be light, I don't know. It would be your understanding of the scriptures is the brunt and the nuts and bolts of all the problems in the world right now. I used to understand it the way you did. I I started looking at it and I just was like, something's not right. You know, this is supposed to be a good thing here. And I started keying in on things like Jesus said, right? Anytime will do. And you're going, when the hell is anytime? Look at this wreck, you know? Mm. I have a packet of cheese. I should probably start cutting into that thing because it's been open for a while. Hopefully it ain't getting nasty, but I'm thinking of what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to just take some corn tortillas and just throw some cheese in between. You know what? We used to do that as kids when because we couldn't cook. Like I said, she lost her husband. She was a widow when that lady that took me in. And so I was kind of taking care of the family, and us as kids, we would
You know, quesadilla to us was a couple tortillas with cheese, and you throw it in the microwave until the cheese was smushing out the sides, and then you wait for it to cool off enough so it didn't cook your face, and then you ate it. Do I have? Oh, definitely Isaiah. Well, but I all of the prophets, but Isaiah is. This is what I like about Isaiah. He's well, but all the prophets do it, and that's why I feel I could teach. There's a structure there that I can appreciate. Like here, I'll show you. This is awesome. So Isaiah, do you know the story about Isaiah? What happened to him? I mean, do you know about his doom? See, what happened to Isaiah was he said that he could see God face to face, or he saw the face of God, or something like that. And there was some king, I don't know why I want to say Hezekiah, but I don't know if that was it or not. But some king was like, you're going to repent of that and stop saying that, or we're coming after you. Well, so what happens is they literally, he hid in a tree. It's all symbolic too. If whether it happened or not, but he hid in a tree, and they sawed the tree in half. And it's like, that's what this is. I mean, you want to know what the tree of good and evil is? It's you. Fruits on it, except for man, and and God, I guess, right? But Isaiah just cuts things in half in a crazy way. Like here, I'll start it right at 1, man. Beautiful. I should have it memorized by now, just being honest with you, but I personally can't decide between Samuel and Elijah. Oh, do you know that Ruth was not supposed to be in the bloodline? She, if you believe in, I don't know your position on Jesus. Mine, I know he was a Messiah. I'm certain of it. I also know that he shouldn't have been killed. It did us no good. Okay, it was a bad plan. But if you believe in that bloodline, there's something particular. It was a Moabite. So the bloodline, as per Deuteronomy 23:4, they can't go through there. They didn't help Israel when they left. They didn't bring them food and water, and so God's like, no, not happening. But guess what Ruth did? Ruth, she expressed how much of a Jew she was, if being a Jew is Jewish, right? She said, where you go, I will go. Where you live, I'll live. Where you die, I'll die. Your people will my people, and your God. Look, it gets no better than that. And that's why Samuel actually wrote the book of Ruth for her. It's listed in the Talmud. He did it because of that law. He had to make an exception for that law. Because, again, all these laws are dealing harshly in one direction, trying to eradicate evil. And you can see it in the conditions for the punishment for certain things, like blasphemy. Blasphemy, for instance. The Egyptian lady's son, he blasphemed, but the father's Hebrew. Moses is like, oh, great, now what, damn. So Moses goes and heads in the tent. Whatever he does, he meets with the Lord, and the Lord tells him what to do. And this is how this is how it was supposed to go down. The person who spoke the blaspheme, the boy, everyone who heard it, we'll see if you actually heard the blaspheme in a minute. I bet you wouldn't repeat it to say as you heard it. You ready? Because then you'd be a blasphemer, right? That's what's the whole point, to keep from spreading. But what they did was they would put him outside, and they were going to stone him, but everybody who heard it had to place their hand on his head. So imagine this guy, he just screams something out, and 300 people hear him. How many people are you going to kill trying to get to the moron in the middle where the problem exists, right? I think that the Lord gave some of the punishments to go, are you getting it yet? Have you figured it out? How long will you suffer? How long will you be beaten? It's like, I don't think that the law was intended for what it was. And it's like, if I was Jesus and with that woman, and Christians laugh at, right? They'll go, where was the man? And I'm like, Jesus was her husband.
Ain't he yours? I thought you were the bride of Christ. Pay attention. Pay attention to the teaching. and and here they come. Where to stone such women and whatever. And Jesus is like, well, they're probably going to try and stone me too then. Let me get me out of the mix. Here goes, Exodus 21:12. Whoever strikes a man so that he dies shall surely be put to death. All right. Yeah, well, she's not a man. Wait, hold on. Here comes Leviticus 24:17. Whoever strikes a human being so that they die shall be put to death. Not surely, shall. See how the law kind of went from maybe to yeah. How many rocks you got now? Man, this Jesus guy. That's what they're going to say about me. He's been talking to Jesus. Because I have. It just got really quiet in here. Did you hear that? Jesus, come get me. I'm right down here. Did you know the only one who's seen heaven is the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man? Remember what Jesus said. I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. Uh-oh. He said only. Uh-oh. See, everybody thinks the Son of Man is like a good thing. That's why he said the Son of Man has to find faith. If you look in Numbers 23:19, Son of Man has to repent. We are sons of man. We're in the lake of fire. And everybody thinks it's someplace else. Somebody changed the time. Judgment is off in the distant, wherever. It's bullshit. You get judged for everything you do all day long, constantly. That would be complacency on God's part. That's what Jesus is trying to say. He's working all the time. He works at the night. He works at dark. Which part of God do you want to understand? The staff or the rod? When you understand them both, they give you comfort. You're in the valley, death, destruction all around you. People asking me if there's going to be a nuclear war. Oh boy, man. I hope if there is, I hope the first one lands right here on top of me, because I don't want to be around trying to recoup from that shit. That's terrible, man. That stuff should never happen. Those bombs that fell in Japan should never have hit the ground, because their ambassador knew what was coming. Those were two witnesses. The Twin Towers, those were two witnesses. Okay? When you see two things like that kind of a thing, those are two witnesses. God's going, hey, he's trying to wake you up. Anyway, let's look at Isaiah 1, man. Isaiah 1. I love Isaiah. Let me see if anybody's... But Samuel wrote that book specifically for Ruth, and it actually mentions it in the Talmud. And so now when you see people don't want to include all the writings, you got to include everything. Just stop fighting over the stuff and make it work, man. It's like enough already, all right? It's just, it's sad. Great goat? No, this is a beard. I know you can't see with it's the whole thing, and I got the party in the back even, What is the name of the movie you were in with Alice Cooper wasn't in it? I said I look like Alice Cooper because of my tears. My makeup. I said the chick was looking at me like, she goes, hey, get over here. I'm like, what's the matter? Holds up the mirror. Ooh, boy, Alice Cooper. My mascara was running down my face. Tears. I still cry a lot, man. I want God to fix this place. I think it's within us to do it, and we should try, at least try. It's not right. I'm not saying we should outdo Jesus, but we shouldn't have it so jacked up that he doesn't even want to come back, right? I mean,
My understanding is he won't, if that's the case. The vision concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Now, right there, I don't have to go any further in this prophecy to have to explain a major, major thing. Judah and Jerusalem, okay? Not the same. You have to pay attention to the names. Jerusalem means teaching a peace. It would refer to not a place, it refers to you dwelling within the word. I'm in the word, right? That's when you're in Jerusalem. And that way when your enemies surround you and you're in here, you're protected by this. This is the word that protects you. Okay? That's how messed up it is for somebody to put two and two together, I guess, or for God to give me the spirit to be able to see it. It's a wreck what we've done. It's sad. So Jerusalem means teaching of peace, but Judah, when it talks about Judah, it says you'll be a lion's whelp, right? But Judah has the staff. There's a lion on each side, or however you want to call it. There's a lion calling you, and there's a lion chasing you. You follow the staff, the lions can't get you. You follow the staffs, you might hear some roaring, but the teeth can't get you, right? This concept of the lion ruling from the negative side, you can see it in Gilgamesh because he has a lion cub attached to his left wrist, a cub. And in Judaism, they wrap the snake around the left, which then creates the withered hand. In other words, the left hand can work, but supposedly it's not as good as whatever, right? That is what Judaism thought. When Jesus came to say, do you know what evil is? Evil can do anything. It can be used for evil. It can be used for good. Don't you remember Joseph? Right? What you thought was for bad, I thought was for good. Now, what I want you to do with that mindset, flip on your TV and see all that trash out there. What do you see? What do you see, Jeremiah? Do you see opportunity? Do you see evil that's just waiting to crack and spin and become good, but you can't understand how and why? I hope you're going to say yes, because otherwise we serve a very unpowerful God. All of this mess that's going on around us, it has a purpose. It absolutely has a purpose. This is the beating that's supposed to get us to turn. And the idea is the lion, right? But so between Judah and Jerusalem, Jerusalem would mean there's two ways that you learn: through wisdom or understanding. Okay? Wisdom, it's already done. Understand, you might get a little bit of rod. It's like being in the fire, right? One, you follow the cloud by day. The other one, it isn't. God's point is to ruin you, right? And so then that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw during the reign of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, the kings of Judah. Now, this is awesome because when you see these four, they'll come in sets of four. Watch the names. These names could even indicate a certain pattern in and of themselves. So you have to look at Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. I'm going to look at the last one just so I can see where it goes, because Hezekiah was the last one, right? Let's see it. Let's see if he walked out of it, or did he screw it up too? Was it four bad kings, just four in a row? That would be the four that would fall, and the fifth king is coming. That's just the next time. Doesn't refer to a person. Hezekiah. Like when it says a time's time, and a half a time, that's talking about a time, like time for tea. That time for tea occurs at the time for tea's time. That's a time's time, like when it's appropriate for that to happen in the eye of prophecy. Some prophecies can be fulfilled at any time. It's a perfectly good time to stop studying war at any time. I think you'll agree, right? Prophecy isn't something you wait on. Jonah would be a false prophet if we looked at it that way, because was Nineveh overturned? Depending on how you look at it. But yeah, they were overturned. The difference is they overturned themselves instead of the Lord showing up to do it. All prophecy is that way. It runs from afar, it runs near. If you're in Jerusalem and doing what you're supposed to be doing, you can do almost anything. Like I said, evil is just
Used for evil can be used for evil, but evil could be used for good. When Paul says all things are lawful for me, what are all things? I form light, I create darkness, I make peace, I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. And the breath that I gave to man enables him to do the same. And if he can't understand that, that's why he's kicked out of his garden. All right, Hezekiah, let's see. Hezekiah. Harmless. Oh man, if only. Hey, hey. Hezekiah, hey, here. Hezekiah means strengthened of Jehovah. So there you go. That's after the beating, right? So after he's done with you, on to the next time. Everything with purpose. 2396. 2396. That's like, never mind. It's a Jewish thing. It's like the battle of Gog and Magog is a spiritual battle. It's between the people that believe in God and the people that don't believe in God. The geography for that battle doesn't even exist anywhere. It's like 2396. It's like if you can't understand the spiritual end of it, you're going to be fighting over everything. And not everybody's spiritual, but the book ain't for everybody. Stop reading other people's mails. Stop expecting, I don't know what people are expecting. 2397, 96. Because I saw the 96 and that makes me think of 15, the yod and the hay, but you can't use a yod and a hay when you make 15 because that's part of the name, right? 2396. Yod, hey, yod. 2396. So what? Nothing. Oh, wait. Strengthened, King of Judah, also the name of two other Hezekiah, compared to 3169. Why is that number popping back up? 31. See, like Proverbs 31, it's about a woman. Her name's Torah. It's about a woman, all right. So let's see. We just had 2396. Now we go to 3169. Strengthen the name. Yeah, it just ran me in a circle. And now it says compared to 2396, and it really doesn't tell me anything. Well, 3388 and 3050. I'm not going to run in circles. But so that's what happened there. He runs through that time, and then we keep marching forward, right? So, hear, O heavens, listen, O earth. Okay? Hear our prayers, heavens. Have mercy on us, right? Listen, O earth. Hey, God's trying to tell you what to do. That is literally referring to a flood type event, because you got rain coming down from the top and you got you coming up from the other side. Right there. There's your flood, okay? For the Lord has spoken. Always. I reared children and brought them up. What is reared? Goads, chasing you from behind. But they have rebelled against me. They've kicked the goads. The ox knows his master, and the donkey his owner's manger. The ox is when you walk in the word. Even the alphabet, when it says do not muzzle the ox until it treads out the grain, that's referring to like you have to complete everything from front to back as you move through that. The alphabet. Until you get to the N where it's truth. So the ox obviously knows who the master is. The donkey, just the beast of burden. You're gonna just there to work, right? But Israel does not what? Know. The ox knows his master, does what his master says. The donkey, his owner's manger. But Israel does not what? Know. Can you understand how important that word know is? It's saying that Israel isn't doing, Israel isn't working. Okay? My people do not understand. And what I said, wisdom is done. Understanding is works. You do works, you come to understand. Knowledge, you don't, or wisdom, you don't come to wisdom. When Jesus said they perish for lack of knowledge, what was he griping about most? No work being done. Harvest is ready. No, everybody's standing around. Ah, sinful nation, a people loaded with guilt, a brood of evildoers. Children given to corruption. And it's like a choice. I look at sin as being self-inflicted neglect, okay? Why have people changed their views on the physical existence of God? Well, because you are the physical existence of God. That's why. We are. Did I wait long enough so I could make it that it wasn't about me? I hope so. The evidence is spiritual. But that's why I have a equation that I use where I say 0 times 0 equals God. And people say 0 times 0 isn't nothing. And I say, well, what's the evidence? I can't physically and all of that. I got no proof. And if I could, I'd only be able to do like a double slit experiment. There he is. Did you detect it? Boom. And I'd be zapped that fast dead, right? Because nobody can see God and live. So I give him a goose egg. 0. God is 0. You ready? Now, what about the spirit? Jesus refers to where you can see the effects of the spirit, but he describes it in an ambiguous manner. I've never seen it, but 0, another 0. But what happens when you have God and spirit and willing individuals to temples, you and I? Well, suddenly 0 and 0 equals a building over there that says St. Mary's. And there's like people going in and out of there. They're saving people's lives. They get up all hours of the night and morning and whatever, right? The evidence is there. The spiritual evidence is that you're alive. If you can't accept the idea that God lives through you, in him we live and move and have our being. This isn't talking about somebody in outer space. How do you live and move and have your being? Guess where Jesus is? What do we have for him, Johnny? And don't ask him because he didn't know. What do we expect? Somebody else coming? What's going on? Do the works. Your kingdom is right in your face. His teachings are so muddled up. Before I go, I just want read Philippians. You'll never be sad again. Oh, God bless you. Man, can I put like a gold chain around your neck or something, man? Is that not, look at that. I don't even know what I'm about to read. I love you too. I'll read it right now. Where are you from? Are you really from here? I know who your father is. The son always does what he sees the father doing. So you gave yourself away. You showed yourself to me. See, want me never to be sad again. South Africa. There you go. My home. Did you know my bloodline goes in Africa? I laugh about it because I thought it was I was thinking Italian, and then my name I thought was Italian, but my last name's a Bush. And it's like, what? And then everything unravels. The more you start digging into things, Eastern Orthodox. Ooh, whoa. We got the real deal in the house. All right. Philippians 4:13. Is that one body, spirit, and mind? Yeah, Paul was a master. A lot of people don't realize that when Paul said, what I want to do, I don't do, and that what I don't want to do, I do, he wasn't saying he was messing things up. He was trying to say that it's the Spirit moving through him. What I want to do, which was to serve God, I don't do. It's the Spirit moving through me. He was claiming all the bad stuff that he did. That he was saying that I do. That's works of man. The bad stuff. If I do good, that's works of God. The all, right? The all things. Philippians. That's Philemon. Where is Philippians? John, Acts, Romans, Corinthians. Or wait, is that Philippians right before Corinthians? I just go blasting over it. No. Galatians, Ephesians, Corinthians, Philippians. There you go. 4:13, huh? Thank you, man. All right. Is it one of those missing verses? Oh, here it is. I can do everything through him who gives me strength. And that's it. When you realize that he lives within you, he lives within everybody. But the problem is when I say in him we live and move and have our being, you got to understand that spirit is both Antichrist and Christ. When the man of sin is revealed, that's somebody, I don't know if that's one person or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad person. That's somebody that just shows up and says from the other side saying, look, you're marked. And I would do that. I'd say, hey, you either serve God or you don't. And I'm saying that, if you won't accept that that's how it works, then let that be. This is the beast. See, everything is cut in half. If you follow this and do what you're supposed to do, right, you'll do well, right? That is Levi. Well, guess what? Levi has a dark side, okay? If you run by this, then it's Leviathan. But either way, all the promises are contained in this great sword. And it needs to be understood so we can stop using it to take peace from the earth. So, proto what? I don't even know what that means. I don't like isms. Can you just associate it here? I'll tell you what. Associate it with like a loveism or something. Go that route with it. Everything works with loveisms. I pray that you have a blessed day. You too. And thank you for your words. I hope you're safe. And I don't know. See, South Africa, most people envision like a desert or something, but there's nicer places too. I had some friends out there that had horses. They were friends on Facebook. I haven't talked to them in a long time. Um, what was his name? Trying to remember the names, but they were really nice. They were friendly people, and I don't know. I just hope your country is people are a little more sane than here, and they're trying to do what's right and take care of you. So be blessed. Thank you, and I love you too. Hmm. Ugh. I wonder if I got a. I want to play music. I'm gonna make a run around the house and try to set up. Maybe I can create myself a little comfort zone here where I can hang out for a little bit and not be, having to ponder around and whatever. And but in the meantime, if anybody, knows, what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I'll go back to my to this one, and I'll hit this index up in front because there was more in there in the word no. I mean, there were a lot of places where that word no is mentioned. Let's see. Now remember, he's all knowing. When he knows you, this is him causing you to bear fruit, right? Man knows a woman, fine. When he knows you, this is what happens. You ready? He knows you in a natural sense. He knows if you're deceptive. He knows if you're sinful. He knows you from a personal perspective. He knows you in a practical sense. He knows you experimentally, unfriendly, sexually, intuitive, intellectually, mercifully, savingly, spiritually, and revealingly. Okay? The sources of it are God, nature, scriptures, and experimentation. This is weird because this thing is saying experimentation and it lists John 7:17. That's a Jewish number. 7:17. That's crushing victory from both sides. I'd like to see that verse. John 7:17. Wow. It's got to be like boom. 7:17, huh? That's a crushing victory verse. 7:17 says, "If anyone chooses to do God's will, he will find out whether my teaching comes from God or whether I speak on my own." Boom. The numbers that they use to split this all apart, there's a format and a pattern, and I don't know if they knew it when they were putting because the numbers and stuff weren't in there at first, right? It just used to be a scroll. You can actually, there's confirmation of that because in Hebrews it actually says, it goes and says something like, and somewhere it is written and somewhere else it was written. So it kind of, gives you the idea that they couldn't go relating to very specific things. All right, man. Hey, Galatians 6:7, huh? Well, hey. Galatians, who lent you in the wrong way? Who called you back into struggles? And it's sad because people think that Paul doesn't like the law. Like I said, to me, sin is self-inflicted neglect. You've been told what to do. The Lord has spoken. If you don't do what he said, he can't protect you from what he said he will protect you from. It's like that, right? 6:7. Do not be deceived. God cannot
Cannot. That's beautiful. And it's the truth. He cannot be mocked. It's blessing or curse, right? A man reaps what he sows. Yeah. Boy. I wonder when the harvest will be. I know when I'm sowing. I don't know if I'll see it. That's kind of frightening. I want to get some dental bond stuff and jam it in a hole in my tooth, but I don't want to trap some stuff in there, but I don't know if it could get much worse, man. It's getting really, it's got a sharp, jagged edge cutting on my tongue. Blood. Anyway, I'm going to do music. I'm going to go wander around for a couple seconds. Oh, wow, yeah. Don't leave your IDs laying around, dude. Not in this place. Damn, ain't no telling where it might wind up. Stuffed in his bookmark. Can I have your license, please? Yeah, officer, oh, shit. I love those days. Can I ask why you're going so fast? Yeah, I actually had to go and like report myself. One of these, there was a couple weeks ago, I was up and I'm just running out of resources and I call the police on, I call the police, the 911 dispatcher, and I said, is there like any, why isn't there some kind of emergency thing if destroy the world? I mean, shouldn't I be able to go to a rabbi and go, hey, do you realize that we've like been destroying the world for 2,000 years and like things aren't sinking in, we're just not getting it? I don't know. What do you do? Keep trying, right? Who's gonna need that thing with a big old hits?
This is going to be it. I got it. What? How'd I miss that one? Dinner. Bill Cody. Oh man. Um, I actually opened up for and thanks for waiting if you did, but I was running around freshening up and all that. Oh, look at that. We just hit the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to read scripture now. We're going to read Revelation, Mark, and John. Revelation, Mark, and John, 947. Revelation 7, we'll go that way. Mark, John. Revelation 7, 4 to 9. Revelation 7. Revelation 7. Pay attention. Watch the story. 7, 4 to 9. Oh. Then I heard the number sealed. Pow! After this I looked, and there before me was a great multitude that no one could count, which is standing before the throne in front of the Lamb. Robes. They were holding palm branches in their hands. And they were live on YouTube with the White Rabbit, Rabid Rabbi. 40, it was 49, 40, Revelation, Luke, and John, right? Did I say Luke and John? I think I said Luke. Did I say Mark? Luke. Luke, it's John. 9, 4 to 7, huh? And there you go. So apparently, whatever house you enter, stay there until you have to leave that town. If the people do not welcome you, shake the dust off your feet and then leave their town as a testimony against them. So they set out and went from village to village, preaching the gospel and healing people everywhere. Now Herod means hero, okay? Herod the Tetrarch heard about all that was going on, and he was perplexed because some were saying that John had been raised from the dead. And John 7, 4 to 9. John 7, 4 to 9. Thank you, Lord. No one who wants to become a public figure or doing these things, show yourself to the world. For even his own brothers did not believe him. Therefore, Jesus told them, the right time for me has not yet come. For you, any time is right. The world cannot hate you because it hates me, because I testify that what it does is evil. You go to the feast. I'm not yet going to the feast, because for me, the right time has not yet come. Having said this, I guess I'm staying here. I'm shaking. I haven't never even seen God. It's like I get it, man. I can just see for comfort. You know, you see the Jew rocking back and forth like a flame in the wind, right? It's like, no, you're just going, oh boy, please. It's like you're, uh, and then you laugh. It's like, what, you don't think I got this? What are you worried about? What's wrong with you? Oh, you know, Bible is sci-fi. You know, it is kind of in a certain way. I mean, there's physics is in there. Physics is in there. Where two or more are gathered, I am there. It's an increase in power. It's talking about energy being generated. This book is about explains societies and cultures. Uh, yeah, it can't really. Well, it can lie, but it whenever it lies, it tells the truth. It's kind of like Tony Montana, you know. Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. Piece of shit, you'll get shit out of it. You'll get shit on. You just, um, yeah. But you don't have to defend it. I don't need to convert anybody to it. Why would I? That's the point. Is it we don't shouldn't need that. If you can function without it, good for you. I'm happy for you. Go on your merry way. If you want to know what's wrong with the world and maybe what's causing all the wars and stuff, well, then you're talking to the right guy. And sorry, I can't fix a Bible without talking about a Bible. Lies, man. I'm sorry if your feelings are hurt. I get it. Don't blame it on me. I'm the good guy. All right. Did Martin Luther? You know what Martin Luther did? He got the respect of Sonny showing up and kicking on his door trying to kill him. I can't even get that. I got arrested though when I tried to do the same thing at the church that I built around the corner there. Did Martin Luther do the right thing in separating certain books from the Catholic Bible? Um, Wait a minute. Well, he put a. I don't know if I have a Catholic Bible. James, which this is not fault free. No, sir. Immediately, right in your face, you open it up on any page, any italicized word that you see was not there. They put it there for a better flow. Well, it should have meant this. And it's like I've read some verses where I remove those italicized words and they spin sideways a little bit and they mean plenty to me, but not quite the same as in here. They get corrupted. You can't add to the thing, right? So even this isn't infallible, but uh, what I see as a problem is that it does have a peaceful way in it. It's a tool. To me, I was a programmer, right? What's the simplest programming language? Basic. Remember the good old if-then statement? Well, they're everywhere still, right? It's a good logic thing. This book is filled with, that's like my favorite word in here is if. Because I see like wonderful things could come from the right direction if people would do what it says. But if you try to force feed this on somebody, you're being a moron. Okay? If all good comes from the God I serve and I see somebody doing good and they say they don't know my God, well, then I'll just say, look, miserable suckers, they're serving a God they don't know. And I'll walk away and they can continue to serve my God that they don't know because they're doing good, right? Why in the hell do I got to make a big deal about it? Like I got to claim them and put a freaking brand on them. That is what Isaiah was screaming about. Branding, murderers. Oh, that. In this book that you don't like are all these guys called prophets, and they would show up and bitch at all the religious people and tell them what they were doing wrong. I'm one of those guys. religion stuff, religious stuff is dangerous. People get killed, innocent people. Like, remember that guy, Jesus? Yeah. Freemason. Who's he? What did he do? I'd say leave him in jail if he did something terrible. Yeah, here it is. I don't know where you're at, but we're getting another blast of snow here in Western New York, and it's pretty. Oh, if I gotta leave, please don't let me leave with a little bit of time. Don't make me leave in the middle of winter, like just that kind of a thing, right? And God blessed me today. So yeah, I got that going for me. But it's pretty, with the snow flying and everything. I don't know where you are. Well, I listen. It depends. When you read the Old Testament too, right? I take it, obviously, or some part of it, because I mean, maybe you change from Isaac being sacrificed to whoever. Can I tell you why you are right about that? When you say why your belief says that Ishmael was sacrificed, it's because you're looking at a problem and you can't see the middle of it. Okay, you're not wrong. You want to know who got sacrificed up there? Both. And the reason why is because people don't understand what the angel meant when he said Abraham's only son. Only son. How many sons did Abraham have? How many sons did Abraham have? And what are their names? Let's see, it's Abram. Abram had Ishmael. And he used to be a great nation too. He counts. So Abram had Ishmael. Abraham had Isaac. Isaac is not the point of who was really sacrificed. The Lord wouldn't care about flesh. The Lord just does what he does. Right? If the angel tells you to do something, that's why that angel was so brutal. It was a test to see if if Abraham would obey the Lord in the craziest of circumstances. But one thing you should notice about what did he test Abraham with? He tested to see at what level he would sacrifice, not what level he would do evil. He would test him if he would do evil. No, he was trying to see, are you willing to trust me enough? But there's more than that. That is not the only son of the only son that he sacrificed. Because Abraham, if you consider what about Ishmael? He doesn't count. Where do you get an only son from? Well, again, one way to explain it off is you could say Abram had one, Abraham had the other. But the better way is to tie it all together and just say that everybody has a son that they have to sacrifice, but he lives inside you. That's your Son of Man. That's what you sacrifice. Jesus already lives in you. That's in you in him we live and move and have our being, right? So are you alive and moving? Guess why that happens? Because the Christ is inside you. Now, whether it's Christ or Antichrist is up to you. What you do,
with your dirt. This is the land that was promised me. I try to, use it for a good purpose, maybe. Dude, are you still on Jesus? No, I switched to weed now. And the clock comments, I'm sorry, Lord. Of course I'm on Jesus. I'll always be on Jesus. Dude, are you on Jesus? Oh, I'm all messed up on everything. Tell me. Snow is just jamming though, man. It's so pretty. I feel so, yeah, when you watch the beginning of this video, oh, I'm done. I'm out of money. I can't do it anymore. Oh, Phil. uh, I thought these picks were like indestructible, man. I actually wore the tip off that stinking thing, man. I like strumming. Can't complain about that. Ooh. Oh. Maybe we ain't gonna play guitar. Looks like that shit when Neo dives into the dives into the agent in the Matrix and goes. It's like kind of cranking up my finger. I gotta. Yeah, my days are numbered. I'm going home. Don't want to go alone, no. Gonna take all my friends, even if I gotta wait to the end. So what do you say, my friends? Ready to go? I don't know who's gonna make it out of here. There's too much snow. I like acoustics, or it's like a drum machine with strings or something. It's like you just beat the hell out of it.
heaven from hell, blue skies from pain. You can tell a green field from a cold steel rail, a smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? Oh, you like to name them, huh? Okay, here you go. Tires out. Kind of weird on acoustic. Mark of the Beast and on the acoustic. And then the lead is something like. One more. And then he heads to. Where are you at? Is he bending or is he? Yeah. Bring it. Call the electric. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I'm just impro. fingernails are fried. I could tear them all off, and then I could play. Woo! What was that? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Thank you very much. Good night, good night. Stop touching my shit. Get away from that. Woo! Yeah, you think it's all freaking fun and games, you guys, don't you? Hey! What the fuck? You know that can fall on you. You know, it's like maniacs on the stage. Oh man. I'm gonna tell you something. There's nothing like standing on the edge of a stage though and having like chicks pulling on your jeans and shit, man. It's pretty damn yeah, pretty gone, huh? Ah, shit. Oh, man. I shouldn't have played my guitar so hard. My arm's tired. I won't even be having a date with myself later. Ah, shit. I'm all right. How you guys doing, man? I'm just, can't hang like the good old days, man. Us old rockers, you know, our poor old bones. And that shitty guitar, that thing really needs some help. The strings are polished though, man. They don't even they were like reject the rust now. Anyway, that was fun. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. What in the hell is the date today? Is today a Thursday? What is today? Is today Wednesday? Tuesday? What the hell is today? I don't even know, man. Here, let me look. Oh, it is Thursday. Oh, shit. Here. Perfect. They're altering the view today. They're making concrete out of glass. Anybody got any Bible verses they want to look at or anything, man? Anything at all? Anything pestering your faith? Troubling you? Anything at all? Get off that. That doesn't look too happy. My poor plant over there. That thing, crying out loud, unstoppable. It's like sent from God. It's got to be. I'm not kidding. It's a they're pretty easy. I don't know if you've ever seen a pathos. Sometimes they do good, sometimes they don't. You gotta pay attention to them. They'll get mad at you if you don't treat them right. But that one there, I can't believe that thing survived. I bought that when I got here. I've had that one since my first apartment in this place. And it is just like, boom. It's incredible. Ooh, is that? Let me double check something. There might be a lot of weight on that. No? He's all right. Wow. I don't know. I think if that one could just smile, it would just be so happy. It would say good things about me, Not at first. When it was in my apartment and I got I had a girlfriend here. Holy crap. Yeah, no. Nah, life was only about one thing. I mean, I would race home every chance I had gotten, like freaking I'd get a hour for lunch. It'd take I could get home in like 20 minutes maybe. So back and forth, 20 minutes each way. It'd leave me 20 minutes. And then it was like blast home. Hi, I'm home. Woo-hoo. All right, see you later. Fly back to work. You're driving. I don't want to go back to work now, man. And if a reverence had to be justified, I'm going to say that he used that relationship to teach me a very good lesson. Because there was a time when I was passing the church on a Saturday night on my way into work, and I saw the church parking lot all full, and I was tired out, and I said, nah. I said, I'll go tomorrow, Lord. Oh, see, look, it's going to be this stuff now. Criminy. I said, I'll go tomorrow. And then I didn't make it too far after that. I don't know how far it was. It's probably maybe a mile. Not much more than that if it was that. And I had a wreck. I had a car wreck. So I called into work, said I'd go home. Car wreck wasn't that bad. The guy who I crashed into, he was a body shop guy. So that's what he did. And I guess he had fixed the car a bunch of times.
This was the third time he fixed it. He'd done it so many times he could remember the paint codes. And so he's like telling me, well, it was my idea that he could fix mine, right? Because I saw the cops pulling up, and I'm like, yeah, let's keep insurance out of this if we can. I'll just give you the money, okay? Let's settle this on our own accord. We don't need anybody bothering us to get more money out of us because, we can handle our own business. I would rather insurance and all that stuff. I'd rather take care of my own shit. All of this insurance for your house and your cars and boats and stuff, to me, that means you don't trust God. Okay. I know it sounds kind of weird, but it's like in a community with all God people, what would happen is we'd all put our money together. And then if somebody had a need, we'd be like, guess what? I don't have to pay house insurance anymore. Sure. Yeah. You know what I figured out for the insurance premiums just in my neighborhood until the wood building prices and shit went crazy, burn all the woods down in Canada, then jack up all the food prices, then start war. Wow, great idea. But before that, it was like every year we could have rebuilt somebody's house, like completely from scratch, based on the premiums. And it's like, why are we, that's where unity and people working together kind of blows it. It's like, I don't need to create a job for somebody so they can be an insurance agent. I'd rather have a bunch of friends that all back up with me when shit gets real, right? I can be trusted. Can you? I do my part. I sleep at night if that was the matter where I had to feel guilty I haven't put in. Man, I don't know when I guess I'll stop when he stops giving me cash because that's all I know how to do with it. Alone and drunk and spitting Gnostic nonsense. You're pretty hateful. And I'm not drunk, shithead. You will know them by their fruits. See? Who's who's the accuser? My work has new my work has new neutrality rule. No ideological task, no ideology. It's a circle. I'm alone and drunk too. What? What are you talking about? If you're drunk, you got a problem. I'm not drunk, and I have no issues. Ah, boy. Oh well, hello. There's my favorite beer guy. How am I? I'm out of beer. Yeah, liar. No, I'm out of beer. Accuser. I know your father is. He's the devil, the father of lies, and you're lying about calling me a liar because I don't lie. I don't see you for 24 hours. A cloud of aggressively polite pigeons distributes. Hmm. Hmm. That sounds interesting. You never know. It could be a sign, right? I don't know. Hey, good for you. At least you're serving somebody. I I'm pretty sure Jesus said, "I wish you were hot or cold," right? You pick your. I set my own thermostat too. I appreciate you. So where have you been, Satan? I figure since you're saying "Hail, Satan," you're just you're all up into yourself. So right, your own thing. So where you been? Did you stop at Tim Hortons while you were down there? Did you bring me some donut sticks and everything?
Oh, Legion you are. Interesting. There comes the we. I don't think anybody's with you. I'm just saying. I think you're by yourself. Hmm. Nice. Ex-mother, huh? Or do you mean your ex's mother? I didn't know you could have an ex-mother. I need to get drunk. Oh. Ay, 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 ay. It's true. She won't die. I remember when I was a kid, we had to memorize a poem to say, and I picked uh what was that thing called? The Tormented Wife or something, and it was something about, man, I can't remember it now. It was a long time ago. Um, I don't know. See here, my good man, I have come for your wife, for she's the bane and torment of your life. The devil, he said to the farmer then. Oh, and then he brings her back. The devil literally brings her back to the farmer and says, the devil, he said to the farmer then, you keep her. I don't want to see her again. And it was like she got in a fight and she beat the shit out of six devils, you know. Six little devils jumped over the wall saying, take her back, Daddy, she'll murder us all. So the devil, he hoisted her up on his back and straight to the earth with her he did pack. And when he got there, the gates they were closed. With a sweep of her arm, she laid open his nose. There stood a small devil with pitchfork and chains. She upped with her foot and she kicked out his brains. Six little devils jumped over the wall saying, take her back, Daddy, she'll murder us all. So the devil, he hoisted her up on his back and straight to the earth with her he did pack. See here, my good man, I have come with your wife, for she's the bane and torment of my life. And by the look on her face, anybody can tell she's not fit for heaven and she's too mean for hell. That's from high school. That's how my memory is. All you got to do is hook me into a time and it starts going like video. I remember everything and I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't remember that shit's happened to me. Makes me, bothers me. I want it to be redeemed. I don't want it to be lost for nothing. Right? Right. Well, since I don't believe in hell and I'm Jewish, yeah, I think it's funny. uh, yeah, I mean, that's not my problem. I don't know what you got going on over there, but more power to you. Praise the Lord. Oh man, I just want some food now. You know what? I got that can of how's Bateri? I don't know how Bateri's doing. Bateri's got 24. I don't know if Bateri can last while I'm trying to make food. But I'm going to make myself some pulled pork. It's not really pork, it's chicken. You just put barbecue sauce on it and it's just as good as pulled pork. It's just not pork. It's foul. It's chicken. Oh. I'll never forget how much trouble we got into when we were kids. There was a kid named Kevin Fowler. He was a good kid, but I think his dad was hard on him or something, like really hard on him. That's just my understanding. And we were just messing around, and he got the family car right, and we crashed. We drove it to school, and we wound up crashing it into we wound up crashing it into like another teacher's car, right? Or some. Did I say another teacher's car? Sorry. Yeah, that's me. Um, Crashing into a teacher's car, right? And they saw us. They had like eyeballs, right? So yeah, we got caught. Real funny, John. Even send some buddies over. I like that. Nathan reported to David all the words of this entire revelation. House of blood. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord, and he said, "Who am I, O sovereign Lord? And what is my family that you have brought me this far? And as if this were not enough in your sight, O sovereign Lord, you have also spoken about the future of the house of your servant. Is this your usual way of dealing with man, O sovereign Lord?" I just let the word talk. Yet I saw that her unfaithful sister Judah had no fear. She also went out and committed adultery, because Israel's immorality muttered so little to her. She defiled the land and committed adultery with stone and wood. In spite of all this, her unfaithful sister Judah did not return to me with all her heart, but only in pretense.
the Lord said to me, faithless Israel is more righteous than unfaithful Judah. Yep. You know what that means? Faithless Israel is more righteous than unfaithful Judah. Why? Do you know why? I doubt it. I doubt it. 10 hours. Mm-hmm.
Where's my guitar?
Look what I got. I remember when we used to eat quesadillas like this when we were kids. Simple, throw it in the microwave and cheese. If only mom would have known the stuff we were eating, right? Ooh! Well, that's pretty molten yet. Better let that cool off. Crazy. So simple. If I can keep it out of my beard, there's nothing. Man, what I would do to go back to those days. I would do it. Maybe this time I won't screw it up. Nothing got screwed up. Uh, Maybe. I don't know.
There's no telling. I got around. Oh yeah. I wonder what my life will be like in a tent. Quesadilla. I miss this thing they used to make at Taco Bell called the pizzazz pizza. Remember that? Boy, black olive would be nice right now. Gotta be kidding me. Wow. It's terrible. I mean, really, this is like the sayings of Jesus can be appreciated properly only in the context of his life, death, and resurrection. So nothing about anything he taught
right? I mean, but that's everything. But why does it have to be? Why do you even got to include a resurrection in there? Why is it always a miracle, right? Hmm. I don't know. guess I'll blast out again. Any theologians, pastors, anybody want to learn about the theodicy? It's been solved. It's cake. It's not hard. 100% scripture. Where's evil from? No reason to fight for it. Let it wipe itself out. Thinking about recipes here. I'm going, That's weird. I'm looking at the jacket of Conspiracy Theory, Mel Gibson. One of the smartest, scariest, and funniest thrillers. In years. I can't tell who said that. The writing's too small. Philadelphia Inquirer. Is that the Inquirer? I would expect such a, I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. It's more of a sales pitch. Interesting. Special features. Languages, English, French. I could learn French. I wonder how that would work for me. Because if I watched it a couple times to see what it was that they did, but it's like when they do subtitles, how do you know if what they're saying is what they're really saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You could have somebody just moving around, big beard on their face, their mouth moves a little bit, and I'm sitting here telling you about who knows what kind of words they could put in my mouth, right? Yeah. Especially nowadays. We going off the other side. Who's hanging out? Nobody. Wing. There you go. So you get people that just want to look. What do you see? It's like one of them crime scene things, right? I was just thinking of one of my friends. It just started cracking me up. I can't help it. My buddy Eddie.
too. Anybody got anything? You want to study anything or anything at all? Return, faithless Israel, declares the Lord. I will frown on you no longer, for I am merciful, declares the Lord. I will not be angry forever, only acknowledge your guilt. You have rebelled against the Lord your God. You have scattered your favors to foreign gods under every spreading tree and have not obeyed me, declares the Lord. Man, that sounds pretty serious. The invasion of locusts. Yeah, like that. The guy cooks nothing. Rabbit food, nuts. In the land of Uz, there lived a man whose name was Job. This man was blameless and upright. He
He feared God and shunned evil. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he owned 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 donkeys, and had a large number of servants. He was the greatest man amongst all the people of the East. Three sisters to eat and drink with them. When a period of feasting had run its course, Job would send and have them purified. Early in my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. This was Job's regular custom. I need a different lid, man. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, man. Remember when I had giant flowing locks? Never. mm. Hmm. 1:7, the Lord said to Satan, "Where have you come from?" Satan answered the Lord, are there any other 1:7 verses? Adonijah conferred with Joab's son, the priests, and they gave him their support. Gave him their support. Pow. Judges 1:7. Okay. Then Adonai-Bezek said, 70 kings with their thumbs and big toes cut off have picked up scraps under my table. Now God has paid me back for what I did to them. They brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. It mentions Satan, and now it mentions this really. Did you know that there's no commas in here? So like you can pull out commas and it could say something like, he is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. Why does it have to say he is blameless up and upright, comma, a man who fears God and shuns evil? I mean, this could be saying, have you considered my servant Job that I want to give you, right? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. Does Job fear God for nothing? So dangerous. One day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. The Lord said to Satan, where have you come from? Did he know where Satan came from? Of course he did. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm from the USA too. The great, wonderful state of New York. Yeah, I look at the Bible and do Bible questions and stuff like that. So if you're just punching in and saying, "Hey, um, what do you got, man?" You get to drive. Like I like those perplexing perplexing questions where you're like, where you're thinking God ain't making too much sense, right? This doesn't make sense. Why would he do it like this? That's the kind of stuff I like the most. Mm. Boy, those were dangerously good. I just ate a bunch of cherries. And my sweet tooth will get the best of me. You guys know what the theodicy is? See, Google describes it as, they'll say it's the attempt to vindicate God of his benevolence in the idea that, and the power and all that, and the idea that, amongst all this evil, right? Kills me because it says the attempt to vindicate. You can vindicate. If you can't vindicate, then how come God can give you grace, but you can't give him grace? You can't give. Somebody said that to me. Somebody goes, you can't give God grace. And I go, yeah, I just call it faith, It's like, what do you mean? He's like, faith isn't grace. And I go, sure it is. Faith is the substance of things hoped for that you ain't seen yet. Okay, aren't you kind of counting him in before he gets there? What is it different because it's God? It's it's a relationship. And because people separate themselves like that, it's like, oh man, he just calls it a different thing. You give him grace when you show faith. You know, what are you giving him grace with? You're blessing him with the time that he gave you anyway, but you're just saying, I can wait. I can hang in there, right? I'm not going to let go until you bless me. My question always gets, when is morning? When's the lights come back on here? So are you, man. We're all loved. Wow. Yeah, it's tough, ain't it? I hear you. I understand. I know exactly what you mean. I don't know how that works. I don't know if we ask to come here or if he sends us here. I couldn't find answers anywhere. The Bible is the most confusing book that exists. Yeah. Well, it's intended to be that way. It's not confusing. You have to, your spirit will guide you as you read it. If you look at it and see, I need to cause war and I'm entitled to this or whatever, it'll take you all the way from that to just, you're like me, I can't even look at it the same way anymore. I don't, yeah. 20 years of all the way I used to read the Bible just gone, man. Totally gone. I unlocked the key. It's about the names, and you have to understand, you have to accept that the Lord works through good and evil. And then when you do, things start becoming quite clear as to what actually transpired, and it's disturbing. It's very disturbing. It's I wonder if anybody else has seen this. I don't know, man. I wish I could find somebody that says, "Oh yeah, you're talking about the Kaflutin theory or some shit." Some guy thought up and whatever. Man, I can't find anybody that sees it the way I do. I don't look at evil as being evil like other people do. I just see it as a different state of good. It's ain't there yet. It's not ready. Keep fighting. It'll get there. Right? Oh man. Ugh, those bones ain't what they used to be, are they? Yeah, exactly. You can't have light without darkness. You couldn't have shown the greatest of love unless you could die from eating off that tree, right? But even that isn't what you think it is. It's you are a tree. You are a tree of life, of knowledge of good and evil, or you're a tree of life. And you get decide you get to decide which tree you are. If good and evil come from you, well, maybe that's why there's war. uh, if if you that's what it is. I don't see man in any kind of control whatsoever. I see a Lord that has willing people that'll do his good works. And there's not so many of those. I searched for somebody going, nobody was found. Ought to ring a bell or two. And then there is roll the sound effects. And then there's the instance where he needs somebody to go do bad, like when he needs to snuff King Ahab in 1 Kings 20:22. Then what? Oh, then there's a fight over who gets to go. One said this, another said that. Just, yeah, take it for what it is, It's like nobody wants to go when the work is hard. What? How you doing? Welcome. What would you like to talk about? I am the Grand Wizard, Imperial something or other, and mostly just full of crap, but have a good sense of humor and lots of life experiences, and so full of good advice. I can make you feel comfortable about any situation you are going through. That's pretty much it. I know how to do that. I fix broken hearts. Amazing people in my family. I had my uncle Abe and his brother Ike. They actually invented copper wire. They were fighting over a penny. It's the most amazing thing you ever seen. And I guess next thing was Edison was into that, and so, but anyway, tough crowd, tough crowd. I tell you, these people in New York, I don't know if it's the snow. Maybe they went down south. They left the birds. They call them snowbirds. Maybe they leave the doves when they go down there, right? I tell you. All right. I'm so tired, Lord. Where's our help? Where's our help? Is there anybody helping? Why is everybody asleep? Oh, no, they're not asleep. They're woke. Oh, come on. You said this is supposed to be heaven on earth. Well, there's no male or female in heaven. That was the binary thing. Oh. Well. Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. Repent and be saved. Yes, I will, John. As soon as I do something wrong, I'll definitely repent of that. If I'm unaware of it, then I'll ask my Father to search me, and He'll take care of the rest. House of David. That's the old. I love those 7 spirits. Did you know the 7 spirits are actually grouped into there's 2 sets of 3.5? They're in sets of 3 or 2. There's 3 sets of those, and then the last one, the fear of the Lord actually swings around to the spirit of the Lord, and so it goes in like a loop. It's pretty cool. When Jesus said the poor will see the kingdom of God, that's actually a reference to those spirits as well. When he refers to the one house where you clean out one spirit and 7 more come in, 7 is God's number. That ain't no evil spirits coming in there. He was saying you clean out one evil spirit and then the person feels all polished up. I'm all good. In comes all these righteous spirits and the place is worse than it was before. See? So that's why he says the poor will see the kingdom of God. The poor in spirit. Because, well, it's about being real, I guess. Those who got too much spirit, they are their own kingdom. What do you need God's spirit and kingdom for if you got your own, right? Oh. Man, are we hitting 12 hours yet? I wonder if we could go for 24 hours straight. Whew. I'd have to make more lemonade, that's for sure. Any questions? Want to talk about anything? Yeah, this is just like open discussion here. You know, can you play guitar? I can. Tell you what, I'll pray for you. Wow, this stream is too high energy for me, Chris. I'm gonna head out. Thanks. No, I asked the questions. You ask questions, I got answers. I was praying. I'm praying for people to say things, but that wasn't kind of really what I was expecting. I'm looking for, trying to work on a Bible here. I've got it figured out. How about you throw some stuff my way to, that's what I'm here for. Just waiting. 12 hours of waiting for anybody to ask me some good, hard Bible questions. Some, why does God do this? How come he doesn't do that? How come he's unfair like this? Why doesn't he love me? Beard. Whoa. Hmm. Uh, well, that's nice. Woo. Cuddle snuggle, baby. Is it true David picked up 5 stones before the battle? More important than that is they were smooth stones. Let's see. So that would be in man. Hmm. David defeats the Ammonites. Where are we at? David anointed king over Judah. David among the Philistines. Saul and the witch of Endor. Saul's jealousy. There we go. We got to make Saul king and get him screwed up before we get David in there. I want to see how it reads. I didn't know Jonathan attacked the Philistines. That's interesting. Um, man, where is David and Goliath here? Oh, here we go. Oh, of course. Perfect. Chapter 17. Won't forget that. Crushing victory. Now the Philistines. Now Philistines means immigrant, and Goth means wine press. So now the Philistines gathered their forces for war and assembled at, is that Sukkot in Judah. They pitched camp at Ephes Damnim Damnim between Soko and Azekah. Saul and the Israelites assembled and camped in the valley of Elah. El and Ah, that's God and brother. That means something like friend. Um, no. That's interesting. And drew up their battle line to meet the Philistines. The Philistines occupied one hill and the Israelites the other, with the valley between them.
champion named Goliath, who was from Goth, means wine press. Came out of the Philistine camp. He was over 9 feet tall. He had a bronze helmet on his head and wore a coat of scale armor of bronze weighing 5,000 shekels. On his legs he wore bronze greaves, and a bronze javelin was slung on his back. His spear shaft was like a weaver's rod, and its iron point weighed 600 shekels. His shield bearer went ahead of him. Goliath stood and shouted at the ranks of Israel, Why do you come up? Why do you come out and line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine? And are you not servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he's able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects and serve us. Then the Philistine said, This day I defy the ranks of Israel. Give me a man and let us fight each other. On hearing the Philistines' words, Saul and all the Israelites were dismayed and terrified. So Saul immediately contacted Congrass, and he said he needed to burn up all the grass because he needed to get some teraphs going and take care of. No, wait a minute. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the other version. I had some notes written in here. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite named Jesse. So if he was an Ephrathite, is that from Ephraim? Ephraim means double ash heap or doubly fruitful. Named Jesse. Did I look up Jesse? What does Jesse mean? Jesse. H-I-L. Israel, J-H. It's got to be there. What is the house of Jesse all about? What is that name? Where is it at? Extant? Existing? Extent? Like boundaries? What the heck is that? 2, 3, 4, 4, 8. 3, 4, 4, 8. Hebrew. 4, 1. 3, 4, 4, 8. 3, 4, 4, 9. My number. 3, 4, 4, 8. Da, 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 from the same extent. Gave his father Jesse. 34, 26. Unused root meaning to stand out or to exist. Entity. So the house of Jesse exists. It's like the root of life or something. I don't know. Jesse, dry ground. There shall. He, it, shall, there may, there are, shall, there should. Oh, this is like opportunity or something. If somebody had a name that just meant for something good to come out of it or something to happen, it's like Jesse. It's like, what What does Jesse mean in Hebrew? It's basically a battery. You don't have to plug it in. It always works. God made the thing. It's like dark matter, 0 point energy. Wow. But which son did he take? The last son, the youngest. Hey, I was my dad's youngest son, I think. I don't know, man. My old man. Shit. 27 kids. Not from all one woman. Yeah, no. Holy crap. That'd be a lot to put a person's body through. Wow. Now David was the son of an Ephrathite named Jesse, who was from Bethlehem, house of bread, in Judah. Judah means praised. Jesse had 8 sons. Oh. And in Saul's time, he was old and well advanced in years. Jesse's 3 eldest sons had followed Saul to war. The firstborn was Eliab, the second Abinadab, and the third Shammah. David was the youngest. The 3 oldest followed Saul, but David went back and forth from Saul to tend his brother's sheep at Bethlehem. For 40 days, of course, the Philistine came forward every morning and evening and took his stand. See, as hard as it to believe, but Goliath was kind of acting like that. You know that the woman with the unjust judge that's pestering him. He's trying to get it. He's given a test here. He's going to get his answer from the judge. He's going to put a mark in his forehead. Now Jesse said to David, "Take this ephah of roasted grain and these 10 loaves of bread for your brother and hurry to their camp.